Certified, the autobiography of David Harris. Written by David and Helen Harris. Read by James Pollack. For more information on the book, go to certifiedthebook.com. Preface. This is my story. The story I tell is one that stirs passion in me for the truth revealed. It is written with the belief that it can release hope into the lives of those who are lost in any way. Although the truth is that while we live, our story continues to be written, there are significant transformations that take place in our lives which are worthy to be told. This is such a story. I acknowledge the help of my wife Helen and my friend Ken Morgan for dragging the story out of me and assisting with putting the words down on paper. I needed their help and thank God for them as well as the countless others who kept inspiring me to write down my journey that it may bring life to those who read it. Names have been changed to help protect the identity of people in this story. Chapter 1. The windows of the stolen ute were down just enough to let our cigarette smoke escape. We sped away from where we'd been stranded in Collingwood, the rough end of inner Melbourne. It was cosy inner city living with a mix of dumpy flats piled one on top of the other, full of drugs and people who'd bottomed out of life. I was not from there but felt at home, often dropping in for a drink with mates, planning and carrying out burgs across town, and hooking up with whatever women my mates and I found ourselves with. My mate Simon drove. I kept an eye out for blue flashing lights, or the sirens we so desperately avoided. The two of us were pretty calm, at least on the surface. However, beneath the shallow exterior, we were clearly restless and on edge. Home was Ballarat, and we had no intention of staying in Collingwood that night. We needed to get back. Pinching cars was easy, stalking the streets, once darkness shaded our actions, looking for the right opportunity to hit on a vehicle that suited our purposes. It never took long. Simon came across the old beast with the driver's door unlocked. It might as well have had a sign on it that said, "Here I am, take me." Simon was a master in the art of starting a car with a screwdriver in the ignition. Within moments, the two of us were heading home in our newly acquired vehicle. I'd been mates with Simon for years. Our friendship saw us through thick and thin. There were plenty of good times mixed with a cocktail of tough, challenging and dangerous ones. I sucked down my cigarettes as a sign of mission completed. Driving so as to not draw attention to ourselves, the ute negotiated the last of the Melbourne roads, heading straight for Ballarat along the worn-out highway. It was late, and there was barely a car on the road. We settled in for a 2-hour drive, drifting between stale jokes and blank stares as the effect of the night's drinking still washed over our numb thoughts. It was with complete surprise that I spotted car headlights approaching quickly from behind. The knot in my stomach immediately tightened as the headlights turned into blue flashing lights. Desperation and adrenaline started swirling around the large cab of the ute. Simon swore and confirmed what we both already knew. This was not the first time the two of us had been in this situation. There was no pulling over or stopping. I'd been enjoying the illusion of freedom that I felt I was living at this time. No responsibility, do as I pleased, come and go as I liked. This car chase was putting a crack in that illusion. Without a second thought, Simon dragged the car towards its top speed. But that vehicle was not made for speed. Evasive action was required. I knew what needed to be done. The car had to be left clean. There were no stolen goods in the ute, just a stolen ute. There could be no fingerprints left on anything. So I ripped the black top off my back as the only rag I could see to use for the wipe down. Doors, seat, dash, windows, all needed to be free of evidence that could be traced back to either one of us. We both threw our smokes out the window to help dispose of evidence. The pursuing car was now right on our tail. Grabbing at anything, I started throwing objects as weapons at the pursuers. The cabin was roomy and full of junk. Out went a Coke bottle that smashed as it landed. The window was right down, and I hung out as far as I could to get the best aim at the car only metres away. Simon was trying to hand me tools that were within reach. Perched precariously through the open window, I held a spanner, waiting for the right moment to release my weapon. Simon was doing his bit to outwit the cops. We were playing dodgem cars with them, trying to see them run off the road. I threw the tool. It bounced aimlessly on the road behind us. It did not feel safe. I loathed not being in control of this situation. I was not in control of the swaying vehicle and could only grasp for my balance while scrambling for things that could be used to slow the police down. Searching behind the passenger seat, I spotted a large coil of rope, knowing I had to give it a go. The rope was heavy and awkward to throw, but it did the job. The police started backing off. We raced for another kilometre or two with the police maintaining an adequate speed and distance to keep us pushing forward. I felt restricted by the highway, which would trap us in Ballarat if not before. Simon's knuckles gripped the steering wheel as gullies of curses poured from his mouth. The constant question of "what now?" was rattling around both our heads. Our eyes constantly darted from the pursuit at our rear to any signs of danger or escape ahead. We both knew what the next move needed to be. We were on the lookout for a gap in the trees that commonly lined these country highways. The big plan was to drive as far as possible into the paddock and then run. The mandatory wipe down was complete, and I donned the black shirt again. Simon took a sudden left turn, towards what appeared in the darkness to be a gap in the trees. The car flew over the gravel and straight through an old farm fence. The moon gave partial light to the unknown path. It was obvious the ute was damaged by the fence. Without warning, we crashed head-on into a ditch. With no seatbelts, we were thrown around the cabin. Hitting my head, I suddenly felt a surge in the fight-or-flight response. It was time to fly. The ute came to a stop after sliding a few more metres into the dark and mysterious field. We knew the police fought with guns and would not be far behind, so we bolted. It was impossible to stop and check on the welfare of the other, and there was no time to discuss individual escape routes. I burst open the doors of the old ute and dashed into the unknown, suddenly alone. I scrambled through knee-deep grass to the black image to my right where minimal shelter appeared to present itself. The headlights of the cop car were now pointing directly at what had been the getaway vehicle. Fear continued to pump adrenaline through me. I felt dazed from the bump on the head. The sure footing beneath my old runners gave way to a slippery embankment. Out of instinct, I grabbed anything I could. Grass and reeds ripped my hands, but there was no time to consider that as I landed in a swamp. The smell of old damp mud drenched the atmosphere. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. After the longest moments I tried to swallow. My mouth had become dry in the intensity of the moment. Looking back over my shoulder, I strained for sounds of voices or footsteps. I wiped my muddy, bleeding hand across my bearded chin and chose to wade carefully deeper into the swampy marsh that I'd stumbled into. I was comfortable with the thought that the cops would not want to get wet. Keeping to the dark shadows of the bushes and reeds, I stumbled forward, terrified of making a sound. I was fearful of the spotlight reaching my throbbing head. This was not how I planned for this day to end. My clothing matched my dirty mood. I waded through the tangled mess of the marsh only to pause with restless stillness, waiting motionless for the confirmation that I was no longer being pursued. There was no sign of Simon. The marsh became irritating as tree roots and deep mud seemed to disrupt every attempt at forward motion. Leaning against the fallen log of an old tree, countless minutes passed. Still shin-deep in cold water, darkness surrounded me. I had to convince myself that the pursuit was over. It was time to find my way back home. I could feel a deep darkness surrounding me as clouds seemed to cut off any remaining light. Somehow I managed to be standing once again on hard, dry ground. All I knew now was that I was lost. In many ways lost. As the adrenaline drained from my blood, my whole body started to shake. Fear gripped this dire night. I could feel pain as it throbbed through my body again. I felt cloudy from my throbbing head. Both hands stung from the fine slashes. Both shoes were soaked and filled with mud. Mud-soaked jeans clung like damp weights strapped to my cold, itchy legs. Stumbling into a paddock, I was unaware of any creature sharing that space. The clouds then allowed filtered moonlight to illuminate a haystack just metres away. I collapsed on the rough ground, using hay as sheltered support. My head swirled over the happenings of the previous hours. I could see nothing as the chill enveloped my whole body. All I knew was that I was somewhere between Melbourne and Ballarat, but I had no idea where. No longer knowing which way to stumble, I felt an intense feeling of inadequacy and helplessness. These were not new feelings, simply exaggerated from how I often felt. Normally I could retreat from the feeling of being lost and alone through drugs or a drink, but I had neither to comfort me as I sat on the hard ground just staring at black nothingness. I wondered if maybe this was what death felt like. Although my body was still throbbing, I was eventually overcome with exhaustion. I awoke from limited sleep and staggered up at the first crack of dawn. My jeans had dried off a little, but I definitely didn't feel any better. I knew I had to hike to the nearest town. Thankfully, when I dug my hand into my ripped pocket, I still found enough change for a call. Looking up, I could see a small country road. I managed to follow the long dirt route until it crossed the bitumen road. From there, I could make out a small township in the distance. I was thankful that my mate Luke's phone number had been etched into my memory and would once again be a handy number to know. It was great to have a friend, but even knowing I had good mates did not shake the feeling of being lost and alone. Ballarat had not always been my home. I was born in Adelaide, but my parents and I soon moved to Whyalla when Dad was offered a sales job there. Mum went through a tough time there, with little support, having to handle me as a colicky baby and having a husband who was on the road a lot. My sister, Carolyn, was born 2 years after me when we had moved back to Adelaide. Before long, our family had moved to the sleepy railway town of Gladstone, about 200 kilometres to the northwest. After Gladstone, we eventually went to Port Pirie, where Dad owned a Toyota business. The memories I carry when I was 6 years old are vague and worn like an old photo. I see snapshots of a happy start, hanging out with Dad and his business that combined a used car yard, service station and wrecking yard in Port Pirie. Etched along the imprint of life in Port Pirie are the huge parties our family would throw in our back shed. These were loud, smoke-filled nights with plenty of alcohol and tall tales. I would manage to weave my way in and out of the crowd, picking up and smoking the half-used cigarettes left in the ashtray or finishing off abandoned drinks. I was never sure if Mum and Dad disapproved or even noticed. Home life was nothing out of the ordinary, and to me Dad's work seemed to be going well. Our house was small and not at all flash. It was right on the back edge of town, surrounded by dozens of other, almost identical little fibro-cement homes, all sitting squarely on quarter-acre blocks. There were plenty of good days sprinkled amongst the mundane. I loved to play beyond the boundaries of our corrugated iron fence. At the end of the street was the primary school, and beyond that, seemingly endless miles of dead flat paddocks sprinkled with little patches of trees and crisscrossed with fences and dirt roads. I'd often return from my adventures with new discoveries, such as lizards and bugs I'd trapped among the fallen bark and leaf litter nearby. My trophies were a variety of little creatures captive in matchboxes and jars, which would sit on the windowsill, often slowly succumbing to the light and dryness. Without a doubt, the highlighted etchings in my mind are from the weekends when our family would go out on the water. Dad's favourite thing was speedboats, so the whole family would have fun together. We revelled in breathing the salt air, which seemed to be good for us all. Dad's business had been succeeding, and money was rolling in. Dad traded a second-hand car for an old Bond wood ski boat covered in fiberglass. It was a memorable moment when he brought the boat home. He collected us kids and headed for the boat ramp with the mechanic from his business to do the engine overhaul. Little did we know that our 5 minutes of fame on the news that night was about to take place. We were all enjoying the new boat about 70 metres out into the harbour when the motor stopped. Carolyn and I enjoyed the scary fun when the boat started taking on water, but in the end we needed rescuing. There were no life jackets, so Dad and his mechanic mate each got one of us kids under their arms and swam with us all the way back to land. This was big news for our little town. Although I have some great memories of those early years, many of the memories faded into what became a blank canvas. This is one of the ways my mind coped with disappointment, pain, and a troubled heart. After a few years of fun at Port Pirie, it all came to a sudden halt when Dad's business started going downhill. At the age of 9, I suddenly found myself in the swing of a move to Adelaide. This was really hard because I hated moving away from mates. At the same time, things seemed to be getting worse at home. Soon after we moved, Mum and Dad started arguing a lot, and I just wished they had stayed in Port Pirie. Things seemed good there. Then we had a good turn of events. Dad managed to secure work as a sales rep and we moved into a nice new brick veneer house set on a hill. It had a steep drive and a paling fence. To me, this new home seemed like a palace, and I hoped that Mum and Dad might make a new start and be happy. However, before long, the dream of a happy home life seeped away. Mum and Dad argued often. My parents were under a lot of pressure, and they seemed unhappy, arguing about money and accusing each other of all kinds of things. Everything seemed to spiral into all sorts of mess. Mum and Dad both seemed to know that the marriage was over. It got to the stage where Mum felt it best if she moved out. One day when Dad was at work, Carolyn and I come home from school to Mum telling us to pack up all our things. Piles of cardboard boxes and suitcases were thrown into the car as we set off for Nana's place. I guess as a kid, I didn't understand the magnitude of the storm that entered my life at this stage. None of us could anticipate the impact a broken family has on all parties. Even though it was my mum who left Dad, the pain I experienced had mostly to do with Dad's absence. Suddenly my world was spiralling down. I felt I was to blame for the wreck left behind by the winds of devastation that were breaking my family apart. As the oldest child, I felt I should have been better, done more to help, worked out something to help prevent it all. I started carrying a load of guilt that just wouldn't go away. I had shoulders that drooped and a face that found it hard to smile. I did not recognise the cause of my growing sadness and sense of guilt. I could not explain the desperation that was growing in my young heart from the feeling of being abandoned by my father. As I lay on my bed at night, an overwhelming feeling of being empty and defective crept into my soul. I felt I should have been able to do something to stop them fighting. Helplessness filled me as I lay on my bed. I was coming to the end of grade 5 when Mum took Carolyn and me to live with her parents. I'd sit in class feeling pain deep in my belly, like a knife twisting in my gut. I would have done anything just to be on those water skis again, flying along free. My thoughts were dominated by the hole created by Dad's absence from my life. We saw him every second weekend, and he paid for lots of stuff, but it was never the same. I assumed my classmates thought worse of me because I only had a mum around, and I felt like a misfit. There was some relief to the torment through a growing special relationship with my nana. She and Poppy were kind and seemed to understand. They helped create a new normal, settled environment for our broken family. It was not long, however, before things changed again. Poppy died, Dad was out of my life, and now the other man in my life was suddenly gone too. A deep grief struck Nana's family, and before long, Mum and Nana decided to move the new family unit to the cold inland town of Ballarat to be with Nana's extended family. It was the best thing for our family to be connected to other friends and family, so it was an easy decision for them to choose to move to Ballarat. Dad longed to connect with us, but this was difficult given the distance that was now a reality. That's how Ballarat became home base in my life. Ballarat and I forged a love-hate relationship. While it was good to have a new start, I missed two of the things I loved, Dad and the water. Some holidays were scheduled with Dad. These were always important weeks. The enjoyment each holiday with Dad was always tarnished by the tears I would see roll down his weathered cheeks each time he put Caroline and me back on the plane to go home. I hurt to see his grief, which triggered the pain I also felt to be leaving him behind. Again. Chapter 2. Freedom at last, I announced to no one in particular, as I jumped out of the warm, modest four-door sedan and took off. The drive to Ocean Grove from Ballarat was just a little over an hour. I was grateful to escape out of the car into the fresh salt air. Arriving in the Grove felt like a release from issues that had piled up over that year, and the December heat made the ocean too inviting to stick around and help out. We ended up at the same caravan park each year in a one-room tent, each of us with our own blown-up mattresses and sleeping bag. I was 16 years old, and my plans for a long summer of partying began before I arrived. I barely assisted in setting up our camping site before turning away from my family to the call of liberty beckoning from the crashing waves. I knew my way to the front beach, having carved a path there over many days in the past visiting this same spot. As the warm, fine sand gave way a little under my feet, I thought eagerly about hooking up with some of the mates I had met the previous summer. I loved the beach. There was something about standing barefoot with the glare of the sun reflecting off the white sand, and a never-ending roll of waves, predictable yet each one dancing to its own beat, and then to stare out at the vast expanse that seemingly had no end. I loved the water too. It always made me feel small, yet it released me from the feelings of entanglement and entrapment that life seemed to weave. I spent hours at the beach. Sunburn and running through the waves were for me key ingredients of every summer. Nevertheless, it was not long before the late nights, drinking and chasing girls began to dominate my focus. I lived from moment to moment. I avoided the cabin as much as possible because whenever I saw Mum it was the same thing. She would tell me off and try to remind me of my responsibilities. I wasn't up for that, so instead I'd hang out at my best mate's holiday place. Time seemed to fly by so fast. The days all rolled into weeks too quickly. One morning, halfway through the summer break, I awoke hot in a stuffy tent. I did not bother grabbing my watch. I already knew it was well into the day. Before being fully awake, I heard the sound that had been nagging in my ear the day before. Mum's irritating voice. My nerves were on edge. My mum had a way of pushing my buttons. The next decision was one that I made with little real thought. I knew I just had to get out of there. There was a freedom with my mates and only feelings of being trapped in the cabin. Mum was nagging about all the jobs I was meant to be doing. My lack of serious response made Mum more and more frustrated, but I didn't care. I walked out of the cabin, giving off the worst attitude vibe that I could. I just wasn't willing to conform to Mum's agenda. If you don't come home before midnight, don't come home at all, Mum warned. That suited me just fine. I figured I wouldn't come home at all. I was confident that something would be worked out. Being bossed around against my will was something I did not want. I didn't really try to rebel. It's just what seemed to happen. Actually, often over the years, I felt more like I was inadequate at whatever it was I was trying to do. The feelings of inadequacy were masked once I'd learned to fight. Having gained confidence, I could push all the negative feelings down deep where they were harder to connect with. The next 2 weeks were fun and adventurous as I completely avoided seeing Mum. I knew I could bludge off my mate Daryl's mum because she kind of felt sorry for me. Most of my time was spent at the beach or hanging out down at the pinball parlour in Ocean Grove. It was a couple of weeks after storming out of the cabin that a big shock awaited me. The day started like any other, sleeping in after going to bed only hours before dawn, then hanging out with mates on the street. I was completely caught off guard to see my hot and bothered father calling out my name. Mum had left and gone back to Ballarat, not knowing where I was. It made me feel squirmy on the inside knowing Mum had left without me. I wondered if she had even cared that I was missing. But obviously she had called Dad, who had come straight down to pick me up. On finding me, Dad grumbled and commanded, "Grab your gear quickly, I'm taking you with me, now." It was a tone that I knew not to mess with. Dad was a busy man and did not at all enjoy being messed around. He knew I had put Mum through hell. I had not considered how my actions and attitudes affected my family. I did not really care about anyone but me. My independence had been instantly ripped from me. The few belongings I had were gathered up and the two of us bundled into the little Triumph convertible and drove toward Ballarat. As I sat in Dad's car, I'd seen my sweaty legs and hands stuck to the vinyl seats as my nerves struggled to remain under control. Dad had decided that I was just drifting, had no direction, and needed a firmer hand to guide me. As the country road approached the outskirts of Ballarat, Dad proposed that I move in with him. The idea of having a father around full-time seemed great, and it meant getting away from Mum's nagging and from my sister Carolyn, who I did not have much to do with. I eagerly agreed to move interstate, up to Wollongong where Dad had been living with his new wife and my 2 stepsisters for the past year. I quickly settled into life at Wollongong. Dad took me into his new family. Legally, I was old enough to work and had no thoughts of going to school, although I was in no hurry to jump into employment. Dad was pretty keen for his son to find something meaningful in his life. I was lost and directionless, and Dad was not having me around the house with nothing to do. So the plan was to find a job. I didn't mind Dad's questioning about likes and dreams. I hadn't thought much about it, and it was kind of nice having him interested enough to ask. Dad was a little surprised when I recalled how much I'd enjoyed doing a week's work experience in a garage back in Ballarat. That was enough information for Dad, who pulled some strings and quickly arranged for me to work at a service station owned by an associate of his, a German guy called Richard. The following Monday I began my new job as the workshop gopher. Richard was what they call a shonky dealer, making a handsome profit out of dubious repairs. In New South Wales, cars must pass regular roadworthy testing, and people would bring their car to Richard for their annual green slip. I watched and listened as Richard would convince customers that their cars needed all kinds of work, when all that was needed was perhaps a wheel balance or an alignment. Richard would clean up old parts and put them back on, then charge for new ones. One of my first jobs was to put a car on the hoist, take some petrol and clean up all the steering components to make them look new. It felt bad to rip people off, but I needed the job. I felt powerless to say or do anything. I worked hard, but often felt like a second-rate person. The guys in the workshop called me Junior, and I was treated like a naughty kid who was to blame for everything. I was the lowest in the workshop pecking order. Sam was the mechanic who worked for Richard. He was a big Yugoslav guy, normally easygoing, but with a short fuse. I was careful not to do anything to annoy him. It was not long before I found myself hating work and the garage. I hated Richard too. I resented the fact that Richard was making a fortune dishonestly, and yet paying me a pittance. I figured I couldn't get even, so I helped myself to the till. I would walk into the retail area of the shop where Richard sold drinks and snacks along with basic service station items. I would make sure Richard was nowhere around, then pretend to buy a can of Coke, but steal more money than I put in when the till was opened. This left me feeling guilty, as I was well aware that stealing was wrong, but believed it to be justified. What goes around comes around, I often thought. I never wondered it would come around to me, or stop to think about how stealing from a thief could possibly make things right. It never occurred to me that stealing from Richard made me his partner in crime. The customers were the ones losing, and by stealing, it was me who was profiteering along with Richard. Between my wages and the money I stole, I had a good income. I couldn't afford to think too hard about my actions because I enjoyed my spoils. While I had a job to keep me busy during the week, I had no friends in Wollongong. I was bored and just hung around the house when I wasn't at work. Dad could see that I was pretty much alone, so he decided to help me out by introducing me to some contacts he had. Dad knew that I liked the beach, so he took me to meet Daniel, a young surfie who worked for him as a technician. What he didn't realise was that Daniel belonged to a tribe of hardcore surfers who were to initiate me into a new and dangerous world. To say I was grateful to be living near the water again would be an understatement. I loved the beach and Wollongong had some great ones. Dad arranged for Daniel to take me out surfing. I lacked confidence with surfing but was keen to give it a go. Learning to surf was hard work, but in the waves I felt free. As the day wore on, the surf went flat and the surfers were left bobbing around in a low swell, waiting for a set that was not going to arrive. Daniel looked up at the sky, gauged the wind, looked out to sea at the swell and decided that the surf was finished for the day. He took me back to his place that he shared with his girlfriend. Along the way we stopped off at the bottle shop and grabbed a bottle of Southern Comfort. Not long after arriving at the house, one of Daniel's friends from Sydney dropped by carrying a large plastic bag full of dried, greenish buds he called heads. Daniel rummaged around and found a glass and metal object that looked a lot like a flower vase. I'd heard about bongs before, but I'd never seen one for real. Daniel filled it with water and placed it on the coffee table in the middle of the lounge room. Some of the older guys at school had bragged about their experiences getting stoned. I sat back, arms crossed, feeling a little scared, a little curious and very unsure. I told myself to play it cool and do as they did. So with a nervous excitement, I kept my eyes pinned on each step in the process of this new experience. Daniel went into the kitchen and returned with a pair of scissors, which he used to shred a handful of his friends' heads. He dropped them into a small bowl on the table. Then he opened the bottle of Southern Comfort, poured some into a cap, and set it on the table in front of him. I watched very carefully as he took a pinch of dope, rolled it in his fingers, and packed it into the small metal cone at the top of a short pipe that stuck out of the side of the bong. He struck a match, held it to the cone, and drew a long, deep breath through the large opening at the top. The weed glowed bright orange in the cone, and then faded as Daniel exhausted the charge in a single drag. Holding the smoke in his lungs, he downed a cap of Southern Comfort, and then exhaled. All the other guys followed Daniel's lead, inhaling deeply until the cone was reduced to ash, and then quickly sculling back the shot of spirits. Finally, he passed the bong to me. Pretending I was familiar with smoking pot, I took some of the shredded weed and carefully packed it into the cone. Holding a burning match to the charge, I inhaled as deeply as I could. I was swimming in a semi-delirious sea of confusion and euphoria almost immediately. Inhaling again, I finished the cone and reached for the shot of Southern Comfort. Daniel refilled the bottle cap and began to repack the pipe. 2 more cones, lubricated by Southern Comfort, and I could handle no more. Collapsing back onto the couch in a daze, watching Daniel and his friend in a cloudy slow motion as they smoked and drank. After a couple of hours, I was clear-headed enough to walk, and Daniel drove me home. The danger of riding in a car driven by a guy who had just smoked half a dozen cones and drank half a bottle of Southern Comfort just didn't cross my mind. "Good time?" Daniel grinned as I stumbled out of his car towards the door of Dad's home. Walking around the back of the house, I pushed open the back door. Dad looked up from the kitchen table to see me swaying in the doorway, staring into the room and trying to focus. He could tell I was stoned, but said little. I shuffled past him with a wave and a grunt, stumbled towards my room and collapsed on the bed. The next morning I awoke feeling sick and nursing a pounding headache. I wandered out into the kitchen, wincing with every step as each one reverberated around in my head. Dad was unsympathetic. "Thought you said you weren't going to do that stuff," Dad muttered with a look of disgust. I shrugged and found myself something to eat. If Dad wanted me to straighten out, introducing me to Daniel was not his best strategy. Soon I met more of Daniel's surfy mates, and they immediately become my mates too. Every weekend we wound up smashed on a cocktail of marijuana and alcohol. While I'd been a binge drinker in Ballarat, in Wollongong things went to a whole new level. These new friends were hardcore substance abusers, sitting in pubs and throwing back schooner after schooner of beer, seemingly unaffected. I felt driven to keep up with them, which meant I would end up completely out of my mind, needing to be helped to my feet and held upright just to get from the bar to the car. Wollongong in the late 70s was awash with dope, and we could easily buy it from a number of different suppliers. Daniel's friends would sell me a decent stash for $20 or $30, and that would keep me wasted for more than a week. It became commonplace for me to get wasted, somehow get home, and awake the next morning severely hungover. Once I was even wearing someone else's clothes. It was not unusual for me to stir in the morning with an awful feeling in the pit of my gut as I sensed I had done things the previous night that I was sure to regret. After being in Wollongong a few months, I decided to visit Mum and some of my mates, who I look forward to seeing back in Ballarat. In my own mind, I felt I was pretty cool now that I was smoking dope. I decided to take some weed back to Ballarat and to introduce my friends to its pleasures. My mate sold me a bag of dope, claiming it was high-quality head. I had learnt that heads are the tightly packed buds at the top of the cannabis plant and have a higher concentration of the drug THC than the leaves that grow further down the plant stem. The guy had already shredded the leaves, so I couldn't really tell what they were. In preparing to leave for the airport, I shoved the plastic bag full of this special cargo down the front of my pants, figuring that I would be fine. On arrival at the airport, I made my way to the security screening area, where I was required to walk through a metal detector. I tried to look as relaxed and casual as possible as I strolled toward the grey arch beside the baggage X-ray machine. When I walked through the detector, an alarm sounded. I froze, and terror began to rise from the pit of my stomach. The security guard motioned for me to retreat back to the unsecured side of the detector and to empty my pockets. Grabbing a plastic tray, I shoved my hand into my pocket and, to my relief, I found a long-forgotten cherry-ripe chocolate bar, still covered in its foil wrapping. Thankfully, I dropped it into the tray and pushed it towards the X-ray machine. I desperately hoped the dope wouldn't set off the alarm again. I approached the detector with my heart pounding. Giving a weak smile to the guard, I tried not to sigh too loudly when I cleared the arch with no alarm. I cheerfully picked up the cherry ripe and scampered off to the gate. I was pleased to see Mum and Caroline as I arrived at Melbourne Airport. As we drove back to Ballarat, Mum peppered me with questions. I repeatedly tried to reassure her that I was doing well, had a steady job, and was staying out of trouble. It did not take me long to contact my mate Damien, and we arranged to spend the evening enjoying the dope I had bought. I found myself bragging about how I managed to get hold of some real premium weed, and wanted to see Damien reduced to a stupor the same way I was when I first smoked pot. Not having a bong meant that we had to roll joints, alternating drags with shots of whiskey. My bragging turned out to be hollow, as the dope was only average strength, and Damien easily kept pace with me, smoking and drinking as much as I did. Trying to be the big shot with the high-grade dope from up north ended up making me look like I had been sucked in by the drug dealer, and proved that I didn't know much about drugs at all. Back in Wollongong, I continued to spend weekends with Damien and his surfing mates, gradually getting further and further out of my depth. Life was quickly spinning out of control in a blur of drugs and alcohol. To be accepted in this crowd, I needed to be like them, to drink and smoke as much as they could. But they were in a different league. I was 16, skinny and inexperienced. They were grown men, seasoned drinkers and seemingly immune to the dope they smoked. They would move on to another pub and repeat the dose, but I would not make it to the next pub. A barman would find me slumped on the floor or in the toilets and organised a cab to take me home. I would stagger into the house and collapse on the bed, only to wake the next morning feeling like death. Between the wild weekends, weekday life was a chore, working for the boss I despised and doing work knowing it was dishonest. One Friday, I decided that I couldn't take it anymore and told Chris that I wasn't coming back on Monday. Chris shrugged and arranged to pay me the wage he owed. I had no plans or prospects for other work, but was confident I could get something. But after my usual weekend descent into drug and alcohol-induced oblivion, Monday arrived with nothing for me to do and nowhere to go. Without the regular routine of a job, I quickly drifted into the local pinball arcade. The next day, I was back there, and for the rest of the week, I frittered the days and money away watching a silver ball bounce from pin to pin. After a couple of weeks of unemployment, Dad could see I was going nowhere. He coaxed me into seeing the careers counsellor at the government employment office. The pinball arcade and running out of money was getting boring, so I agreed. After a few minutes of chatting with the counsellor, it was obvious that I was directionless. He suggested that I consider joining the army, promising training, career prospects, travel and high pay. The counsellor assured me that military life would be the making of me. My future would be bright. In those days, joining the army was seen as a surefire way of knocking some sense into wild young men, helping them become disciplined and responsible. Before I knew it, I was signing up at an army recruiting office and organised to travel to Sydney for a battery of tests. Dad saw that I was on an express route of self-destruction, and he'd been pulling some strings with an army recruiting officer he knew to get me away from Wollongong. It worked. Within 8 weeks, I was gone. Chapter 3. I was one of 30 green recruits at Kapooka, the Army Recruit Training Centre near the inland city of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. All of us were inexperienced, probably more inexperienced than we could have realised, and all eager to get past the indignity of basic training in order to become soldiers. Recruits were considered fair game to be intimidated and belittled by the regular army guys, many of whom had served in Vietnam. The victimisation varied from snide comments through to outright brutality. Our sergeant was a nasty, vindictive man who took it upon himself to weed out the worst recruits by a process of humiliation. One poor bloke, an English recruit in our section, managed to earn the sergeant's almost constant wrath. One day the sergeant dropped his pants in front of everyone and defecated on the floor. His victim was ordered to immediately clean it up. We were not to show our disapproval of this act. Fear became a strong motivator within the platoon. Routine seemed to push us through the weeks of training. I settled into a satisfactory rhythm until a simple chest infection blocked my road to graduate with my platoon. Suddenly I found myself back squatted to another group. Graduating 2 weeks later than my mates left me with an uneasy sense of disappointment, which rubbed alongside the feelings of rejection that stirred within my soul. While it seems like no big deal, for those couple of weeks I felt out of place, like a kid held down a grade at school. The guys within the training group had become mates, and being back squatted was isolating. The desire to get posted and gain some genuine combat skills rose within me like a tank, carrying me forward each day. Within 2 weeks I was on the highway to Singleton. Kapooka and the humiliating basic training were finally behind me, with training as an infantryman ahead. Weeks turned into months at Singleton, with the daylight hours full of weapons, training and exercises in the bush. This is where I really started to learn to work in small teams to accomplish various goals, and in the process became extremely fit. I was finally in my element. I was part of a seemingly invincible team, playing with all sorts of guns and bombs. Life seemed to gather purpose. A sense of belonging infuses strength from the inside out. Feelings of triumph swelled in my settled soul as I gained the position of being stationed at Anegra with the 8th RAR as a machine gunner. Life revolved around an M60 tripod-mounted machine gun capable of spitting 500 large caliber rounds per minute towards the enemy, or anything else that took my fancy. I took pleasure in the power I felt as I used my weapon, lining it up against a sizable tree, slicing through the trunk with machine gun rounds from 30 metres away. Feelings of incompetency shrank as I saw the tree fall. It was not all power and glory though. The small army unit spent days on end trudging up and down hills and gullies, lugging the heavy, black machine gun and long belts of ammunition. The training exercises were challenging. The evenings presented a contrast to this picture. They were the worst kind of boring. Army culture is about one-upmanship. All the young men were out to prove their manhood, and being a good soldier was only part of the deal. So to kill the boredom and to prove our manliness after training, we would head out to the bar and try to outdo one another at drinking, throwing down the locally brewed 4X beer or the Queenslanders' specialty, Bundaberg rum. The army was the perfect place to become a fully fledged alcoholic, and I became a star student. Most of the people stationed at Anegra, the army barracks northwest of Brisbane, Queensland, were from all over Australia, leaving most of us separated from friends and family. Without a circle of friends and family to spend time with at the weekends, we found ourselves with little to do. Once again, I would join in the common solution to the feelings of isolation and grinding boredom, cruising the local bars and clubs, hoping to score a late night date, or by trying to drown it all with booze. Since leaving Wollongong as a skinny teenager, I'd filled out, put on about 40 pounds of muscle, and gained a greater tolerance for alcohol. I also felt I was able to prove to my mates that I was as much of a man as anyone by drinking them under the table. In the bizarre culture of the army, a guy can earn acceptance and respect through drinking prowess. It became commonplace to challenge all comers to shot-for-shot drinking contests, with my favourite poison, Harry's Special. Tequila, vodka and gin mixed in a shot glass and thrown back in a single gulp. The blokes in my squad were my mates, and could be relied on to come through during training exercises. However, I couldn't call them real friends. They were constantly competing with each other. We were all trying to prove ourselves all the time in dozens of different ways. Feelings of loneliness would wash over me as I lay on my bed at night. There were no real friendships where I could just relax and be myself. I just had drinking buddies with competitive edges. There was no way anyone would admit vulnerable feelings to the rest of the blokes. Despite being fit and strong and armed with all kinds of dangerous weapons, I felt like a lost little boy, just wanting my dad to be proud. I wanted him to see that I'd become a man. The feelings and desires that were bustling within me remained locked in a place no one ever saw. The tension of inconsistent feelings between who I hoped to be seen to be, the tough soldier, and the internal struggles that were kept hidden within, rattled me. While cracking off hundreds of machine gun rounds, riding in armoured personnel carriers and blowing things up sounds like every schoolboy's dream, even the novelty of guns and grenades wears off after a while. Over the weeks we did different exercises with different strategies that soon blurred together. Serving in the regular army in peacetime eventually became tedious. Always training for combat you'll probably never see, winning hollow victories over other units where no one is in any real danger, and fighting for nothing bigger than the pride of the unit. It's no wonder that, despite the very real prospect of being hurt or killed, most soldiers long to serve in real combat situations. Living in close quarters with shallow relationships and always fighting a simulated war becomes unfulfilling and can drive people to all kinds of addictions. One day while the squad was out on exercises, we were required to run up a hill and secure a position at the top. The track up the hill was steep and littered with loose dirt and rocks. Tackling the hill with our usual aggression, I was carrying the cumbersome M60 and a couple of ammo belts. Momentarily I struggled to keep my footing. The rock under my right foot gave way and my ankle rolled sharply under the combined weight of me and the gun. To my deep embarrassment I collapsed to the ground, holding my ankle and wincing in pain. Quickly mates relieved me of the M60 and a couple helped me get back down the hill to base. The badly sprained ankle was strapped and I was ordered out of the exercise. Back at Enogra, the ankle had swollen and distorted, turning black at the injury site with purple and green rings around it. X-rays confirmed that the ankle was not broken but severely sprained. This calamity was the catalyst for what was to come. I recovered fairly quickly and I was back in normal action within a few weeks. It felt good to be back on exercises, in my regular role, setting up the M60 and ripping off hundreds of rounds. The feeling of power was intoxicating, but it was short-lived. A few short weeks later, the ankle rolled again. Again I was pulled out of the exercise, and then taken out of normal operational life. Once it had healed, it became a constant worry requiring attention, plus the fear that it would be injured again. It wasn't long before I found myself out of exercises for the third time. I felt the rest of my squad become uneasy. I had become a weak link, a liability. After recovering a third time, effort was made to always protect my ankle in exercises. The possibility of being injured and letting the team down gnawed at me. Alongside the ankle issue was a second health hindrance of extremely bad hay fever that hampered my abilities also. It seemed justifiable to worry that the rest of the unit was talking behind my back and that they couldn't trust me to pull my weight under the pressure exercises. Feelings of isolation and self-doubt rose to choke me. Feelings of worthlessness had tormented me since I was a little kid. At 8 years of age, I discovered that my parents had married while Mum was pregnant with me. Sometimes when Mum and Dad were fighting, I would try to intervene. However, that often left me with feelings of uselessness in the attempted communications with them. I often had no understanding of Dad's insults and convinced myself that I was a worthless mistake. Now, being the weak link in the chain renewed these crippling feelings. It was a Saturday night, and I decided to go alone to a club and see if there were any girls to be picked up. There were no immediate possibilities in sight, so I settled into the usual habit of throwing back shots of spirits, rum, whiskey or gin, whatever took my fancy. In a club with no friends and no romantic interest, drinking was something to do. By midnight, I was thoroughly smashed, bored with drinking and watching the crowd. Leaving the club, I walked the streets. Spotting a convenience store, I decided to get an orange juice. In a drunken state, I just walked in, grabbed the bottle from the shelf and walked out, forgetting to pay. I was only a few steps out of the shop when an undercover cop grabbed my collar and slammed me up against the wall. Before I knew it, a couple of uniformed cops showed up. I was cuffed and tossed into the divvy van. At the police station, I found myself being interviewed, fingerprinted and pushed into a cell to sober up. The next day, appearing before a magistrate, I was charged with shoplifting and bailed. As the alcohol level in my blood faded, the truth began to dawn. Suddenly, a civilian criminal case was hanging over my head, with no chance of beating the charge. The armed forces do not look kindly on serving members being convicted of criminal offences. I was already a liability to the unit, and now my army career was beginning to look shaky. Over the next few weeks, thoughts about my strained life in the military wouldn't leave me. I was fit and a competent soldier, but the injury put me on the outer of the unit. I knew that the officers who oversaw the unit would give me a hard time once they learned about the charges. On top of that, the guys in my unit just seemed to get weird, behaving in increasingly strange ways. I was growing weary of trying to prove myself and fit into the group of guys that didn't even like me. Drinking was the easy distraction as I struggled to resolve what loomed as unresolvable problems. Finally, I decided I wanted out. But that was a difficult process, and one complicated by the shoplifting charge. With a strong, determined pull from within, the decision was made. I was to make a run for it. It was a dark Friday evening when I left the base. Knowing I would not be missed until Monday morning gave me a decent head start. Catching a cab to Brisbane Airport, I bought a ticket for the first flight available to Melbourne. From there, the next morning, I jumped onto a V-Line country train to Ballarat. Once in Ballarat, I walked back along the main road to Eureka Stockade Caravan Park and rented an on-site caravan for the weekend. Making a cup of coffee, I could hardly believe what I'd just done. I added the mandatory third sugar into the mug, flopped back on a firm double bed and pondered my options. To remain undiscovered for 90 days was the first priority. This would be a challenge, but possible if I stayed focused. If the military police could find me within the stipulated 90 days, I would definitely serve time at the notorious Holsworthy military prison. If I could last that time, I would get automatically discharged from the army. The stories that circulated around the army about the cruel treatment and demeaning work suffered by military prisoners at Holsworthy were enough to keep me focused on finding a good strategy. I was determined to avoid that place at all costs. If I went to prison, I'd be shipped back to the unit on release, back where I started. Needing somewhere to hide, where they would never think to look, I was consumed with trying to construct a workable plan. After a few hours of worrying and smoking half a packet of cigarettes end to end, I decided to get in touch with Mum. Walking out of the park, I found a phone booth out of view from the main road. Mum was surprisingly pleased to hear from me, and understandably afraid for me all at once. I told her that I could never go back, and expressed my fear of being caught. She promised to organise something, arranging to pick me up outside the caravan park. Mum made some calls, and eventually a friend, Matt, who I'd worked for a few years before, agreed to let me stay at a disused farmhouse outside of town. Arrangements were made to go there and wait out the 90 days, then move back to Mum's house. There was nothing to do at the farmhouse except keep a lookout for MPs. The monotony of this waiting game was driving me insane. After a few weeks of not seeing a glimpse of an MP Land Rover, I decided that it was unlikely they were actually looking for me. I decided to make the trip into Ballarat and see a few friends, just for an hour or two. Slowly I became relaxed about the idea of being hunted by the MPs, figuring they had better things to do. It was halfway through the 90 days that I figured I could get away with moving into a caravan in town at the back of a friend's house. I kept an eye out for any signs of anyone in a uniform. If they turned up at the front door, we'd sketched out a plan for me to escape out the back and through the neighbour's yard. A plan I thankfully never needed to put into practice. 3 months after fleeing Inogra, the discharge papers arrived. Now I could officially live at Mum's place, in the back half of the garage that had been converted into a bungalow. I applied for unemployment benefits and settled easily into the welfare-dependent lifestyle, happy just to have the prospect of being picked up by the MPs off my mind. There was still the charge in Brisbane, from which I had skipped bail, but I guess that the Queensland police had better things to do than worry about such a charge 1,000 miles away. Life in Ballarat seemed to carve out a new normal. Getting stoned and drunk were core activities, punctuated by looking for work and bumming around partying with mates. Taking dope regularly, I enjoyed the comfort of the mellow feelings that drifted over me with every bong. My morning routine involved 2 cones from the bong near the bed, a drink, a coffee, a cigarette, and concluded by jumping in the shower to be ready for the day. It was only a matter of time before reckless living clashed with the law to present me with a life that had long been ignored as a possibility. To that date, I'd avoided being in custody. One day, this all changed. Chapter 4. My heart was pounding. My eyes narrowed in on the knot in the timber table in front of me. My knuckles turned white as I made a clenched fist. I tried to suppress the genuine fear that this was going to end badly. I looked up as I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and tried to read the almost bored look on the magistrate's face. My mouth was dry. The moment of waiting was almost over. I stood to my feet. Bail is refused, and you are to be remanded in custody until a date to be set. The magistrate didn't look up as he tapped his gavel and called for the next case. The anxiety I felt at the time couldn't be hidden. My stomach had been tight. All I could murmur were the words I had just heard. Remanded in custody. I questioned if that really meant I was going to jail. My eyes had once again narrowed at the magistrate as he shuffled papers. Next, the bailiff grabbed my arm and pushed me towards a side door. It all seemed so unjust to me. I was handed over to a young police constable who escorted me back to the Redback police station that was directly behind Ballarat Magistrates Court. I was going back to the ancient lockup where I'd spent the previous night, the magistrate's words ringing in my ears. The cell was small and seemed colder than it really was. My nerves tightened as the cell door clanked shut. I lay quietly on the narrow bunk that ran along the side. I leaned back against the wall and breathed out a long sigh and thought over the events of the previous few days. It had been less than a week before that I'd walked out of the same courtroom, relieved to be free. A couple of months before that, I'd arrived home at the little bungalow behind Mum's garage to find cops waiting. A sturdy hand had grabbed my arm as my thumping heart accompanied my tight throat. They dragged me inside and flung open the wardrobe door to reveal the little hydroponic operation I'd set up in there. I could only wonder how they found out. I was nervous and furious. 6 marijuana plants had been making steady progress, and cops were demanding explanations. I'd been caught. This brought a cold shiver down my spine. Spluttering as I tried to search for a believable lie, there wasn't much to explain. I was growing dope. I had believed I'd get away with it. I hated the thought of being arrested. It felt surreal to be formally arrested, bundled into the back of a cop car, taken down to the station and charged with possession and cultivation of a drug of dependence. I'd seen this sort of thing happen to others, but it felt so different to be happening to me. As this was the first offence in the state of Victoria, I knew that the chances were they would go easy. I was not in custody for long before being bailed until the next case came before the courts. Keeping the bail conditions was not a difficult thing. I laid low and hadn't done anything that would draw attention while waiting for the case to come up. My nerves were pretty obvious as I made my first court appearance. Pleading guilty, I assured the magistrate of my sorrow. He knew it was just small time. growing the herb for personal use and perhaps to make a little on the side. The cops and the courts were after bigger game and didn't waste time with me. The magistrate peered down from behind his bench, warned me to mend my ways, and slapped me with a fine of a few $100s. I was so rapt to have got out of a prison sentence or even a harsh fine. I could find the money for the fine, but there was no way I had any plans to mend my ways. I went straight over to my cousin Rick's house and celebrated with a joint. That weekend, a friend of mine was throwing a party in his flat. Following our usual custom, I showed up with my friend Steve and quickly joined in the drinking and joking with the rest of the crowd. A few hours into the party, the beer ran out. Steve and I volunteered to go get some more. Leaving the home, we spotted a little Morris Mini parked outside, jumped in and took off to the pub. On the way, we passed the cop car. Instantly, the lights were flicked on with the sirens wailing and the police car accelerated after us. This sudden interest from the police left me feeling rather surprised. I couldn't figure out anything we'd done wrong, but Steve made no signs of slowing down. "Hey man," I shouted at Steve. "Are you an idiot? We've done nothing wrong." I didn't understand why Steve didn't just pull over, but soon I found out he had an issue with his license. Steve figured that the tiny Mini was more manoeuvrable than the cop car, so he just sped round and round the block, hoping that the cops in their much bigger car would eventually run off the road. After a heap of laps, it became clear that the cops were easily keeping up. Next thing I knew, Steve sideswiped the cop car. This crazy glare in Steve's eyes matched the stupidity of his actions. Before we knew it, we had driven off the road and smashed through the front fence of a house. The low-slung Mini became stuck on the top of the debris and refused to move. Jumping out, we both bolted. Running through the gap in the fence with an angry copper at our heels, I vaulted over a paling fence beside a storm water drain, dropping and rolling on the other side as my army training had primed me. Leaping to my feet, I sprinted away. The copper chasing clambered over the fence and blundered into the drain. Landing awkwardly and falling, I glanced over my shoulder as the copper yelled out in pain. I could see him rolling on the ground. The two of us were greatly relieved to get out of that one and returned to the party. A little while later, the cops arrived and broke up the party. This time, I knew I needed to lay low. It didn't work. I was spotted and was arrested. Angrily, they informed me that I had caused one of their mates to break his leg. Suddenly, I found my chest pounding and mind spinning in confusion as police started roughing me up and threatening to break my legs in return. Once again, fear swarmed my body, like wasps circling waiting to sting. Alone in a small room, I wondered what would happen. After a couple of hours, I was charged with car theft and released on bail. It turned out that the Mini belonged to the host of the party, and Steve had taken it without asking. I didn't wait around to argue, glad to get out of there before they really decided to beat me up. The next night, I decided to hang out with another mate, Jack. We were drunk as usual. Staggering along the footpath together, we saw a smart-looking little Toyota Celica parked in the driveway. Jack walked up to the car, pulled a key from his pocket, and a minute later we were speeding down the road in the Celica, laughing about how easily it was stolen. In what seemed like only a few seconds, the police were behind us once again, the lights and sirens wailing. This scene was getting a little too familiar. Once again I was off in the adrenaline of a car chase. Jack pushed the pedal to the floor and headed out of town, hoping to lose the cops on the maze of back roads through the hills behind Ballarat. Managing to put a little space between us and the pursuing cops, Jack swung sharply into an intersecting road, accelerated hard, and then switched off the headlights. "What are you doing?" I yelled at Jack in panic. "So the cops can't see us," replied Jack, accelerating into the darkness. The only problem with this brilliant plan was that, of course, Jack couldn't see where he was driving. The car ploughed into the scrub along the side of a track, uprooting some small bushes and finally slammed into a tree. Jack jumped out and disappeared into the bush. My door was stuck, distorted by the impact. I had to wriggle out a window. Emerging onto the road, the cops spotted me and appeared to accelerate their divvy van right towards me. They smashed into my knees. Immediately I collapsed to the ground, convinced I had a broken leg. The cops got out, surveyed the damage and called an ambulance. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, they entertained themselves by pinning my legs firmly to the ground. On arrival in the hospital, I was x-rayed, which proved my leg wasn't broken. The injuries would heal themselves in time. Satisfied that there was nothing wrong, The cops escorted me from the hospital and shoved me into a waiting patrol car. Back at the station, I was charged with as many offences as they could think of. Then I was thrown into a cell for the night. I found myself in a place I didn't ever want to be. I stretched out on a bunk and stared at the ceiling. Fear filled my being as I lay there. The thing I had avoided even thinking about had actually happened. I was in custody and about to go to prison. The next day, I was transferred into a divvy van along with a couple of other men who had been remanded. I think it was probably the same van that ran into me the previous evening, but this time it was taking me to prison. The next hour and a half I spent cramped inside the back of the van, which had no proper seating and was too low to stand in. The van pulled up at the Russell Street lockup in Melbourne, where we were processed. It was all new to me. Board constables asked routine questions as they filled out forms, banged them with date stamps and demanded signatures. After processing, I was loaded into a prison van, along with a dozen or so others who had been remanded in various magistrates' courts around Melbourne the same day. Sitting in the van, surrounded by criminals, I was scared, but not nearly as frightened as I was on the introduction to prison. After half an hour, the door at the back of the van was opened and we got our first look at our new bluestone home. Pentridge was the main correctional centre for Melbourne, in a northern Melbourne suburb about 80 miles southeast of Ballarat. It was a huge complex surrounded by 20-foot-high bluestone walls, capped with domed concrete and decorated with razor wire. It was built in the 19th century and felt like another world, a cold, heartless, fearful place. We were herded into the remand centre, housed in the D Division block. I clearly remember being herded into a large, light grey room where we were lined up against the wall. I had no clue what was around each corner. I could not even anticipate what each next step would be. The police handed the prison officer in charge some documents and left. The guard then turned to the bunch of new prisoners and demanded that we all strip completely naked. Reluctantly, I obeyed, standing there in line, humiliated, frightened and cold. A couple of guards began to search each of us in turn. The intimidation was fierce as they demanded we take our turn in bending over and parting our cheeks. I felt degraded, as if I were an animal, and was left feeling lost and out of my depth. The guards rummaged through the clothes to ensure there were no drugs or means of doing harm, and then returned them. I hurriedly dressed, pressing my back against the wall, my heart pounding with fear. The group was led down a corridor to a big dormitory, occupied by about 30 men, and told to each choose a bed. I chose a low bunk in the corner. It seemed like the safest place. Speaking to no one, I glanced nervously around the room. At 9 p.m, the lights were turned off and the room sank into semi-darkness. I lay on my back and listened intently to the sounds that murmured through the room. In the blue light that filtered through the high windows, I watched as a guy a few beds away was busy putting sheets up around his bunk, forming a little tent. Once he was finished, he climbed inside, and some of the other men took their turn joining him inside and availing themselves of his services. It left me feeling shocked and disgusted, the knot of fear tightening in my guts. I lay there petrified that they would finish with the man in the tent and then force themselves on me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I could not wait for the lights to come on and the guards to return. I spent the next day in the exercise yard. I backed myself into a corner and stood watching the other prisoners, trying to figure out how jail life worked, and who needed to be given the most fearful respect. It was not unlike my first day at high school, only much, much worse. When I moved from Adelaide to Ballarat, Nana had bought a home in Sebastopol, which is a working class area of Ballarat. During the gold rush, it was dotted with gold mines. The ruins of one of the mines were just across the road from my new home. Despite Sebastopol's reputation as the rough end of town, we had a nice home in a nice street. Mum enrolled Caroline and me in the nearby Redan Primary School as I was nearing the end of grade 5. The main building was a classic red brick schoolhouse over 100 years old, with a steeply pitched slate roof and shaded by spreading oak trees. The school was small and friendly, and Mum hoped it would be a welcoming place for us to grow up. I loved watching the TV show Happy Days. Everyone was watching the American TV sitcom set in Milwaukee in the 1950s. I was related to the Harley-riding, leather-jacketed man called Fonzie. The Fonz was so cool. He was rebellious, funny, and popular. All the girls were in love with him and all the guys were scared of him. At my primary school, the boys copied his swagger and went around putting their thumbs up saying, "Hey!" I was a new kid at school and had no dad around. I wanted to be just like the Fonzie. He did his own thing and no one dared push him around. I tried to behave like a tough guy, being cocky and sure of myself. All the while on the inside, I still felt lost and afraid. Taking on the role of Fonzie at the new school meant being disruptive in class. Trying to play the smart guy with funny comments, teachers would scold and warn me and sometimes punish me. I tried to ignore them, just the way I thought the Fonz would, hoping to win some approval and respect among the kids in my class. At the end of grade 6, I was enrolled in Sebastopol Technical School. Although it was directly across the road from Redan Primary, it may as well have been in another universe. Where Redan Primary was small, shady, safe and nurturing, Sebastech was huge, barren and one of the roughest schools in the state. Built soon after the Second World War, the school campus looked and felt like a prison camp. The classrooms were constructed in long blocks, served by a corridor that ran the length of the building. The blocks were clad with drab concrete tiles and arranged in rows, with asphalt paving in between. There were almost no trees, few gardens and very little colour. I knew no different. School was simply not an interesting place to be. Fights broke out regularly at school, even among the girls. Some particularly vicious brawls took place right in the girls' toilets. The boys would barge in there to watch, ignoring the school rules and protests from the girls. At tech school, I struggled to find a peer group. The Fonzie act that worked at primary school didn't have the same effect at tech. At primary school, I could act cool and pretend to be tough. At the tech, I had to prove it. It was not long into the new school year when two of the tough guys in the school approached me and ordered that I come with them. They led me past the rows of grey buildings and around behind a long, low, weatherboard building that sat on the edge of a huge open playing area at the back of the school. I had been taken to the shelter shed. As soon as we were all out there, one of them turned to face me. His face was twisted into a snarl and he launched a brutal round arm punch into my face, crushing my nose. I collapsed to the ground, stunned. I felt my eyes stream with tears as blood poured from my nose. I curled into a ball against the wall, my arms protecting my head as they kicked a few more times. Finally tired of their sport, the attackers hissed threats and sauntered away. I waited a long time before hauling myself back to my feet, dazed, frightened and caked in blood. I'd never done anything to provoke the attack. They were just looking for a soft target, and that day, David Harris was it. This increased my hatred of school and the feeling of always being scared, insecure, confused, and not knowing how to defend or protect myself. I constantly glanced around, worried that the two thugs would seek me out again. I didn't want to be dealt another beating. One day I discovered a new Taekwondo studio taking students. I felt hope that an answer to my fear and frustration might be found in learning such a sport. I signed up to learn how to fight. The other students in the studio were being graded, entering competitions and learning the traditional Korean philosophy that underpins the martial art. I was not really interested in belts or trophies or meditation. I just wanted to learn how to fight and not be afraid anymore. I enjoyed going to the studio. We were taught fitness, strength and coordination, along with the rudimentary techniques of Taekwondo. I threw myself into training, doing push-ups on my knuckles, running long distances to build fitness, while practicing the various kicks, punches and sweeps that make up the martial art. Confidence began to grow as my skills improved. I started to win the sparring matches at the studio, and to feel in control as I started winning most of my school ground fights. My reputation started to change to one which made people think twice before taking me on. The feelings of being scared at school disappeared, and so I quit the studio. Fighting at school gave me a new sense of identity because now I could defend myself as well as my friends. I was not always victorious on the schoolyard battlefield, but I was no pushover either. Now I could hold my head high. I enjoyed the taste of power and popularity this brought. Of course, the other way for teenagers to feel tough, grown up and independent was to take up smoking. Even in primary school, I was stealing cigarettes from Mum. As I got older, it seemed easier to steal money and then buy a whole packet. The garage a couple of doors down from the school sold cigarettes to anyone and asked no questions about age and legality. I became a regular member of a tight-knit group of boys who would gather beneath the twisted old gum tree on the far side of the playing fields to light up a Peter Jackson and blow blue smoke into the air. Once I could fight and smoke too, I felt like a real man, whatever that was. I also enjoyed the satisfaction of the strength the dogs we owned gave me as we walked along the streets. Mum and I would regularly walk our 3 German Shepherd dogs, Adam, Satan and Wooleen. We took these dogs to a dog training school. I loved them. They were such great companions and they added enjoyment to life. By the time I was in 3rd form, year 9, I was a regular at the Vice Principal's office. I was almost uncontrollable in class, hurling abuse at teachers and openly rebelling against their authority. I would constantly disrupt other students, trying to make the girls giggle. One teacher got to the end of her patience and hauled me out of the classroom by the hair. The school magazine showed a picture of a seat outside the Vice Principal's office with Dave Harris on it. I felt like it was a badge of honour. There I found my identity, the biggest rebel in school. There was a student in my year level who other students accused of sucking up to PE teachers because he would train each lunchtime, running laps and doing exercises on the school oval. He was lean and muscular, and the PE teachers encouraged him. This fed his ego, and he began to act as though he was some kind of celebrity athlete. One day he decided to make advances on my little sister Carolyn, and when she ruffled him, he hit her. When I got home from school that afternoon, she told me what he'd done. I was furious and looked for a chance to make him pay. The next day I saw this guy in the schoolyard. I seized my chance to teach him a lesson. Grabbing one of the 25-gallon galvanised steel rubbish bins that dotted the schoolyard, I threw it onto his head, pushed him into a corner between a flight of stairs and a wall, then belted into his kidneys. The guy was screaming with terror when the PE teacher came around the corner. The teacher hauled me off my victim, frog-marched me into the office, and started to shout at me for attacking his little pet. I did not take being yelled at very well, and shouted back that his pet had hit Carolyn, my little sister, and so he was getting what was coming to him. Ignoring my defence, the PE teacher dealt mercilessly with me, striking me with a strap, then sending me on my way with a dire warning against any further retribution. With hands that were red and tingling, I felt it was worth it, both for protecting Carolyn's honour and for the infamy gained. The story spread around the school that I was the guy who'd beat you up while putting a bin on your head. Now I wasn't only respected, I was feared, and most people stayed right out of my way. Chapter 5. Prison at night once again brought with it the ritual of the tent of filth covering the nearby bed. I found it hard to sleep with regular interruptions of sounds that would stir my fears. I didn't wish to become a victim of some sort of weird prison behaviour. Prison was different from anything I'd ever known. I kept trying in vain to reassure myself that I could survive prison, just as I had survived Sebastec. But this place was different, filled with frightening people, hardened men who had killed people, sexual predators who abused people, and armed guards who seemed to be just looking for an excuse to cause pain. There was an intensity in prison which lodged on the inside of me. After a few days in remand, I was surprised by the sudden break in the monotony as I heard my name being called over the loudspeaker to come to the guard room. I had no idea why I was being summoned. The feeling of ignorance was bewildering. Entering the room, the guard informed me with a sneer that I was to be released on bail. I felt my shoulders immediately relax as anxiety lifted. It is impossible to express the instant relief and joy that stunning surprise brought me. At the time, I was given no explanation of how I came to be bailed out. But on my release, I discovered that Mum had hired a lawyer who appealed the bail decision. I had not even been present for the bail hearing, but the judge set the bail at $20,000 with tight reporting conditions. That was a lot of money. Mum was waiting outside to take me home. It was made very clear to me that the bail money was a mortgage on Nana's house. It was high motivation to keep the reporting conditions. Nan's actions reinforced the love she and Mum had for me. That love and value that they placed on me made me determined not to mess up. I was very grateful to Nana, as I knew she didn't have to do what she did, but was so glad she did. Those days in prison were the scariest experience I'd ever had. My desperation to avoid going back there strengthened my resolve to stay out of trouble and keep to the bail conditions. I hoped the magistrate would be able to see the effort I had made and give me a bond or some other non-custodial sentence when the case came to trial. Part of going straight was getting some sort of job. So I rolled up my sleeves and put in the effort to look for work. My whole family was relieved when I started working at Arnott's Biscuits, stacking cartons onto pallets at the end of the production line. It wasn't a great job, but it gave life some discipline and routine and kept me off the streets. I became good mates with a hard-working guy at the factory. Luke and his girlfriend Jenna added extra stability to my world. Jenna introduced me to a younger sister, Karen, who caught my eye. It was only a few weeks before she became my girlfriend. I was quickly falling in love with her. This new feeling of love was something I really enjoyed. In keeping with the bail conditions, I religiously reported to the police and hoped things would turn out okay. When the case came before the courts, I pleaded guilty and did my best to once again show sorrow and determination to be a good citizen. The magistrate believed me, and I was given a 2-year probation. Life looked bright. There was a feeling of victory that I had escaped prison again. And there were 2 major achievements. I had secured a job and found a wonderful woman who was now my girlfriend. It was not long before we decided that I should move out of home and to live at Karen's place. Sleeping at her parents' place on the couch, things seemed to be going okay. I liked work, and my manager seemed to like me. I stayed away from drugs and kept drinking to the weekends. I dared to believe that I could actually make something out of my life. More than anything else, I wanted to stay out of jail. I've found relationships can be tricky things to negotiate. My relationship with Karen was full of ups and downs. It was very frustrating to find myself fighting with the girl I loved. The fights continued, and eventually we decided it would be better if I moved out of Karen's home and moved in with my sister Carolyn. This seemed to be a good move for all. That was until I was introduced to a guy simply called the Wog, who was tangled up with one of the outlaw bikie gangs in Ballarat. He had a regular supply of high-quality speed, and he generously offered me a free hit. "Just see if you like it," the Wog appealed to me. I had never used speed before, but friends had spoken of an unbelievable rush. I was actually pretty keen to try it out. I liked living on the edge. The promised rush sounded exciting. I was eager to justify the possibility of a trial taste, trying to reassure myself with the thought, what harm could one hit do? I accepted the speed. Snorting speed was a sensation like none other. I just closed my eyes and allowed the wave of energy and happiness to wash over my anxiety and underlying stress. I was suddenly faced with the most wonderful feeling I could imagine. My desire was for more, but the next hit I had to pay for. After snorting speed a few times, the Wog suggested I stop wasting good speed up my nose and shoot it straight into my bloodstream. I was given a lesson on how to dissolve the speed in water heated in a teaspoon, and then how to draw it into a needle through the cigarette filter. The Wog showed me how to constrict my arm with a tourniquet and inject the solution into my vein. If snorting speed produced a wave of happiness, mainlining it produced an enormous rush of euphoria. I suddenly had seemingly boundless energy and optimism. It was like I was finally, truly happy, at least for as long as the hit lasted. Speed was different from the alcohol and cannabis I'd used before. Rather than being relaxed, speed induced an electrifying rush, heightening the senses. On speed, I could go for days and days without sleep. I'd invited this intoxicating drug into my life, and I liked what it gave me. At first, I started using speed every weekend, but after regular use, it became hard to sleep, hard to concentrate, and impossible to think straight. The sleep deprivation made me cranky, and I found myself using more and more just to function. I tried to ignore the fact that life was starting to spiral downwards once again. It seemed like my mind was constantly under the influence of some mind-altering drug. I used alcohol and dope to try to relax, which in turn screwed up my thinking even more. After a couple of months of using, I had become a scrawny, strung-out mess. In desperation, I went to a doctor to see if he could help. I sat with this professional, telling him that I was stressed. The doctor was aware that I was not functioning normally. I think he suspected I was mentally ill and sent me to a psychiatrist. I actually felt my hopes rise at the thought that maybe this specialist could bring things back to normal. I hoped the medical professionals could release me from the prison of messed up emotions. The psychiatrist prescribed me Rohypnol, explaining that more sleep could be my answer. I was under the constant influence of drugs, speed to help me function while awake, and a cocktail of downers to help me sleep. Coming down from a speed hit felt like completing a marathon run. Sleep would elude me no matter how hard I tried. If I did sleep, I would repeat the rhythm of waking up in the morning, smoking a couple of cones of dope, getting the munchies and eating, then looking around for a hit of speed. Late in the night would be the coming down, and another couple of bongs to relax. A couple of Rehypnol pills would finish off the day and hopefully lead to drifting off to sleep. Being a speed freak was not a good career move. It became impossible to get up in time for work, and my brain was so buzzed I could hardly function when I was there. Unable to continue and unwilling to give up using speed, the job at Arnott's was abandoned. A bigger problem immediately arose. Speed is an expensive lifestyle, so I needed another source of income. Speed was the number one motivator in my life. Despite being on probation and afraid to go to jail, I began burgling houses. It wasn't long before I was burgling houses and businesses every week. Life became a rhythm of using, planning burglaries, doing burglaries, disposing of the proceeds and using some more. Over time, I grew in the ability to case out a house, eyeing off several houses, trying to figure out the routines of the occupants so they could be cleaned out when no one was home. There was one house the other side of town that I watched for some time. It always seemed quiet in the mornings. It was important to try and pick places that were safe to rob. I decided this was a good hit. Around 10 a.m, I approached the house and knocked on the door, prepared with a bogus story about needing directions. There was no answer at the door, so I figured I had a green light to slip around the side and force open a window with an old knife. I climbed through the window and crept around, casing the house and making sure of a number of exit options before cleaning the place out. It was a nice home and all the rooms were quiet. I checked out the first bedroom and found nothing worth taking. Gently, I edged open the next bedroom door and jumped in surprise as I saw someone in the bed. The guy in bed woke up and began yelling. I had suddenly stumbled into a nightmare. I turned and bolted for the door while the man struggled to pull on some pants. Fumbling with the door, I tackled the lock, finally getting it open and sprinted down the driveway. With the guy on my tail, I was still surprisingly fit from the army days and quickly put some distance between us. After a couple of turns, trying to give the guy the slip, I worked my way through some back streets and lanes to the home of a dealer I sometimes bought drugs from. It was a relief to be let in the door. Soon there were sirens all over the neighbourhood. I was able to get some clothes from the dealer mate and wait a while for the cops to give up and go home. I knew that was way too close for comfort and that I could not allow myself to get caught. After an hour or so, we couldn't hear any more sirens. I concluded that the coast was clear and left the dealer's house, beginning the long walk home. Unknown to me at the time, the guy I'd disturbed was a cop, and by the time I left the dealer's house, the whole area was swarming with police. Even though it was the middle of the day, the place I had broken into was dark, so I had figured the cop couldn't get a good look at me. I had walked about a mile away from the cop's house, so I figured I would not be suspected if I just walked casually down the street. As I walked, a police car drove slowly past and stopped a little way up the street. My heart immediately began to race. I kept walking, knowing I had to act like an everyday pedestrian, otherwise the cops would be onto me. I tried to look relaxed as I neared the car, but the cop called me over. Making a run for it would only have confirmed my guilt. I figured they didn't know me or what I'd done, so innocently I walked over. The cop asked for my name and informed me of a robbery that had happened in the area. The police officer in the car then invited me to accompany him to assist with the inquiries. I was shocked, and my guts turned, and I immediately knew I was stuck between the game I played and the reality swarming in on me. All I could think was, what can I do? I ended up reluctantly getting into the police car. We headed straight back to the house I had sprinted from earlier. I could not believe I was in this situation. The victim recognised me instantly. The cops cuffed me and bundled me back into the car. Back at the police station, I was charged with breaking and entering, and after more questioning, I was charged with some other robberies. My scrawny appearance made it obvious to the cops that I was a user. Once caught, I knew there was no point of giving the cops a hard time, so I cooperated with them. But I was on probation, and now had a whole bunch of new charges facing me. It was clear to see that I was scared. Small-time crim trying to support a drug habit. I managed to be bailed without a hearing with a recommendation to see a legal aid lawyer. I found a lawyer who suggested that I submit to a drug and alcohol assessment to establish my need for rehabilitation. The lawyer convinced me that it could keep me out of jail. I was so scared of prison, I was prepared to do just about anything, so I quickly agreed. Within a couple of days, I checked into a rehab unit in Melbourne. was only there for a couple of weeks, but 2 weeks without drugs was like 2 years. I hoped I had created a good impression. It was not long before the court appearance came up. The doctors at the rehab recommended that I be given a Section 13 bond. This amounts to a drug and alcohol-related suspended sentence. I was convinced and given a 20-month sentence suspended for 2 years. I decided I would try to keep the minimum requirements for the Section 13, but had no intention of being rehabilitated. One of my problems was that I was sharing a house with another addict. We were friendly guys and soon befriended the guys next door to us, Simon and his brother Matt. They quickly became like family, with Simon becoming one of my best mates. Simon worked for the bakery in town and usually finished work just as the speed freaks next door were waking up and looking for the first hit. Simon would go over to our place looking for fun to unwind after work. Although he had a job, Simon was a career criminal, trained by his alcoholic father. He pinched his first bike at 8 years old with his dad's approval. Simon wasn't doing drugs, but he and I started out robbing houses together. I did it for the money to buy drugs, and Simon just for the money. At this time, my drug addiction continued to intensify. It takes a lot of money to supply a growing drug habit. The risks I took started to increase too. I became more daring in my burglaries, targeting wealthy homes and businesses. One night Simon and I drove to a large factory we had been watching for a couple of weeks. Forcing open a roller door, we tore the place apart looking for money but found nothing. The place was full of tradesmen's tools, so we loaded the car with whatever we thought would move quickly and took them to Speedy, a trade teacher I knew from school. Speedy would write a shopping list of stuff he wanted on the blackboard of his classroom. Kids would pinch stuff and sell it to him. Speedy had lots of connections in the building trade. He agreed to take most of the stuff off our hands, enabling us to make a couple of $1,000s for the night. Eventually, the regular dealer we used set up as a fence, which means he was a regular receiver and distributor of stolen goods. His criminal links in the bikie scene made it easy for him to move valuable things out of Ballarat and even out of the state. In turn, he also gained intelligence about particular places that would be profitable to rob. He started setting up jobs for the now happy crime duo David and Simon. We were advised about when homes would be unoccupied and what material he could dispose of quickly. He would take the proceeds of the jobs off our hands in exchange for drugs and cash. One night Simon and I were sent to the home of a professional man who lived a little out of town in a secluded location. In a hired truck we cleaned the place out, taking whatever we thought was of value. TVs, the sound system, furniture, art, even the washing machine. We scooped out the jewellery box and searched out all the money to be found. The fence took the lot. The illusion we would never be caught grew with every success. The burglaries grew bolder. We sometimes robbed 2 or 3 places in a single night, netting more and more stuff. So much merchandise meant we occasionally had trouble moving all the stolen goods quickly. We were forced to stash things for a few days or a couple of weeks, until the fence was ready to take it. Sometimes the haul from the burglary would be taken out into the bush, the goods wrapped in a tarpaulin and covered with branches. After one very productive week, we had accumulated quite a cache out in the bush. The stash place was miles away from anywhere, so there was little chance of being seen visiting the site or unloading the goods. The fence was struggling to keep up with us, so we had items from a number of robberies stored there. Simon and I were headed out there late one afternoon after a very fruitful visit to a wealthy home on the outskirts of town. The car was loaded with electrical goods, cameras and jewellery. As we slowly made our way along the rough bush track that wound its way between the trees, I turned and grinned at Simon. He grinned back. It all seemed too easy. If the cops only knew. Driving the car along the long country road, it felt like everything was being jolted around by the kilometres of potholes. Simon stopped the car beside a rather thick little patch of scrub we had cut a couple of days before and piled on top of the tarpaulin. Like 2 mates at a barbecue, we got out of the car and began to clear some of the branches. Suddenly, there was a shout. It was one of those moments I'd imagined happening, but had never anticipated how I'd feel hearing the words for real. "Police! Freeze! Put your hands in the air! Don't turn around!" The cop screamed at the top of his lungs, and in half a second there were police all over the 2 of us, wrenching our arms behind our backs and forcing us to the ground. There was no time to even consider making a break for it. It did not feel real, and it was very scary. Hands cuffed behind our backs, with the burly cop at either side, we were dragged to our feet. A Cops snatched the keys from the ignition and opened the boot of the car. It was packed with the proceeds of last night's adventure. "Where'd you get this stuff?" he demanded. "It's mine," Simon replied. I remember looking at the cop, whose snarling face demanded an answer even without words. "It's his," I shrugged. The cops pulled back the tarp to reveal the collection of merchandise beneath. "Where'd you get this?" "Never seen it before." "Well, what are you doing out here?" "Looking for rabbits." The police were not impressed with the game. We were both shoved towards separate police cars and bundled into the back seats. It was a silent drive back to the station in Ballarat. We'd been caught with thousands of dollars worth of stuff, and I was already facing a bunch of charges for burglary. I knew I was going to jail. Back at the station, we were taken to separate rooms and interviewed. There was nothing I could say that would help my case, so I refused to answer questions. After repeating no comment to the cops' questions, I was charged with several burglaries. Because I had turned up for all my previous court dates, bail was granted. A few days later, the cops turned up with a search warrant at the home of my cousin Rick. They turned the place upside down while Rick watched. There were no stolen goods or drugs to be found, but they uncovered Rick's cache of crossbows, machetes and other weapons. Rick was charged with unlawful possession of restricted weapons and released on bail. Rick told me about his arrest and charges. With a number of other convictions against his name already, Rick was certain to do time. I cast my mind back to the terrifying couple of days on remand in Melbourne. We were both still scared stiff of going back to prison. Chapter 6. The decision to skip bail and head interstate was a pretty easy one to make. Simon and I chose to part company for a while. Rick and I were drawn together by a driving fear. We considered lots of places to go. Something deep inside me just wanted to get as far away as I could go. I just wanted to run. Perth is a large city on the western side of Australia. We were from the eastern side. Perth was a long way away, with a big enough population to be anonymous, and a large Australian desert between there and the east coast. So we settled on going west. Rick's girlfriend Donna agreed to come too. We spent some time organising the things we needed. As I pondered what running meant for my relationship with Nana, Mum and Caroline, I knew I needed to tell Mum how much I loved her, and I could not anticipate how living on the run would turn out. So on Mother's Day I took a risky trip across to visit Mum. I got a heart-shaped plaque with a poem to Mum to try and express my love for her. The card became a treasure for Mum. It says, "Mother, for all the happiness you bring, for the love you add to everything, for the comfort of your gentle touch. Mother, you're loved so very much." It was risky what we were attempting. I needed to make sure Mum knew I was not running away from her. It took a couple of weeks to scrape together enough money and collect the gear we thought we'd need. Rick brought an old Falcon station wagon. Throwing all the stuff in the wagon, we set off for the west. There was a raw excitement in what we were doing. Rebellion and fear pushed us forward with heightened motivation. It took us most of the day to reach Adelaide, where we stayed with a houseload of bikers Rick knew. We topped up our supply of drugs and continued the journey the following morning, steering north to Port Augusta. From there we headed west into the vast dry desert of the Nullarbor Plain, towards Fremantle, 2,400 kilometres away. Beyond Port Augusta, the drive consists of hour after mind-numbing hour of straight, flat bitumen dotted with dusty roadhouses where dusty truckies fill their filthy trucks with diesel and their stomachs with greasy steak and eggs. Our crew stopped for food and fuel, and occasionally changed drivers. With nowhere much to stop for the night, we pushed on, gunning the old Ford as fast as we dared. From the passenger seat I would sometimes roll a joint, and after taking a puff or two, pass it to Rick. Speeding, fatigue and drugs are the perfect recipe for a serious car accident. Yet somehow, our car of runaways managed to keep the old Falcon on the road and right way up all the way to Fremantle. Arriving at Freo, we set up camp in a local caravan park. Rick and Donna made up their small tent while I simply slept in the back of the car. Once the simple camp was established, the first task was to locate a regular supply of drugs and then check out some places to burgle. Dad and his family were in Perth, but I did not think it necessary to involve them in my mess. So we struggled along from day to day using our own survival strategies. The drugs were easy to find. A few caravans away lived a bunch of wild blokes who dealt marijuana. Only a few suburbs away were some quiet, middle-class neighbourhoods where the inhabitants all went off to work or school each day. Soon we were back in the familiar routine of crime and drug abuse. I had always imagined that turning 21 would come with a sense of significance and even clarity. As the days fumbled into this big event, a flat, underwhelming feeling of insignificance dominated. I'd kind of thought that 21st birthdays were meant to be celebration time. I'd lived a bitter life by now, but life did not seem to hold any real purpose, and the future did not hold any sense of clarity at all. The three of us hadn't long settled into our new home in the caravan park before my big day arrived. The celebrations were heartfelt for Rick, who presented me with a huge Bowie hunting knife engraved with his best wishes. The new dope dealer friends dropped in on our party of three to mark the occasion with bongs and bourbon. I barely noticed what a wretched birthday bash it was. I got so smashed that sometime in the middle of the night I could only manage to crawl pathetically back to the tent, with Rick's assistance unable to even stand. As I arose the next morning, I was greeted with Donna's announcement that she was pregnant. Suddenly we needed a house. So the tent was pulled down and a house was rented in the Perth suburb of Claremont. It was a nice, respectable area, and the house overlooked the golf course. We suddenly had a new list of items we were looking to collect from our burgs. Burglaries now included taking the household necessities as required, and within a couple of weeks our house was all set up for normal life. Being on the run gave us all a new kind of normal. It was normal to look over our shoulder, scanning who else was around. It was normal to hide behind dark glasses, normal not to trust anyone. It was normal, despite the distance, to be petrified that the police would track us down. The dread of being caught and shipped back to the prison in Melbourne inflamed the torment within. The answer to the torment was to try and stay drunk or stoned, just to escape. I'd never felt so lonely. I was afraid and had no point of reference for the emptiness that made each day seem grey. Each day ended up the same way, with enough alcohol or dope to settle the mind and allow some sleep. Each morning, a drink or pipe or two was required just to get the day started. It got to the point where being drunk or stoned was normal and being straight was confusing and frightening. I needed drugs just to cope. Life revolved around drinking, using and getting the money to buy more. Normal was becoming more and more messed up. Inside I felt lost and trapped. There didn't seem to be any escape from the walls of confusion until one day when we tried a game we'd never played before. Although I'd played around with the idea of having a seance as a kid, nothing much happened back then. Suddenly it became a different game, very different. Rick found an old piece of plywood and created a crude Ouija board, writing letters and numbers on the timber with a marker. It seemed like fun and nobody expected anything to come of it. The lights were turned down low. Rick, Donna and I sat around in the lounge room, fingers touching the upturned glass that rested in the middle of the board as it sat on a small coffee table in the middle of the room. "Where's my grandfather?" Rick asked the glass. To our amazement, the glass began to slide across the board, in response spelling out, "With us." I stared at Rick and asked, "Are you pushing the glass?" "No. Are you?" Rick said. We were all trying to assess whether something was really going on or if someone was playing a gag. This was no gag. This was a new type of exciting. The spirit world was suddenly a reality that we had never noticed before. Another question was asked and the glass responded. The whole idea of connecting to the spiritual world seemed exciting and somehow dangerous. Seances become a regular source of entertainment. Each time, all kinds of questions were asked to try and test the extent of the spirit's knowledge, but the answers were always correct. One night as we gathered around the board and began our questions, the spirit spoke using the board, telling us that it could speak directly to us through Donna. This option brought much intrigue. We were all willing to try this new method of communication, so Donna submitted to the invitation of this new guide, taking on a strange, different type of appearance. She sat bolt upright and stared ahead, like she was in some kind of trance. Her face seemed somehow darker and creased into a frown. She began to speak in a low and angry, rasping voice. Fear immediately gripped my throat as I heard a voice coming out of Donna that was not her voice. A deep, rough, evil sound had replaced the usual female tones. I'd never experienced anything like it. Then it was like the spirit tuned into her vocal cords, and the raspy voice sounded much like Donna again. Suddenly we had direct communication with the spirit world through Donna. There was something not quite the same about Donna when she was being used in this way. It amazed her to experience a spirit speaking through her. answering our questions and giving us instructions. From then on, the Ouija board was abandoned. At night, the three of us would gather in the lounge room, and Donna would channel the spirit. Rick and I could converse with it as we would with anyone else. The spirit called itself an angel of heaven, claiming to speak for dead relatives or even celebrities. Donna was not consciously aware of what it was speaking through her, or even of the conversations that took place as she was channeling the spirit. We had no real paradigm for what was going on. All I knew was that something outside of my usual understanding was taking place. Something real was occurring, and we were hooked into discovering more. One night, the decision was made to pull out the old Ouija board and set up a glass just to see if it still worked. The glass slid from letter to letter, telling Donna that the demon had a gift for her under the board. Lifting the board, we found a gold crucifix. We just looked at each other in amazement. "Did you put that there?" Rick stared wide-eyed at both of us. "No. Did you?" "Never seen it before." That night it dawned on Rick and me that the supernatural ally could be a real asset in our line of work. Rick asked the spirit, "Show us where we can steal stuff and not get caught." The next evening, Rick and I caught a train out to one of the wealthier suburbs. We almost never drove the car to burglaries, since it was easily recognised. Living close to Claremont train station, we would catch a train to the job and lug our haul away in suitcases. There were always plenty of tourists on the line between Perth and Fremantle, so two young adults dragging suitcases looked just like the hundreds of other backpackers around the place. It was an overcast day, and a touch on the cool side, as Rick and I set out to test our newly found spirit guide's ability to lead us through a successful hoist. We walked the streets until we sensed an impression that we should approach a front yard shaded by trees, with smaller trees and bushes partly obscuring the large, single-storey brick house. We did our usual scouting around. There were no cars in the carport, no lights or TVs on inside. We knocked at the door, ready to pose as prospective homebuyers looking for a fictional address. Silence. Walking around the side, I forced a window, climbed through and crept through the house, checking for occupants. Satisfied that I was alone, I let Rick in through the front door. Opening drawers and cupboards, we quickly found the home to be a treasure chest of gold jewellery, cameras and cash. Finding some suitcases, we proceeded to stuff them with whatever we could fit inside. Suddenly, I sensed a strong impression.
"You must go now."
Eager to make the most of the bonanza, I ignored the warning and continued to ransack the house. Outside, a car door slammed. Rick and I both froze. Voices were coming towards the house. Ramming the case shut, I bolted for the open window, almost colliding with Rick. We threw the cases and ourselves out the window, picked up the cases and ran. "Hey! Hey you! Stop!" a voice cried out from behind. Rick and I put our heads down and ran harder, struggling to keep hold of the cases. "Just drop 'em!" I yelled at Rick, straining to run with the heavy load. We let go of the cases and put on speed to escape the furious homeowner. We knew it would be only minutes before the cops would be everywhere. We had to get out of the area quickly. Running furiously, we made lots of turns and kept to the back streets until we felt safe enough to drop to a walk. After catching a train home, we walked back to the house and flopped down on the lounge exhausted. Although we had nothing for our night's effort, we were encouraged to seek the demon's help again. I remember leaning my head back against the back of the couch, sighing, "Next time, listen to when he says go. Next time, listen to when he says go." Rick was too tired to reply. Over the following weeks, Rick and I managed to carry out a series of successful burglaries, guided by impressions from the spirit. Each time we netted valuable goods that were easy to carry and easy to move through pawn shops, with the network of associates we met through the drug trade quickly growing. Whenever either of us had an impression to leave, we got out straight away. Week by week we embraced the spirit world more and more, and life in the house became increasingly bizarre and frightening. Items would disappear, others would mysteriously appear. Odd items would fly about the room. Sitting on the couch watching TV one night, I glimpsed a flash of reflected light to my left. Instantly, I flung myself down and sideways as a large kitchen knife whirled past, clattering into the wall opposite. "Did you see that?" I gasped, feeling my pulse racing. Rick nodded, flabbergasted. The knife had come from nowhere, hurled by an unseen hand. Whether it was meant to kill or just intimidate, I don't know, but both of us were frightened out of our wits. As time went on, the demonic activity increased. At night, there would be cries and groans, footsteps and voices. What started as fun and friendly had become frightening and intimidating. I got to the stage where I just wanted the demons to leave so we could have some peace. I was stumped to know what to do. More and more, I retreated into drugs to escape the craziness. This, however, only messed me up more. The same old story kept repeating. The more drugs used, the crazier the house became. I felt as if I was going mad. It felt like I was in one long nightmare. All the turmoil was overwhelming. A few weeks later, the spirit that spoke through Donna claimed there were 15 demons living in the house, all fighting for control, each trying to scare the members of the household into surrendering allegiance. That explained the chaos, but none of us knew what could be done about it. "Stick with me and I'll deal with them," the spirit assured the household. This was the spirit that had first spoken through Donna. Although the spirit would speak to us using Donna's normal voice, we could tell it was not Donna speaking. The spirit spoke like an educated person, using sophisticated language and showing understanding far beyond Donna's basic schooling. This was a spirit we sensed was helping us to be successful criminals, whose warnings prevented us being caught. It felt like this spirit was on our side. Hastily, we agreed with the spirit to deal with the others. There was a sound like a wind rushing through the house as the more powerful spirit evicted the pack of intruding spirits. And almost instantly the house felt calm. It was like he cleared the airways. We decided from then on we would only deal with this spirit. Peace returned to the house, but the spirit increasingly dominated our lives. It seemed like he wanted our attention all the time, speaking in a mysterious stream of metaphors and riddles. We spent hours talking to it, seemingly speaking in circles and trying to make sense of the demon's words. As before, most of the time, Donna seemingly knew nothing of the conversation she channeled for the spirit. Being illegal, drugs tended to hit the streets in waves as shipments arrived from the eastern states of overseas, to be distributed through the networks of dealers. Sometimes the cops would make a successful series of raids and busts, and drugs would become hard to find for a while. Whatever the reason, drugs were scarce at this particular time, and the regular suppliers turned us away empty-handed. We chose to consult the demon guide.
"Return to the place you first arrived, and there you will find what you need,"
spoke out the spirit through Donna's voice. Rick and I looked at each other, shrugged, and headed for the caravan park we had stayed at months before. Arriving at the caravan park, the van that once was home to the dope-dealing wild men was now standing vacant, clean, tidy, and empty. They were gone. Rick and I looked around for signs of them or other likely prospects. The search only seemed to produce a park that was occupied entirely by quiet, law-abiding holidaymakers, and we weren't about to go door to door looking for a dealer. Fuming, we came home and demanded an explanation from the spirit. In reply, the spirit was evasive, claiming he had never said anything about a caravan park. Donna, who for once was aware of what the spirit was saying, defended it and said we should leave it alone. She looked scared and sounded a bit desperate. A few days later, we hit on a new idea to ask the spirit. "Hey, Mr. Angel from Heaven, tell us Saturday night's Tats Lotto numbers," we asked with eagerness. Donna took on her familiar trance-like state and listed off the series of numbers. I scribbled them down and gleefully ran off to buy our ticket to riches. That Saturday evening, the three of us were huddled around the TV, tingling with excitement. "This is it," we all agreed, in excited anticipation. We were going to be rich. The conversation flowed between the various dreams about how to spend such a large amount of money, cars and cruisers and all kinds of entertainment gear, and drugs, of course. We planned to have a never-ending supply of the best. After what felt like the longest wait, the Tats Lotto host appeared on the screen and went through the formalities of introducing the representative from Tats and the regulating authority. We all had a great expectation of the win we were about to have. I was quivering with anticipation as the big perspex sphere full of numbered balls began to turn. We watched the sphere stop and reverse direction, randomly scooping up a line of little coloured balls that rolled along a curving track towards the centre. I leaned closer, squinting in an attempt to read the numbers on the first ball as it rolled and dropped into its tube. The host cheerfully announced a number. All of our hearts sank. That wasn't one of our numbers. Over the following minutes, each of the balls dropped into their tubes and none of the numbers matched those that had been so confidently crossed off of the lottery form. Disappointment was soon replaced with frustration and anger. Rick and I demanded the spirit turn up and explain itself. The spirit offered us vaguely relevant riddles, but not satisfaction. Donna jumped to its defence, offering her own explanation and questioning if I had written down the right numbers. It seemed like Donna was completely under this evil spirit's spell. She would always defend it and offer different explanations. Doubts began to crystallise in my mind, but I said nothing. The spirit was still helping with burglaries, so no one wanted to drive it away. But now things with this so-called spirit guide had changed. It was like the spirit sensed my doubt, and over the next week or so it pretended to be like a spirit who could be in all places at the same time, speaking about places all over the world, and boasting that it knew where to find gold and jewels. But the more it spoke and the more it proved to be lying, the more sceptical we became. Chapter 7. Hard drugs were difficult to get in Perth. We were poorly connected and without regular supply, so we used whatever drugs we could score. When we couldn't get speed, we would smoke dope, and when dope was short, we drank whatever alcohol took our fancy. We had a stash of stolen goods in reserve, and if we needed money, we would pawn gold or jewellery, using a fake ID. There was a guy we met in a pub who would help by selling electrical goods to his workmates. Sometimes we would pay friends to pawn stuff for us. Sometimes we would come across small antiques, ornaments, picture frames and jewellery boxes. Even though it was risky, we could move such items through antique dealers. Sometimes, when money got low, we would catch a train out to the more affluent suburbs in the evening, wandering around looking for a likely house. As Donna's pregnancy progressed, Rick paid more and more attention to her. This made me feel a little on the outer, and I longed to have a female company of my own. I was still in touch with Karen, my girlfriend, back in Ballarat, and wanted to fly her over, but there was no way Rick would have agreed to spending that much cash. In those days, a flight to Perth was well over $1,000, so I decided I needed my own money. I started doing burglaries of my own. On top of having my own stream of income, solo burglaries held a particular kind of challenge. I had no one to watch my back and no one to beat off an assailant if I was cornered. I had to walk the line between caution and daring, trusting in my own ability to flee if I was interrupted. I enjoyed the adrenaline rush, and each job brought Karen closer to me. It seemed like no time at all, and I had saved the money needed to pay for Karen's ticket. I waited at the arrivals gate, nervous with anticipation. As stiff and tired passengers shuffled past me towards the baggage carousel, I scanned their faces, looking for Karen. At last, there she was. I called out to her, grinning widely. I wrapped my arms around her and held her for a long time, savouring the feel of a woman close to me. As we walked to collect her bags, I told her all about Perth, the beautiful home we lived in near the golf course, and of course the weather. She seemed happy enough to see me, although not as keen as I was to see her. Karen stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and I showed her around Perth. I enjoyed her company. It felt so good to have a girl of my own. Instead of feeling like an awkward add-on to Rick and Donna, I tried desperately to get her to stay. "Come on, honey, it'll be great. You can get a job here, and we'll be together," I said in my most convincing tone. Karen just maintained that she had to go home, that her mum and dad were expecting her back. It was a disappointing response. Karen returned to Victoria, and that was that. She assured me that she had a good time and she liked being with me, and promised to come back as soon as she could. Deep down, I felt abandoned. Over the next few weeks, I called her every few days, but she seemed evasive. She was busy and couldn't talk, wasn't home, had an appointment to get to, needed some time to think. The excuses were never ending. I took the hint. She wasn't coming back. It was over. I was abandoned and heartbroken. How could she do this to me? I even paid for a trip. The spirit spoke through Donna, assuring me I was better off without her. There was another guy involved. That only made it feel worse. I felt like I'd been used. I sank into despair. I was heartbroken. I got really smashed and drunk trying to drown my pain and numbing out my life. The spirit assured me that there was no need to be sad. He could take away the pain. What happened next was completely unexpected. I followed his direction to go lie down on my bed. As I lay there, I sensed a strange warm presence coming over me, and I felt waves of love pouring over me. It was like sinking into a soothing hot bath, only from the top down. My grief and despair seemed to just float away. This was better than any dope I could buy. For days afterwards, I walked around feeling peaceful and full of love for everyone. It was like nothing else I'd ever experienced. I longed to feel that calm, loving feeling again. I had a new appreciation for this demon and felt a deep desire to get a tattoo depicting the spirit smoking a pipe. I talked over the idea with Rick. The spirit was pressuring me to write his name on the tattoo. Rick didn't think that was a good idea. I could tell by his worried expression that he seemed to be very concerned. I sensed that he believed there was more to this than just the ink under my skin. I was convinced I wanted this friend tattooed on my arm. I got the tattoo, but without the name on it. The hope of being with Karen was finally out of my mind. I settled back into my normal routine of stealing what I could, selling what I could, scoring what drugs were around, and trying to stay wasted most of the time. Rick and I still burged houses together, and I did a few jobs by myself, more out of boredom than for any other reason. It seemed like the cops in Perth had no idea who was breaking into people's houses and had no real plan to find out. We figured we could go on like this more or less indefinitely. We weren't planning on getting caught and had no plan for what to do if we were, but perhaps we should have. One morning, I was awakened by the sound of someone belting on the front door. It must have been about dawn. I'd been sleeping heavily, assisted by my regular dose of marijuana and whiskey a few hours before. Rick got up calling out, "Hang on, I'm coming," and staggered to the door. No sooner had he turned the handle than the door pushed him backwards. Cops barged in waving guns and shouting orders. I took a while to come to my senses. My head was fuzzy and my eyes took a moment to adjust to the scene. Before I knew what was happening, I felt the full force of 4 cops dragging me out of bed. They pinned me to the floor. In the other room, Rick was pressed to the carpet by another 4, while 4 more ran through the house, dragged Donna out of bed and pushed her to the floor as well. Satisfied that we were the only occupants, the cops turned the place upside down, looking for drugs, guns and whatever else they could find. With the house a shambles from the search, the copper at my left shoulder demanded my name. Joe Bloggs. He didn't like me giving that name, so my arm was wrenched a little further up my back and my head pushed a little harder into the floor. "Where'd you get this stuff?" "What stuff?" "It's all ours." "Sure it is. Get up." The other 3 cops released their grip and I slowly got to my feet. "Get dressed." I silently obeyed, making sure I gave them absolutely no reason to think I was going to try anything. "Turn around," he demanded. Another cop wrenched my arms behind me and secured them in handcuffs. "Move." Rick, Donna and I were frog-marched out to the waiting police cars. The arresting cop put his hand on the back of my head, driving my chin into my chest, then pushed me awkwardly into the back of the car. It now felt familiar for me to be treated this way. Once at the police station, each of us was taken to a separate interview room. I was shoved into a plastic seat facing a small table. The cop stood in front of me and glared in silence. My mind raced. What should I say? We had no plan. Rick and Donna were having a child and I felt responsible to protect them. I had nothing to lose. Another cop walked in and shut the door. He began to pound me with questions. "What's your name?" "David Harris." "Where you from?" "Victoria." "Who's your friend?" "He's my cousin." "What's his name?" "Rick." "Found a lot of nice stuff at your house. Booze, jewellery, stereo gear. Your cousin Rick says you stole it." "Yeah, well I did." "Did you now? All by yourself?" "Yeah, stole all of it." "Gonna take the rap for him, are you? Geez, you're a soft touch. He lagged on you, you know." They bombarded me with more questions, left the room, came back and questioned me again. Meanwhile, Rick received the same treatment a few rooms away. After a couple of hours, they put us together in a cell. We compared our experiences. They had told Rick I'd lagged on him, and so he'd admitted to some of the burglaries. The cops had played this game a million times. We had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, other cops were busy matching all of the stuff from our house to burglary reports. After more questioning, we were ushered into the general holding cell with a bunch of others who'd been arrested that day. Some must have been brought in for drunkenness. The cops seemed to be almost friendly to them, encouraging them to settle down and everything would be okay. Others sat in sullen silence, glaring at the cops as they came and went. I guess they, like us, had more serious reasons for being there. Nobody said much, besides the drunks who wanted to be friends with everyone. Rick and I settled into a stony silence, sat on a wooden slat bench and waited. A few hours later, the cops dragged me out, took me to an interview room, fingerprinted me, took a statement and formally charged me with a string of burglaries. They returned me to the cell and took off. An hour later, Rick and I were both in the back of a transport van, bound for the remand centre at Canning Vale. The centre was almost new and seemed like a motel with razor wire around it. Each of us had a cell to himself which was like a motel unit. We even had a key to our own units. Each unit had a comfortable bed, its own ensuite and a colour TV. Nearby was a gym and a tennis court. Decent meals came 3 times a day. Compared to the dingy dormitory and crowded exercise yard at Pentridge, this was 5-star. Strangely, I was relieved. In the remand centre, I was clean of drugs and had stability, security and structure in my life. My worst fear of getting caught had come to pass, and it had turned out to be almost enjoyable. For the moment, I felt almost no need for drugs. I hit the gym and worked to recover my fitness, which had gone downhill since my army days. I started playing tennis and even read a couple of books. I began to feel good about myself. But then the voices began. I felt captured by the darkness. Alone in the cool, dark cell at night, the voices came as overpowering thoughts that hammered away inside my head. I should kill myself. I must kill myself. I will kill myself. I grasped at my head, trying to squeeze the thoughts out of my mind, but they were relentless, urging me, commanding me to end my life. During the day, I could distract myself with exercise, sport, TV, but each night, after lights out, the battle of the darkness would begin again. I began to sense the presence of spirits in the room, evil spirits with evil intent. All around me seemed to be a hateful presence, as if the air was thick with evil. I was terrified, convinced that they wanted to kill me. The voices in my head screamed. It got to the point where I was terrified of lights out, knowing that the evil multitude would return and taunt me. One night I just snapped, pounding frantically on the door of my cell, yelling and pleading for the screws to help me. No one came. I was frantic. I kicked and bashed the door, screaming in terror, begging someone, anyone, to come, turn on the lights, drive away the evil and take me somewhere safe. Eventually the screw arrived, opened the door and dragged me out. I was transferred to an observation cell where the lights stayed on. I calmed down and fell into a fitful sleep. The next day I saw the prison psychiatrist. I tried to explain the voices and the evil presence to him. He nodded knowingly, but I could tell he was unconvinced. He'd seen it dozens of times. I was just another criminal nutcase, psychotic from using dope. I believed that the real problem was spiritual, so I asked to see the prison chaplain. Reverend Gwilty was a small, frail-looking old man, quietly spoken, with wire-rimmed glasses and a grandfatherly manner. He wore a grey flannel shirt and clerical collar. His gentle and patient manner encouraged me to talk. I told him about my experiences, the voices, the seances, and the conversations with the spirit, who I now realised was a demon. He listened carefully, encouraging me with a nod or a uh-huh. He seemed to believe me. When I had finished, he prayed for me, asking God for peace and reassurance. I felt a little better. Looking down at my hands, he saw I was wearing a huge silver ring in the shape of a lion's head. He suggested that it may have some spiritual significance and encouraged me to get rid of it. Immediately, I twisted it off my finger and pressed it into his hand, begging him to take it away from me. He smiled and promised to dispose of it. Talking with Rev Gwilty made me feel better, and he prayed with me as often as he could. I developed a strong trust and affection for the old man. He believed me, encouraged me, and helped me believe I was worth his time and effort. Besides Rick, Rev Gwilty was the only one who believed that the problem was spiritual. After a couple of visits with Rev Gwilty, he suggested that he perform an exorcism. I'm not sure that was Rev Gwilty's regular line of work. He seemed a bit unsure of himself, but I guess he was driven by compassion. He could see that I was being tormented. It was a spiritual problem, and he was the guy to do the spiritual stuff. Maybe he felt obligated to do something. I was nervous about what an exorcism would be like. Finally, a week after the idea was presented to me, I met Rev in a small interview room. Rev Gwilty had brought with him a Catholic priest. He was a large man, with a shock of dark hair and dressed in flowing clerical robes. He looked an imposing figure, a bit like a judge. The room was sparsely furnished with no windows. I was seated in the middle on a chair, while the two clergymen stood beside me and prayed. They proclaimed Bible verses and ordered the demons to leave. There was no real indication that demons were gone, so they just kept going. More verses, more demands for the foul demons to go in Jesus' name. I was confused, not understanding what was going on, but I hoped they could do something. They asked me to repeat prayers. I didn't know what the prayers meant, as they contained religious-sounding words, but I was ready to do anything to get rid of the voices and get some peace. These two were the only ones who believed me, so they were my only hope. After about an hour of quoting and commanding and praying and hoping, Rev Gwilty and the big Catholic priest figured they had done what they could. They asked how I was. I told them, I feel better, I think. My mind seems clearer. That was enough to encourage them. They gripped my shoulders warmly, gave me a final blessing, and were gone. For the next couple of days I felt better. with a clear mind, sound sleep, and no voices. But soon after they were back. Softly at first, then louder and more intense. Within a week, I was worse than ever. I would stay out of my cell for as long as possible, working out in the gym until I was sent back to the cell block for a half an hour before lockdown and lights out. All the cells were locked during the day and we each had a key. After lockdown, no one could get in or out without the screws remotely releasing the lock on the cell door. One night, I walked into my cell, leaving the door open behind me. My head was already resounding with voices fighting for my attention. My bed was on the far side of the room. I walked over and looked down at the green blanket spread across the top. Out of nowhere, a razor blade materialised on the bed. The voices in my head became a deafening chorus, begging me to kill myself and join them on the other side. I picked up the blade, cursed the demon out loud, and dropped it into the toilet. Just then Rick walked in, wondering what the noise was about. As I began to explain, another blade materialised on the floor between us. "See? This is a second one." I picked it up and walked over to the toilet. There in the bottom of the pan was the first blade. "See?" I shouted, pointing at the blade. Rick and I stared at one another in disbelief. Rick had been as much involved in the occult as I had, yet he wasn't suffering at the hands of the demon spirits I was. I was afraid and angry that the demons were now trying to kill me. The razor blades proved there was something to my story. Chapter 8. My case came to trial after 3 long months on remand. The evidence against me was pretty much watertight, so I figured the best thing I could do was plead guilty. Try to be cooperative and hope the judge would go easy on me. A guilty plea meant no real trial and no jury. The arguments from prosecution and defence were over the severity of the sentence. Not a lot was required of me on the day. I felt a doomed numbness knowing that I was not a free man. All I said in the whole process was guilty and I'm sorry for what I've done. The Perth County Court looks like your classic courtroom. It's lined with dark timber panels, with the judge's bench elevated. Even in summer, the room seemed cold. The judge looked distant and disapproving, staring down at me dressed in legal robes and a wig perched on his head. If the whole setup is designed to intimidate young criminals like me, it worked a treat. I sat and shivered as the prosecution presented a list of my crimes and called for a steep sentence. I had a legal aid barrister who argued for leniency based on my drug dependence and mental health problems. The judge called for a pre-sentence report and ordered me to reappear in 28 days. While I was at the court waiting to be transported back to the remand centre, some Victorian detectives turned up to interview me about an incident that had occurred in Ballarat the previous year. They were trying to find those responsible for throwing Molotov cocktails into a police car. I knew about the incident, but wasn't going to help the cops. The car had been torched as payback for a police car running down and killing a local drunk called Gene. Everyone in the area knew Gene, and just about everyone liked him. He was essentially a harmless, jovial kind of drunk who liked to make people laugh, and he had just become a father. Like many alcoholics, Gene had got himself into a bit of trouble now and then, but he was no criminal. Apparently the cops had seen him riding his motorbike. Maybe he had refused to pull over. There was a crash between Gene on his bike and the cops. It seemed to everyone on the street that they had run him down in cold blood. Shortly after Gene had been killed, some of Gene's friends had thrown Molotov cocktails at the car of the police who were investigating the incident. The car was destroyed by the fire, but no one was hurt. The detectives took me into an interview room and told me they knew I'd torched the car. They claimed they had witnesses. I wasn't there, I insisted. People are trying to blame me because they think I've disappeared. It's easy to put the whole thing on someone who's not around. Since I'm not there to give my side of the story, who else are they going to blame? I demanded. They tried to pressure me into a confession, but I knew they were bluffing. I repeated my claim that I wasn't there. I think they knew I knew they were bluffing. Without hard evidence, they gave up and left me to my captors, who marched me back to the prisoner holding area. I think they knew I knew they were bluffing. Without hard evidence, they gave up and left me to my captors, who marched me back to the prisoner holding area. It was a low security area where I was waiting with other prisoners who weren't considered dangerous. Back in the holding cell, I felt angry. Angry because I believed the cops had killed my friend, and they weren't getting into trouble. Angry that they were trying to pin the job on me. Plus, I thought they'd brought it on themselves by killing a harmless drunk. I continued to mull over the injustice of it all, becoming angrier and angrier. The anger became like a ball of energy building inside me. When I get angry, my muscles twitch and my breathing quickens. Eventually on that day it all boiled over. In a rage I leapt up and ripped a plank from the top of the wooden bench along the edge of the cell. The other prisoners backed away, hoping I wouldn't swing it. It was like something came over me that was beyond my control. Anger was roaring within me. 3 cops burst in, saw me with the lump of timber and pounced on me. They tore the plank from my hands and slammed me to the floor. The cops waited for me to relax a little and let me up, still holding my arms. They marched me off to the maximum security area where each prisoner was kept in a small cubicle-sized cell, cold and unfurnished. I was immediately charged with willful damage and taken back into the court and summarily convicted. The judge peered at me sternly. 7 days imprisonment. Hopefully that will provide time for you to consider controlling your temper, young man. 7 days imprisonment meant 7 days at Fremantle Jail in the general prison population. Compared to the comfort and relative freedom of Canning Vale, Fremantle Prison was hell. I was assigned a tiny cell with another prisoner. There was no toilet in the cell, just a tin bucket, covered with a tin lid. I was assigned to number 2 exercise yard, which was predominantly populated with Aborigines. As one of the few white fellas, I was scared and kept to myself, backed against a wall or fence, always in easy view of the guard towers. A white guy could get beaten half to death by the black fellas, who were often bitter about the injustice they suffered. The 7 days dragged by, but without incident, and I was moved back to Canning Vale. Before the sentencing hearing, it seemed I was tested and examined by someone new every day. There were interviews with psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers. Their opinions about my sanity, guilt, and prospects for rehabilitation were compiled into a thick report that was forwarded to the judge. A few weeks later, I was back in the same timber-panelled courtroom, looking up at the same grim judge. Neither the prosecution nor the defence had any submission to make. The judge pondered the report for a few moments. I sat there feeling my heart race with the anxiety of not knowing my future. This stern stranger was about to decide my future. I had lost control of my life. The judge closed the report, placed it on the bench in front of him, adjusted his spectacles, and directed me to stand. In a weary voice of one who had read 1,000 reports just like mine of 1,000 crims just like me, he sentenced me to 6 years imprisonment for burglary, setting a minimum term of 3 years. I would no longer be with Rick, who was now on his own journey in prison. Donna had a little baby girl, but it was difficult to maintain any of these relationships in prison. The bailiff took my arm and escorted me out. Within a couple of hours I arrived back at Fremantle Jail. At least now I knew what to expect on arrival. After the customary processing, I was marched through the clanking steel doors to the main division. The guard stopped outside the cell, checked the document on the clipboard he carried and swung open the unlocked door. "Here's your new roommate, Smitty." The guard motioned for me to step inside the cell, glanced at his watch and disappeared. When I met Smitty, he was reclining on his bunk flicking through a magazine. He glanced up and grinned. "G'day, mate." "G'day, how's it going?" I answered, unsure about this roommate I was given. "All right, what's your name?" "Dave Harris, but they call me Harry. You?" "Adrian Smitty." Adrian got up from his bunk and extended his hand. "Welcome to Her Majesty's finest." Adrian adopted an aristocratic tone and made a sweeping gesture. "I trust all is in order?" He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Top bunk's yours." Adrian came from Tully in Queensland and was a small-time dope grower and dealer. He would visit the West from time to sell his crop. He was well known to the cops and would sometimes get caught. He served a series of short sentences for possession. Amiable and intelligent, Adrian knew everyone in the prison and knew the ropes of prison life. Freo is one of the oldest jails in the country, and the conditions seem pretty much unchanged from the 19th century. 2 prisoners shared each of the cramped cells, secured with a low, heavy door containing a tiny barred window. The clank of steel doors reverberated off the thick stone walls. There were no amenities in the cell, just a couple of bunks. It always felt damp. Adrian's wife would visit every couple of weeks to bring him drugs. In prison, drugs and cigarettes work like a type of currency. The more you have, the more power you have. Most of the guys in prison are drug users, and a good number of them are there for drug-related offences. Many of us just wanted drugs to escape the pain and monotony of prison life. Just about everyone wants drugs in prison, either to use or trade, and where drugs are short in supply, some people are willing to kill for them. Dad was living in Perth and would visit from time to time. The conversations were mostly about his work and family, with scraps of news about my sister. Like most Aussie men, we weren't used to making small talk, much less about our feelings or fears. Still, it was good to know he cared enough to drop by, and I appreciated that he put $20 a week into my account so I could buy a handful of things from the prison store. Because Adrian had a regular delivery of drugs, he was very influential among the prisoners. He could use drugs to buy favours, like protection from those who might want to acquire his whole stash by force. It came as a surprise when, a few weeks after my arrival at Freo, I was told I had a visitor. When I turned up at the visitation area, there was a mate's girlfriend, Dee, who had visited me while I was in remand. My mate Gary had been sent to Freo a few weeks before me, but had been shipped off to another prison the previous day. Since she couldn't see Gary, she asked to see me. It was so nice to have someone visit me. I felt a strange and warm connection to her. Dee was warm and approachable. I was glad Gary was not around. The visiting room was a big space with straight-back chairs all round the wall. I walked into the room very pleased to see her. I gave her a hug and she sat down next to me. She took my hand and in the process slipped me a small bag. She leaned over to kiss my cheek, whispering that the bag contained dope. Without replying, I nodded slightly and dropped my hand between us. We talked about trivial things for a few minutes, and then I pretended to tuck my shirt, stuffing the bag of dope down my pants in the process. We talked some more to prevent the guards suspecting that this was drug delivery, and she left. Back in my cell, I carefully opened the bag and shared some of the contents with Adrian. Adrian would pass little parcels on to his friends. In prison, drug supply is shared with friends, who'll share theirs when they get some. This keeps a network of friendships strong and prevents prisoners from becoming isolated. In the brutality of prison life, it pays to have friends. I made a little bong out of a shampoo bottle, a pen and a bit of foil, and over the next few days I burnt through most of the dope that Dee had slipped me. There's a popular belief that drugs like marijuana make you more spiritually aware, opening your mind to the influence of the spiritual world. I had found that the voices in my head had gradually tapered off during the acute episode in remand. I think this was essentially because I wasn't using drugs. Now that I was using again, the voices returned with vengeance. After a couple of days of heavy use, the voices filled my head, and I was convinced that demons were trying to kill me. Once I flipped out, creating a huge commotion in my cell until the screws came and dragged me away to an observation cell. The observation cell was a part of the new division, separate from the ancient stone cells of main division. The next morning I was strip searched, and the guard discovered a matchbox containing what was left of my supply of dope. Since I already had a history of drug-related mental health issues, it was decided I would stay in New Division. New Div was kind of like the environment in the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. All the inmates were there because they had some kind of psychiatric issue. This was a new crowd where I had no friends and no connections. I tried to keep my head down and figure out who was who. Dominating the culture of New Div was a bear of a bloke called Steve. He stood well over 6 foot tall and was solidly built. He fancied himself as a bit of a standover man, intimidating other inmates with his size and aggressive manner. Steve would take things from anyone he liked, especially smokes. In the absence of drugs, smokes are another de facto currency in prison. Even for those who don't smoke, they're useful for buying favours. Steve liked to push people around and force them to do whatever he commanded, just to flex his muscles. Anyone who resisted, he'd rough up. I'd watched him in action, how he moved and conducted himself. I decided he thought that he was a lot better than he really was. A couple of the other inmates warned that Steve was planning to have a go at me, since I was new and not yet under his thumb. I decided to take the initiative and confront him. My opportunity came one afternoon in the exercise yard. Steve was sitting on a bench, slouching back and looking over his dominion with a look of smug satisfaction. I strode up to him, intent on picking a fight. Other bullies I'd met would leave me alone if I could beat them once, and it was better if the fight began on my terms. "I hear you think you're pretty good. Think you're on this joint?" I scoffed at him. He looked me up and down for a second, said nothing, and then suddenly lunged at me from the bench. I was expecting some kind of full frontal move, and I dodged to the side. He lurched past, swung around and shaped up to fight. As he came in swinging, I ducked the worst of his blows and drove my first into his abdomen, following with the blow to the cheek. That only served to make him mad, and he came at me again in a flurry of punches. While I was quicker than he, I didn't have enough weight to put behind a punch to knock him cold, while a blow from him could probably take my head off. In the following exchange, he caught me with a couple of glancing punches. I worked out I needed to fight this guy some other way. Remembering my martial arts training, I ducked under his next attack, caught his left arm and jerked it upward and backward, using the momentum of his body to wrench his shoulder. As he turned and stumbled, I forced the arm up, and he fell heavily. In a second, I was on top of him. Meanwhile, a crowd formed around us, yelling encouragement. Someone shoved the cricket bat into my hand. I laid into his head with the bat a couple of times, then stood up to gain some more swinging space. By now, Steve was covering his head with his arms. I lifted the bat over my head and dealt him a decisive blow. As I swung, the bat slipped from my grasp. I spun around to see it in the hands of a weedy little guy with a long, unkempt beard and a wild look in his eyes. I'd heard about this guy. Rumour had it that he was in for murder, pulling a .44 pistol in a supermarket and blowing a woman's head off. He was a nervous, suspicious sort of bloke, with darting eyes and quick, bird-like movements. He never said much to anyone. Now the little guy with the bat was tearing into the big man with a frenzy of blows to the head. By the time the screws arrived, I had melted back into the crowd, and Steve was a bloody, unconscious mess. The screws forced the little weedy guy to the ground and pinned him there. Steve was taken to the hospital with a fractured skull. I'd found my place in New Div, and Steve did not dominate the place again after that. No one really bothered anyone. I could just get on with doing my time as best I could. Chapter 9. I had little around me to give me hope for anything more than the ongoing purposeless life that I had, day in, day out. As the months rolled by, the inner despair set in. Every night, the unrelenting nagging of the voices in my head continued. It was always the same thing I'd heard, kill yourself, so I could join them on the other side. I knew I had to resist. I deeply wanted to live and find peace. This mental pushing back against the constant barrage of the voices kept me from sleep. I'd become exhausted and began to despair that I would never escape the torment. My only respite was the time spent with Rev Gwilt, who each week would continue to visit and pray with me. I didn't know what was going on. I just knew that I felt peace and security when the old man in the grey suit would visit, sit, and pray with me. Sometimes he would ask me to pray prayers he'd written, or to pray after him. I looked forward to my weekly meeting with Gwilt. That single hour each week was the only refuge in my tortured world. Demons began to manifest themselves in my room, mocking me and making threats. As before, once light was gone, the torment would begin. I would get angry and scream at them, trying to shout them out of my cell. Over the coming months, the fear became so intense it was paralysing. I could not perform even a basic function like making my bed. Whenever someone approached me, I would back away. My anxiety only seemed to encourage them, and the voices grew louder. The manifestations more frightening, and my situation more hopeless. I felt like a trapped rat. The demons could come and toy with me whenever they chose. Death seemed to be my only means of escape. I started to believe the relentless lie that I would be at rest in death. I started believing I would only need to complete that one final task and I would be free. Finally, I came up with a plan that seemed suitable to complete the task nagging in my soul. I would take my life. During the day, in the toilets, in New Div. And all I needed to get was a blade. I planned to slip my wrist right after midday muster, which would allow a few hours for me to bleed before the next muster. This would ensure I would bleed to death. I managed to pilfer a small blade, and I kept it hidden until the opportune time. Even suicide itself ended up being a difficult task. I wanted to die, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was like there was a war going on in my head. I felt like giving up on life. Everything on the road ahead seemed like a hopeless black hole which led to a dead end. No good thing was visible, no escape foreseeable. I desired the rest of death, deceived into thinking that I would cease to exist, that the anguish would end. I saw no reason to live, nothing to gain from staying in this hell on earth. I could be violent towards another man, yet when it came to taking my own life, I could not actually do it. I could not go through with my plan. I needed to get help to carry it out. I worked out I needed to find someone who would slit my wrists for me, someone who could do what I could not do alone. My plan to find such sadistic help was not too hard. I was in a division full of crazies. I found a guy who seemed mad enough to cut my wrists for me. I saw that he'd cut his own wrists before, so I approached him in the yard. I asked him if he would do the job. I explained exactly what I required of him. I wanted it done right. He agreed with an overlay of indifference, as if I was asking him for any sort of favour. We went into the shower block together. I gave him the blade and looked away as he slashed my wrist. I could feel the stinging as the blade dug into the wrist. I clamped a rag around my wrist and marched to the toilet block. I settled into the farthest cubicle and waited to die. I opened my eyes. Blood dripped from the wound and down my leg. I began to feel faint. It wouldn't be long now. I leaned my head back against the wall and waited. As I drifted towards unconsciousness, I could hear a crackly voice over the PA system. David Harris, report to the Warden's station. David Harris, report to the Warden's station. David Harris, report. My vision darkened and I lapsed into unconsciousness. The next thing I knew, I was in a hospital bed, staring upwards, trying to focus and figure out where I was. My injured wrist wore a thick plaster cast. My ankle wore a steel cuff, linked by a chain to the iron bed frame. I blinked and forced my eyes to focus. Sitting beside me was a guard. He noticed me stirring and leaned over. Hey, welcome back. What? Where am I? You're in hospital, my friend. What happened? As the guard began explaining, the scene in the toilet cubicle came back to me. The guard went on to inform me that the screws had come looking for me, found me unconscious and saved me from bleeding to death. I learned later when the nurse called in to observe me that I'd required surgery to repair a severed tendon. I asked the guard for a smoke. He shook his head. I don't have one, and you couldn't light it up in here anyway. I looked down at the chain on my ankle. There was no chance I was going to pop out for a quick puff either. Since the guard seemed friendly, I decided I might as well make conversation. I told him my story of drugs, of occult involvement, and the voices that eventually drove me to attempt suicide. The guard listened patiently and encouraged me to go on. Instead of dismissing me as crazy, he explained that he was a Christian and understood the spiritual realm. When I told him that I thought the drugs made the voices worse, he nodded. That'd be right. Perhaps I wasn't as nuts as people thought. Within a couple of days, I'd recovered from surgery and was moved into the secure ward of Greylands Mental Hospital, where I was assessed by a psychiatrist. He scribbled notes and said little as I spoke. His answer for my problems seemed simple. He prescribed medications that left me very heavily sedated, virtually a chemical lobotomy. I received 200 milligram of Maloril 3 times a day and 67.5 mil of Modicate injected each week. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. My whole world slowed to a blur. It was like living in a thick fog where my thoughts and words seemed to only just function. It was such a lonely place. Communication was mostly within my own head. Dad came to see me at Greylands, but I think the whole environment was hard for him to take. I was in a medication-induced fog. I struggled to hold a conversation, and there was a lot of awkward silence. After a few visits, he gave up coming. To me at that time, it felt as if my father was leaving me all over again. While the drugs stopped me from feeling much at all, I was lucid enough to sense that empty feeling of residing abandonment that stuck to my soul. I experienced once more the deep sadness I had first felt when my parents divorced. Locked up in a madhouse, where calm is kept by keeping everyone sedated, I sank into depression. The chemicals dulled my ability to converse with others. They made it tough to think straight. They did not stop the voices which kept taunting me, but I couldn't tell anyone. That would only lead to more medication, which would mean even slower thoughts and more isolation. It felt like I was being tortured for my thought. The days drifted by in hopelessness, while at night the voices maintained their terror. To combat the isolation, I tried to make friends with my fellow foggies and with the nursing staff at the hospital. Most of the psych nurses were caring and would take time to talk. They were used to slow conversations with sedated people and showed some understanding. While the conversations with other inmates were slow indeed, I discovered that many had their own stories of spiritual experiences. It was comforting to discover that I was not alone. All the while the voices continued, and the medical staff maintained my regime of heavy medication. I got the feeling that the medical team was frustrated that I was not responding to treatment. The psychiatrist treating me decided to try electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, or in the old terms, shock treatment. Over the following few weeks I had 6 treatments. Each treatment began with a general anaesthetic and ended with me waking with a thumping headache. I'm not sure whether such treatment did any good, but it certainly did not feel good. I began to suspect that the voices in my head were somehow associated with the drugs I was prescribed. So I quit telling the psychiatrist about the voices, knowing that he put them down to psychosis, not the demonic. Once I stopped complaining about hearing voices, the psychiatrist reduced my dosage, which seemed to reduce the intensity of the voices. As I stabilised, he tapered the drugs further and my mood began to improve. After a few months, I had settled down sufficiently to be transferred back to Fremantle Prison. Although I was still being medicated, drugs seemed to make me more vulnerable to the demonic world, and so, in a perverse way, the heavy medication may have sustained psychosis, rather than help it. Back in the general prison, away from the psychiatric patient population, I was lonely. My mate had been released, and those that I'd known before kept their distance. Perhaps they thought my mental condition was contagious. Dad was my only relative in Perth, but he still was hardly ever visiting. I was isolated. I found that isolation and abandonment bring with them their own kind of pain. Every day I carried that unseen pain that sprouted like a poisonous weed in my heart. I stumbled upon a ray of hope when I discovered that I could be transferred to Melbourne. I still had charges pending, so the Victorian police were ready to apply for extradition when I came up for parole. I discovered that I could be extradited sooner if I wanted, and could face the charges earlier. While conditions at Pentridge were only marginally better than Freo. In Melbourne I had family who would visit. I anticipated that Mum and Nan would visit me, and I hoped they would help out with money for smokes. Over the next few weeks, I filled out reams of paperwork to be lodged with the authorities. Handing it all over to the prison governor, there was nothing to do but wait. Mum and Nana had seen a solicitor in Ballarat who fought the system to make the transfer possible. My situation in prison was no different, except now I had hope, and hope makes a world of difference. I clung to the belief that I would somehow get back to Victoria, closer to my family. Hope lifted my spirits and kept me from sinking again into despair. It took months, but finally I received word that I was going to my home city. Some prison officers in plain clothes accompanied me and another prisoner on the flight to Melbourne. We walked as a foursome through the airport, trying to conceal the fact that each of us was cuffed to an officer. The prison officers looked like tourists, dressed in jeans and t-shirts. The other prisoner turned out in a smartly tailored suit. I wore a plain t-shirt over my prison-issue pants. No one seemed to notice. While the cuffs and the presence of the screw made me feel self-conscious, I somehow felt free out of the 4 walls. Out of Freo. Out of Western Australia. It was like I was leaving a black part of my life behind. The whole world seemed as if it was sunny and light. Settling into my seat, the screw turned to me. "You're not going to give me any trouble, are you, Harry?" I shook my head. No way was I going to do anything to give them a reason to ship me back to Perth. The screw reached over and unlocked the cuffs. Even though I was stuck in my seat to the window, I was almost free, sitting on a plane full of free people, away from bars and musters and lockdowns. The plane roared down the runway and lifted into the air. It felt as if my sadness and loneliness were staying on the ground, and I was flying away from them. As the plane climbed, so my spirits soared. Ahead of me was Melbourne, where there were people who loved me. I was happy enough to even have a joke with the screws. The stewardess leaned into our row and asked what we wanted to drink. "How about a beer?" I grinned. The screw frowned. I got a Coke. Once the plane touched down, the screw replaced the cuffs. We disembarked and were quickly ushered straight into the prison van, which took the 4 of us to Pentridge. The screws handed us over and were gone. I discovered that the prisoner extradited with me was a guy called Keith, a career safecracker. While he had a reputation for being handy with a safe, avoiding the law was perhaps not so much a strong point. and he'd served several stretches inside. Keith was a tall and dignified man in his mid-50s. Everything about him emanated a sense of order and discipline. Keith had educated himself, reading widely and thinking deeply. He spent a couple of hours in the gym every day, and his body was a wall of sculpted muscle. Keith was a man of few words, reluctant to share any of the secrets of his trade. He did finally offer some clues for cracking a simple safe, but only after plenty of coaxing. We were assigned to D Division, which was remand. The prison management put us there for a couple of weeks while they figured out what to do with us. I was glad to be past the torture of the insanity I felt in Greylands. I was alive, back in Melbourne, and things seemed to be looking up. I was not sure what was coming, but I knew I wanted to choose life. Christmas arrived without much of a thought. For Christmas in Pentridge, the governor gave each of us a copy of the book called 70 times 7. It was a story of a prisoner who'd become a Christian. It spoke about God loving people and forgiving bad people, no matter what they'd done. There was a lot of conversation about it around the prison over the next few days. It was inspiring to read about a criminal who'd gone straight and sorted out his family through his faith in God. There was a real buzz around the prison. Inmates wondered whether there was hope for them. I wondered whether there was hope for me. A few weeks later, I went to A Division, which was general population. Meanwhile, the cops were dredging up the files for the charges that were still pending against me. After a few weeks, they set a date for my day in court. In the meantime, I got on with the routine of jail life. There were some jobs in jail called billets. The jobs were cleaning the tiers where my cell was. The pay was lousy, enough to get a bottle of shampoo, some smokes, and maybe a Coke. But it looked good on the prison record and helped pass the time. I was assigned to taking care of the tier in our division and clearing our bins. It was a pretty soft job. After an hour or two cleaning up, the rest of the day was my own. With the remaining time, I started on my new journey. A journey right there in Pentridge Prison. Actually, I'd been on that journey for years without recognising it. But now I was pursuing the journey with a sense of desire to discover truth. Melbourne seemed to have a different spiritual climate, and rather than simply fighting off voices, I felt compelled to follow through on a spiritual search. I read every book and pamphlet I could that dealt with anything spiritual. Around this time, my dad wrote me a long letter. He'd battled for years with alcohol, and he'd finally gone along to Alcoholics Anonymous, where he'd found hope. His letter was written late at night. He said he wanted to sleep, but said that his higher power was compelling him to write. He spoke of his relationship with his higher power, that he had found what he'd been looking for. His hope was that I would find the same. Dad's letter intensified my spiritual search. I found some books in the prison library and began to experiment with meditation and other Eastern practices. I also spent time reflecting on life, its meaning, and what motivated human beings. Here was I in this awful environment, filled with criminals who were so often driven by fear and hate. Yet they were kept going by the hope of a visit or eventual release to be with those who loved them. I decided that the greatest force in the universe was love. Love from people on the outside made all the difference to most of the prisoners that I observed. My mum, sister and grandmother were all regular visitors. With them, I felt I had a strong connection with the outside world. I had a family who cared, and it lifted my spirits no end. The change of spiritual climate and perhaps some of the reflection helped me to settle enough to get off medication altogether. The voices stopped, and I built some friendships among the prison inmates. Despite the fact that I was a prisoner of Her Majesty, I was beginning to enjoy life. I had a comfy cell. Anything was comfy compared to Freo. Some good friends and a predictable routine. Sometimes guys would bring their guitars around and we would have a little jam session in my cell. Still, I was desperate for truth. I took every opportunity to talk with anyone I could about spiritual stuff. I gathered around me a loosely formed group of people who were spiritually aware or searching. I started sharing whatever I'd read or discovered with other prisoners. From a book, I learned to read palms, and I was eager to tell others their fortune. I met a guy called Bomber, who was into all kinds of deeply spiritual things. We clicked immediately. Bomber was not your average robe-wearing guru. He was expert in martial arts, and had at one time earned his living as a professional hitman. He told some spine-chilling stories of killing people and disposing of their bodies so they could never be discovered. As the time for my case to go to court drew closer, I was a little worried that I could end up serving a much longer sentence. However, I felt I was coping well enough with prison life, and my family was close, so I prepared myself to face whatever bad news came. The day of my trial arrived, and I was driven back to Ballarat in a prison van. The van pulled up at the same cream brick building where I'd first been remanded. The doors of the van opened and I was ushered into the cells, which were downstairs beneath the court chambers. There I waited. Once again my future was in the hands of a stranger. My case was called, and I clumped my way up the stairs and took my place in the dock. There was no use allowing my case to go to trial. There was a mountain of evidence against me. I had re-offended while on bail, and then I'd skipped to Perth, where I ended up being convicted for much of the same crimes with which I'd been charged back here. My only hope was to plead guilty, cooperate fully, and hope to work the mercy angle. My legal aid lawyer laid it on thick, describing my experiences in Perth, highlighting the mental illness, the suicide attempt, and the stretch in Greylands. He portrayed me as a broken man who had struggled back from mental health to become a cooperative, hard-working, and studious prisoner with excellent prospects for rehabilitation. The judge flipped through the realm of reports my lawyer had provided, rubbed his forehead, and carefully set his spectacles down on the bench before him. He observed that because I had no significant convictions prior to the charges being laid, he would treat my case almost as a first offence. He took into account my history of drug problems and mental health issues, and finally handed down a sentence only a little longer than the remaining time left on my West Australian sentence. Better still, I could serve the sentences concurrently. This was the best possible result I could have imagined. With a little time off for remission, I would probably walk free once the 3 years were up for my convictions in Perth. I was rapt at this outcome. I thanked the judge in the most respectful and penitent tone I could manage, and the bailiff returned me to the cells downstairs. Light had suddenly crept in at the end of my tunnel. I could now see freedom in the distance. Chapter 10. Lock-up was 4 p.m. That's 16 hours of self-time. Everything slowed down once again, but this time it was not chemical, rather just the long, slow hours with limited ways to fill the time. Reading, writing, television, and sleeping were common activities. The tedium of boredom was never far from sight. The discovery of meditation as a way to satisfy the gnawing boredom was a wonderful revelation. I began to enjoy learning new techniques to expand my ability to meditate. I would relax by lying comfortably on my bed and would just focus my thoughts on my breathing. As I breathed out, I felt tension being released, so I would slowly focus. Allowing my mind to flow with each deep breath. The minutes passed and I would slip deeper and deeper into a trance-like relaxation meditation. Each day I would treasure the time I had to meditate. Day by day the relaxation moved more and more into a deeper peace through longer and deeper meditation. It was like I had the knack for this sort of thing. Day after day I could leave the tension of prison life and release myself into a place of peace. This journey of discovery took an unexpected turn one day. As I lay in a deep trance, I found myself suddenly experiencing a sensation of being in an old house. I was no longer aware of my prison cell boundaries, rather whisked into a place which I perceived as real. while being in a vision-type trance at the same time. It was like being present in the realm that I was peering upon, yet I was unnoticeable. I knew I was in a house, but could not place it. I could not comprehend the vision. I was suspended, as if flying, looking into a room that I did not know, a room not in the walls of the prison. Then I was suddenly back, out of the trance and back in my cell. I lay there stunned by the experience I just had. Without warning, as I reflected back on the vision of the house I just witnessed, whoosh, I was back there again. I could look around this house, and it didn't seem like it was from my time period. My hunger for a deeper experience had been stirred. It was with a new appetite that I launched into my times of meditation each night. It was like I stumbled into an amazing new thrill. Suddenly, I could be somewhere outside of the restriction of my body. I was discovering that I had an inner person who could experience a very spiritual yet very real interaction with another place and even time. I soon learnt that I was practicing the art of astral projection. This was a new and interesting craft along my path of spiritual discovery. I began reading and learning more on this intriguing topic. But better than simply reading about astral projection, I was experiencing it. This opened up to me a world beyond prison experience. I began to regularly experience the feeling of leaving my body during the night to visit other places. As time passed, I could enter into a trance much more quickly. As I lay in the trance-like state, I would be taken on adventures to places I could not control. It was like passing through a vortex. One evening, I began my meditation as usual. I heard a whoosh noise. Then suddenly, wham! I passed through a tunnel that was spinning very fast and found myself travelling all the way to Perth, where my sister was staying while visiting my dad. I found myself watching and listening as she and a friend prepared to go out to a nightclub for the evening. At the end of my meditation that night, I lay there thinking about what I'd heard and seen my sister do that night. The next day I called her to describe what I'd seen. I described their evening with accuracy, leaving her speechless. This added substance to my growing belief that I was actually travelling to places through some mysterious, spiritual, astral sphere that I could tap into as I meditated. Keen to share my newfound knowledge with my fellow spiritual seekers, I taught some of my friends how to astral travel. One of those was Connor, who was imprisoned for robbing banks. Connor was an interesting character who had bought a block in the Otways, a mountainous area near the Victorian southwest coast, where he'd hoped to begin a spiritual healing centre. He desired to help people with broken lives recover and find wholeness. He couldn't get the funds to build the centre, and so turned to crime to fund his dream. It seemed odd to me that he was willing to ruin his own life while trying to create a place to help others restore theirs. Connor was an immediate astral travel fanatic and took every opportunity to practice. After a couple of months of travelling every night, Connor began to lose control of when he would travel and where he would go. Eventually, he experienced astral travel whenever he fell asleep, whether he wished it or not. Instead of visiting people or beautiful places, his travel would take him to hellish places and confrontations with demons. Connor's out-of-body experiences progressively became more and more terrifying. Falling asleep meant for Connor that his spiritual body was released from his physical body, straight into the presence of demons. He saw terrifying things and was threatened, experiencing terror every night. Every night he feared sleep and did everything he could to avoid it. This was the dark side of what to me presented as freedom. Before long, I too found this addictive rush headed straight into the path of pure evil. One night held an especially hellish encounter. I found myself travelling, accompanied by a spirit guide. We were at an entrance to a deep, dark shaft, like a gold mine, that seemed to go down into the core of the earth. The thick wire cover over the shaft was no barrier at all for spirit travel, and I quickly found myself in what seemed to be dark caverns deep underground. I was in a tunnel of horrible torment. I could see the form of people held captive in the tunnel I was in. Their bodies and faces were twisted with anguish. They were deformed and barely dressed in rags. Ravaged by pain, they were trapped and suffering endless torment. Nearby these wretched forms of human life were evil, demonic beings. Appalling and repulsive, these demons were huddled in a dark corner, obviously scheming future torment. I was an onlooker to these atrocities, without actually feeling like I was trapped there. Although I'd roared out songs like Highway to Hell, I didn't have any understanding of what I was witnessing in the astral travels of that night. It was only years later, once I began reading the Bible, that it all started to make sense. Terrifying spirits then began tormenting me on these travels, and it seemed my human life was connected to my astral travelling spirit by just a thin cord. At times it felt as if my very life was being torn from me. Fear drenched me as demons tried to sever the cord that kept me connected to life. At the conclusion of such astral episodes, I would find myself lying on my bed in physical pain. This was serious stuff that was obviously getting more and more dangerous. I moved deeper and deeper into astral projection, palm reading and astrology. As I did, the voices in my head returned as familiar tormentors. I had no idea that these activities were linked to the occult. Whether people are aware of it or not, or ignorant like I was, any occult practices that are invited into the life will lead to tormenting demons responding to the invitation. I became acutely paranoid, believing that people were trying to kill me. I was continuously afraid that people were out to get me. When in the yard or at work, I was continually looking around, watching my back, believing things were happening that weren't. It was not rational. No one ever touched me. I had once again opened doors to the demonic realm, and demons were harassing my inner world. I felt as if I was constantly under attack. Fear was my constant companion now, and I had no doubt the demons wanted me dead. Irrational fear and paranoia had lodged themselves into the core of my being. These parts of me were at constant war with any logic I could muster. The inner tormentors drove me to the edge of sanity. It all came to a head when a screw came into my cell one morning. I felt he hated me and was convinced that he was there to kill me. I was overtaken by an out-of-control side of me. I started going crazy, screaming and swearing and flailing my arms to keep him away. The guard called for assistance and 3 screws wrestled me to the ground to put restraints on me. I was frantic with fear, screaming for help and pulling at the restraints. Their attack on me only seemed to prove their vicious intent. I was placed in the observation cell in the prison hospital where I was sedated. The next day, the prison psychiatrist assessed me as paranoid schizophrenic. That was it. I had been officially labelled. This diagnosis, combined with the previous day's episode, meant there was just one place for me. J-Ward, the prison for those certified criminally insane. J-Ward was located in the Victorian country town of Ararat, and it was the craziest place I'd ever been. The imposing tall stone wall that surrounded J-Ward was covered in tangled loops of razor wire. It was literally the end of the line for the criminally insane. The place where they sent the worst of the worst. Technically it was a hospital, so the guards were called nurses. But these weren't nice, young women in white dresses. These nurses were huge blokes who doubled as tough guards. At the time I was taken to J-Ward, I was unaware of what was actually happening to me. If someone did tell me where I was, I had not understood them. I was placed in the old stone building of that old stone prison, which had been the main prison for the whole district in the Gold Rush era. The prison was perched on a hill behind the Ararat Lake, like a vulture hidden in a garden. I had not expected to end up in such a hellhole. I felt fearful, anxious, and misunderstood. Surely I was in the wrong place. This transfer to J-Ward cemented the notion in my mind that the authorities believed I was simply insane, which left me feeling even more angry and confused. On my first night in J-Ward, I was not tolerant of anyone else's selfish behaviour. The guy in the next cell spent hours banging on the wall, yelling and screaming at the nurses. With my buttons already being pushed by the injustice of my treatment, I was easily pushed to the edge by his constant noise. I aggressively yelled abuse at the guy in the next cell in an attempt to get him to shut up. He continued to ignore my threats, so I yelled out, "Shut your face or I'll rip your head off." It made no immediate difference. It seemed to take forever, but eventually I went off to sleep. Before I knew it was morning, the nurses threw my cell door open. In a second, the guy from the next cell rushed in and leapt on top of me. With one hand he grabbed me by the balls, and with the other hand he swung punches at my head. I was fuming that he had got it over me. The nurses were slow to act. Now, Jesus, leave the bloke alone." They cooed as they dragged him off and pushed him out the door. I remember thinking, Jesus? This nutcase is Jesus? What a welcome to J-Ward. On my first morning, I got beaten up by Jesus. Stuart thought that he was Jesus and was a bit of a standover man. He was a would-be if he could be. Like the guy in the Frio prison, he thought he had it over me. In the yard a couple of days later, he sauntered over. He had a bit of a go at me, told me I better watch out, or I'd come in for another beating. "Yeah?" I snorted back in challenge, this time not half asleep. He shaped to throw a punch. In seconds I had him on the ground. I forced my knee into his back, seized him by the hair, and pounded his face again and again into the bitumen paving. His face was a bloodied mess, but the nurses were no quicker to save him than they were to save me a couple of days before. I think they figured he needed to be taught a lesson. Stuart, Jesus, was never quite the same after that. He certainly never bothered me again. The whole place was filled with the most crazy and violent people imaginable. Ward was sometimes used by prison management as a kind of dumping ground for prisoners who were too hard to handle in regular jails. If an inmate gave the screws hell, he would end up at Ward until he settled down. The violence was often random and senseless. Once I was lining up for a shower and a crazy guy just smacked me in the nose for no apparent reason. Over the next month, a bunch of infamous heavyweight crims arrived at Ward. Patrick M., Bobby Barron and Joe Califf all arrived within a few weeks of each other. Joe was a huge Lebanese guy whose reputation went before him. Rumour had it he'd gone crazy one night in his cell back in Pentridge, throwing stuff around and screaming. The screws had tried to calm him down, but he had fought them off. One of the screws sent in a dog. Joe had picked up the dog and broken its back with his bare hands, like snapping a pencil. He'd thrown the lifeless dog back at the screws and screamed at them in defiance. The rumour said the screw was in tears at the death of his dog. With the influx of the heavies, Ward became more tense, and the number and intensity of the fights increased. Out in the yard, Patrick walked the perimeter, around and around. One day I fell into step beside him. He was an intelligent man who wrote beautiful, elegant poetry. He had educated himself through decades in the correction system. I found him fascinating to be with. Patrick was tough and muscular. He seemed to be made of iron. While there was squabbles and fights all over the yard every day, nobody bothered Patrick. And while I was with him, no one bothered me. Each day, Patrick and I walked up and down the exercise yard. I got to know him and his story. Patrick was known throughout the New South Wales and Victorian correction system as Patrick the Bull. While he appeared calm, he was probably madder than anyone else there. Patrick had spent 27 years in prison, including nearly 10 years in solitary confinement for offending while in Grafton Jail. His offence? Killing a screw with a hammer, smashing his skull and tearing his brains out. While in solitary, his only human contact was a meal delivery once every day and a twice daily visit from his captors, who came into his cell and beat him to the floor with their batons. The beatings had perforated his eardrums, and he was deaf in one ear and nearly deaf in the other. Patrick had come to Ward from Jika, the maximum security division at Pentridge. He had assaulted some of the screws by wrapping his arms in layers of towels, with pens sticking through them. So his arms become like medieval mace. He had set upon the guards, the pointed pens tearing into their flesh. Patrick's reputation for assaulting prison officers meant that the screws maintained a campaign of victimisation against him. Yet they could never bully him into submission. While I felt reasonably safe with Patrick as my friend, all around us was a sea of madness and violence. I still felt lost and alone. From Ward I wrote to Connor, the guy who'd been into all the astral travel. Since coming to Ward, I'd quit astrology and reading palms, mainly due to the lack of opportunity. I also stopped playing around with astral travel, suspecting that it might be linked to the increased intensity of the voices I kept hearing. A week later, my letter was returned unopened. I feared that Connor had killed himself to escape his nightly terror. While all the various spiritual paths promise enlightenment, some become a highway to hell. Sometimes you don't realise until it's too late that you no longer have control. Told when to eat and told when to sleep, I felt controlled by those around me. I was trapped at the bottom of the prison pile, controlled, yet so often I felt out of control. Hope was smashed. Life sucked dry out of me. I was trapped not only by the walls that surrounded me, but by the system and the inner world that barred me from freedom. I spent almost 3 months in Ward before my sentence ended and I was due for release. I was about to be freed from the physical walls, but I had other walls that were much harder to be freed from. While in Ward, I wrote a poem. Life had brought me to the end of the line. Westward was the lowest place in the state I could drop to. Yet, inside, my soul had sunk to an even lower place. My poem expressed it this way. The game is over. I'll play no more. I've shut the door. There is no key. I've built a wall. Nothing will enter. I will cease to exist. Chapter 11. I woke up as usual on the day of my release, only to be quickly overcome by nerves. It was October 1987. I was 24, and it felt like I was just starting out. There was so much unknown about living a life of freedom once again. After 3 years of maximum security prison, I was to be released. I made my way through the necessary procedure on the way out of prison. Coming from Westward into the free world seemed daunting and surreal. I restlessly moved through the process and finally entered the world of release. I remember looking up. The brightness of the white clouds layered on the bright blue sky released emotion within me. There's something about the sky that echoes freedom. I wondered what freedom would feel like. I didn't speak much as I travelled back to my mum's home. I knew I needed to decide what to do with myself. It takes time to adjust to life beyond bars. After 3 years in prison, where life was regulated and I had few responsibilities, the outside world seemed intimidating. I had to make it on my own now. There were no bells and buzzers telling me to get up and go to bed. No musters, no meal times, and no screws enforcing the rules. All this freedom and responsibility was overwhelming. I needed something to calm me down. I made some calls, hooked up a deal, and resumed my regular dope habit. I was free to have my mind altered by my drug of choice. In no time at all, my life became a chaotic haze. If I wasn't stoned, I didn't feel normal. I had no formal training and few skills to put on a resume. When you add a criminal record, my employment prospects weren't good. I hated the limitations of being in social welfare. I had to make the most of what little I had. It was not long before my sister, Carolyn, and I rented a big old brick house not far from the centre of Ballarat. With 4 bedrooms and a built-in veranda, there was plenty of room for others. My old friend Simon and his brother moved in. Patrick was paroled from Westward to my place. A little while later, a guy called Dutch moved in as well. With only the welfare income, I called a friend I'd made in jail who was well connected with the drug trade. He drove up from Melbourne with enough dope to get me started as a dealer. It was only small time to begin with, just enough to pay for my own drugs. We hung out with a formidable crowd who used harder drugs than cannabis. It was not long before we were sinking deeper into debt. I started getting speed from my contacts to sell it so I could help manage the debts. Soon I was a regular dealer. Our days were spent drinking, using drugs, and plying our various criminal trades. Some of the guys did burglaries, some dealt drugs. I suspected a couple of them were sticking up service stations. I didn't ask any questions. I saw guns and money come and go. I didn't want to know. Before I was jailed in Perth, I'd been a small-time crook with a few connections. In jail, I used the relationships I developed to make connections and network with organised crime. Those connections meant I had a reliable and plentiful supply of drugs. Strong connections also meant I could buy on credit, paying for each shipment after I'd sold it. Meanwhile, my search for spiritual truth resumed. I read whatever I could find. I found something in Buddhism that drew me in. I had a simple bedroom, which I used to focus my quest for truth. I set up an altar of Buddha on top of the wardrobe. Despite being hazy with drugs and alcohol most of the time, I tried to perform the meditations I found in my reading. My appetite for truth had been ignited by a sense of encounters I'd experienced. This hunger led me to spend a weekend at an ashram with a group of monks, eating vegetables and meditating. I knew the answers were out there somewhere. I fumbled along the journey of awakening truth. As summer hit, so too the season changed for the drug trade in Ballarat. The drug trade in Victoria dried up as a result of the series of successful raids on cannabis plantations around Victoria. Even with strong connections, the drug trade can be sporadic, and from time to time different drugs are hard to get. We knew the best thing was to source a supply from the big smoke. I drove down to Melbourne with a friend, hoping to score some better marijuana than the poor quality leaves were being sold in Ballarat. Through a series of connections, we managed to score 4 ounces of good quality weed and headed back home. We were not anticipating trouble. We'd kept our noses out of strife while going about a little bit of business. We travelled our usual route back towards Ballarat, stopping off for a top-up of fuel, coke and chocolate bars for the trip. As we commenced the task of fueling up, we were greeted by a couple of cops who pulled in behind us. The cops must have been watching our supplier's place. This was all I needed. I could not afford any trouble. They searched our car and found the dope. Knowing that I was on parole, my mate claimed the drugs were his. This did not impress the cops, and they arrested us both. We were taken back to the local station and were charged with possession. We were granted immediate bail and continued our journey home, with no drugs and new charges now slapped on us. With 3 years of my sentence still hanging over me, even a small-time conviction would be deemed a breach of my parole conditions. I couldn't just plead guilty and hope the judge would be kind. I had to beat this charge. I now believe that most of the members of the Victorian Police are fine, upstanding protectors of law and order, but I have experienced a few who are not completely clean. Fortunately, for me, the cops who arrested us tried to make a little money by selling the drugs they'd seized from us and replacing them with some dried leaves. A few weeks after our arrest, my mate and I appeared in a tiny courtroom of a small town where we'd been caught. Cops had been sloppy with their evidence, and I was able to express the inconsistencies in their story. Knowing that they might be asked to present all evidence for analysis, the cops backed off. The magistrate dismissed the charge against me and fined my mate without conviction. After the court hearing, I went back to the police station to recover my knife, which the cops had confiscated at the time of my arrest. As I signed for the item, I sneered at the cops with the cocky, arrogant attitude I carried with me. "Here's my name and address. Come over any time you want and have another go." Life was an unstable combination of drugs to manage any emotions that would creep in, and the schemes that were required to obtain those drugs. In the mix, I felt there was a major hole in the fabric of my being. I still longed for the flame of love to be reignited within me. I had not had much success with my female relationships. One day my mate's ex-girlfriend, Dee, got in contact with me. I'd known Gary, Dee's ex-boyfriend, in Freo prison. She was the one who had passed me drugs back in Fremantle. Immediately, warmth came over me as I recognised her on the phone. She and her new boyfriend dealt drugs around the township of Stawell, an hour and a half's drive away. Suddenly one morning I received word that her boyfriend had been killed in a car accident. With that news, a few of us took a trip up the Western Highway to Stawell. On the way, the cops pulled us over and took some details. There was nothing they could pin on us, so they let us go. Soon after we arrived at Dee's place, a couple of carloads of cops arrived and started throwing their weight around. I was beginning to see myself as a big-time crim. So I marched up to the senior constable who seemed to be in charge. I tried to look as confident and as threatening as possible. "Listen, mate, you better back off if you know it's good for you. You have no idea who you're messing with." I barked, jabbing my finger in his direction. I was right. He had no idea who I was, or that I was mostly bluffing. He walked over to a couple of his mates and directed them back to their car. A few minutes later, he and his partner were gone too. "Showed them," I boasted. Dee was grieving, and in a place where she had no one and nowhere to stay. I felt an urge to rescue her. She moved in with me for a little while. I couldn't say I felt a strong attraction to her. It was more like I was under her spell. It was Karen who had stolen my heart, and I was drawn to her in many failed attempts to be together. I was confused about who I should be with. I broke off whatever it was I had going with Dee and headed for a fling with Karen. As quickly as I was back with Karen, it went sour, and once again I was entangled in the grief of rejection and feeling unlovable. These strong emotions drove me to continue my entanglement with heavy drinking and mind-numbing doses of dope. I decided with my housemates to build a bonfire. It was one of those cold, still evenings where the air seems heavy. The other guys were bored, so they readily joined in. We collected all the loose branches from the scrub at the rear of the house, added on some scrap timber and doused it with petrol. I tossed on a match, and with a whoosh, the red and blue of the flames burst upward against the grey sky. Clouds of smoke swirled all around me. "Let's get some more stuff," I declared. I enjoyed controlling something that appeared to be growing out of control. We searched around the disused stables at the back of the block where we lived. Anything that would burn was chosen as fuel and thrown into the flames. Inside the lounge room of our house stood an old radiogram. It had a record player and a radio built into a timber cabinet. with storage space for a number of LP records underneath. We'd stopped using it to play records, having stolen much better equipment. "Chuck it on the fire," I drawled, and we dragged the heavy unit outside, lifted it unsteadily, and heaved it onto the burning pile. The doors of the cabinet burst open, revealing our record collection inside. I stood there mesmerised by the blue-green flame as albums by the Beatles, the Rolling Stones and other treasured bands twisted and smoked before disappearing. Alerted by the smoke and the crackling of the fire, all the neighbours came out to watch. The cops and fire brigade showed up, but the fire truck could not get past the house to reach the fire. The firemen stood and watched as the flames eventually died down. It was a great way to meet the neighbours. The flames were a passionate release, but did not remove any pain. Living in Ballarat proved to work for us. We grew in our reach and reputation as drug dealers around the town. I enjoyed the influence I started to gain in various clubs and with various people. We were no longer nobodies. We had bouncers in nightclubs selling drugs for us. I enjoyed clubbing all night, drinking and using whatever drugs we had. A lot of life was about the network of friends and associates who had what we wanted what we had, or knew someone who did. Loyalty ran only as deep as the need that the relationship fulfilled. If I had drugs, I seemed to have more loyal friends around me. We had friends who were paying the cops. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I did not personally have connections with cops. I hated them. However, our friends would tip us off when the cops were coming to raid us because they were the ones in relationship with them. I remember one time when we were not tipped off. It was early in the morning and I was indignant that the cops would invade my space, but this feeling gave way to my guilty conscience, dominated by thoughts of what the police might find where and who might have told them what. The cops threatened all of us except Patrick, who had slept on the couch overnight where he often crashed, even though he had his own small room. The cops tiptoed around Patrick because they knew his reputation. What they didn't know was that he had a hammer under the couch, but they did realise that he had killed before and would think nothing of killing again. The police searched and found nothing. This was a tense way to live. Fear is a strong motivator and intimidator. We were always on edge. Patrick, Dutch and I talked late one evening, lamenting that our lives were going nowhere and that sooner or later we would all end up back in jail. This was no way to live. We needed to become decent citizens, make a contribution to society and pay our own way by honest means. We decided to go to see the boss of the cops. Patrick figured this guy ran the town, so he'd be pleased to hear of our change of heart and be willing to help. The next day, the three of us made an appointment with the District Commissioner of the Police. Incredibly, he agreed to see us. We sat down and told him we wanted to go straight, and explained that no one would give us a chance because we were crims. We figured that getting us straight jobs would reduce the crime in town, and so we asked him to help us find honest work. The District Commissioner listened respectfully and promised to get back to us, but we heard nothing. Not knowing what to do next, and with no prospects of getting a job, our attempt to turn over a new leaf lasted about a week. Back in my familiar rhythm of using speed to get me up, and a combination of alcohol and cannabis to get me to sleep, I was feeling edgy and cranky most of the time. As a former psychiatric ward inmate, part of my parole conditions included seeing a psychiatrist regularly. I told him I couldn't sleep, so he prescribed Rohypnol. I added this to my array of drugs I was already using. I was drug affected in some way 24 hours a day, and there was no new leaf in sight. Chapter 12. Our house was guarded by 3 mongrel dogs. Sly was a huge black Rottweiler pup, big paws and playful, yet fearsome because of his size. Sly was a harmless sook who slept on Simon's bed. Then there was Darius, a muscular mix of Bull Terrier and Rhodesian Ridgeback. Darius was rusty brown and huge like a canine wombat. He was both untrainable and unkillable. No amount of intimidation or pain stopped him. Then there was Jake, a red heeler Carolyn had taken in as a pup because he'd been mistreated. Fearful and nervous, he had a habit of sneaking up behind people and nipping their ankles. He really nipped them, sometimes even drawing blood. We saw it as all part of the game we played. If you got past Jake, you could buy drugs from us. The drug trade is a curious business. When there are plenty of drugs around, dealers compete for business. When drugs are scarce, dealers buy from one another to keep the regular customers. Late one afternoon, Simon and I returned home from a trip to Melbourne, spent locating drugs for ourselves. We expected to arrive back to Jake, Darius and Sly with all their individual takes on doggy greetings. But Jake was nowhere to be found. We searched around and found him under a neighbour's house, badly wounded. Our neighbour described the guy and his car, and we worked out it was another drug dealer who'd come to our house to see if we had any drugs. We were told how the guy fled in a mix of fear and rage, returning armed with an axe. He'd cornered the dog and ploughed the axe into his shoulder. This set off fury within me. I was incensed that someone could do such a thing. Our whole household was enraged by this indecent act. Doors were slammed, voices were raised and cigarettes were sucked down in long hard drags as we all expressed outrage over such a serious insult. Carol and Nurse Jake, who had not been killed by the attack but needed immediate attention. He'd lost blood and had a very serious shoulder wound. His rusty brown fur was soaked red. Just the sight of the injury made us squirm. It was like a switch inside me was turned on and pent-up rage started to stream out of me. Insults on our household like this demanded revenge. This fury was like someone else taking over my body. There were no thoughts other than the critical need to avenge this injustice. Simon and I grabbed iron bars, jumped into the car and tore around to the other dealer's house. The plan was to break this guy's arms and legs and then smash up his house. It was dusk when we arrived. We waited until the door was opened and when someone came to score drugs. We angrily demanded to see the guy who axed the dog, but we were told he was not there. We didn't care. We were both known for our violent outbursts when circumstances that were unjust crossed our path. We burst through the unlocked front door, threatening all who were in the house. We swung our iron bars wildly at the furniture, seemingly out of control. Plaster walls were smashed and personal items damaged. Still enraged, we made verbal threats to some of his mates who were there and left. There was some satisfaction in releasing the stream of rage on this seemingly deserving crew. We were just getting out of the car in the dark at home when 2 carloads of guys showed up, led by that very rival dealer. It's on now, I thought to myself, and prepared to do battle. The guy who we thought had hurt Jake jumped out of the car and yelled abuse, but instead of taking us on, he retreated back to the car and the 2 vehicles sped away. Immediately we posted guards to keep watch. It was barely 10 minutes later that the cops showed up, cruising past our house. They drove past really slowly, while shining spotlights across our front lawn. Seeing nothing, they left. Actions such as that were interpreted by our household as a loud threat. Inside, Patrick was furious, storming around the house and vowing to kill those gutless bastards. I thought he was just ranting, but the next day I discovered that Patrick had found himself a shotgun. He announced that he was going over to the dealer's house to blow him away. I no longer felt the same rage that I had the night before. I certainly didn't want any of us going back inside. We just wanted to get even. Hey, Patrick. Nah, don't do it, mate. He's not worth it. You've spent enough time in the nick, I pleaded. I can't let him get away with this. He's gonna die. Nah, mate, let's talk this over. I talked with Patrick about a smarter way to handle it. If he was caught for this, they would throw away the key, but Patrick wasn't going to be dissuaded. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think he's getting away with it. And if we don't kill him, he'll come back and kill us. He had a point. We didn't want to back down, or everyone would lose respect for us. And we were supposed to be big shots. The situation had escalated, and if we didn't finish it for good, the dealer would come back for revenge. The household was tense. Hatred motivated our discussions like a black poison being ingested in large gulps. I was not only defending my territory, but also our right to exist in freedom. Our minds only tracked in one direction. We were not going to be outdone by a wimp who couldn't even handle a dog. I felt a strong need to defend our family. Patrick was rough, but he was on our side. The dog was annoying, but he was my sister's dog. Jake may have been the catalyst for this war, but raw rage was already consuming each of us, ready to do whatever it took to be independent of others' threats. Mate, I've got an idea. We'll get a professional to take him out, I told Patrick, and I knew just the bloke for the job. I thought back to a guy I knew from prison, Bomber. He was a striking guy, tall and solid with long black hair. He was likeable, he spoke well and had a big ego. No one messed with him, knowing he had a black belt in karate. We had met through a mutual friend in Pentridge Prison. All 3 of us were searching for spiritual truth at the time. Bomber had been my friend. He was not the sort of person you would see as violent and dangerous. He just did his time and stayed out of trouble in prison. However, as I got to know him, he started to share stories of how he had become a hitman for various connections. He was not in for murder, but had successfully handled hits in his past. We had been to an AC/DC concert together in Adelaide. I knew I could still track him down. We figured we could all be at a nightclub with a watertight alibi and allow Bomber to finish the task for us. It took me a couple of days of phoning contacts I had, but eventually I did reach him. Bomber was living on a farm up in New South Wales, in a small riverina town near Hay. The tension in my house was only managed by the resolve we had to complete this issue. I called his number, but could only reach his answering machine. I left my name and number, saying I needed to see him urgently. We grew more restless by the hour, and we waited to see if Bomber was willing to be a part of our plan. Bomber didn't call back that day. We spoke constantly about how to secure our plan and what else we could do if Bomber could not come. The next morning there was a knock at the door. There was Bomber on our front doorstep. What a relief as I saw our answer standing in front of us. We anticipated all our problems would soon be over as we saw justice. I welcomed Bomber into our home, ready to plan a hit on the focus of our ongoing venting. Within minutes of Bomber's arrival, I knew something was seriously wrong. Bomber's egotistic persona had softened. He was still confident, but somehow it was mixed with humility. I started to feel nervous as to whether Bomber would do what we desired. I left the room in disgust as I could not believe my bad luck with this guy. I was expecting him to come with a pistol. Instead, he rocked up to my home with a Bible. Before I could even explain our plan to him, he pulled out his Bible and began telling us about his religion. This was completely not the plan. He was no longer our hope for peace. He was ruining everything with his newfound dream. He was different, very, very different. I didn't understand or want this new Bomber. Bomber told us he'd got my message and prayed for us, and God had told him to come down to Ballarat. I don't know why he didn't just call us. I was not looking for God to intervene. I was looking for the old Bomber to come down, do our dirty work and go home. Was this guy crazy? I didn't want religion. I wanted him to kill the other dealer. We talked for ages, and every objection I had he countered with verses from the Bible. I didn't want to know about Jesus or the Bible, and I told him so. Bomber wasn't put off and asked to stay with us a few days. While I wanted him to leave and take his religion with him, I agreed that he could stay a while. After all, he was my mate and I needed to look after him. At first, I didn't want anything to do with Bomber's faith, but over the next few days I saw that he was a changed man. The cocky, proud, arrogant young guy was gone, and now he was a humble, caring man. He seemed really sincere as he spoke about his new life and the peace he'd felt knowing that he'd made things right. He invited me to go back to Hay with him, but I was still convinced he was crazy. I shook my head, said goodnight and went to bed. I hoped he would leave that next morning. Over that night, something changed inside me. As I was laying on my bed early the next morning, I remembered how Patrick, Dutch and I had wanted to go straight and make something of our lives not so long ago. Bomber was doing just what we had wanted to do. Hatred, violence, revenge, intimidation and fear were now the dominant emotions in my life. As I lay watching the sun glistening through the crack in my cream curtain, I realised that I wanted to know his secret. As Bomber was getting ready to leave, I announced I was going with him. I didn't really understand my motive. I just felt compelled to pursue something I did not know. I threw a few clothes in a duffel bag and tossed it into the back of Bomber's battered ute. On the way to Hay, Bomber stopped at a friend's place and picked up some videos by a guy called Barry Smith. We watched some of these videos about the end times that predicted all kinds of trouble, drawing on verses from books in the Bible like Ezekiel and Revelation. They even explained how some of the prophecies had already been fulfilled, and warned that human history was rapidly coming to its climax. I was amazed that books written thousands of years ago could speak about nations and events that were making news in the 1980s. Now I was interested. The focus of revenge had been dropped. Something had been powerful enough to break the deadlock of hatred long enough for someone else to catch my attention. I was intrigued by this new journey. We arrived in Hay in time for dinner. I had not taken any notice of how good food smelt for a long time. Bomber's girlfriend served us a lovely dinner, which I devoured. It was so different from the bachelor food I'd been living on. After dinner, we sat in their small but comfortable lounge room. Bomber handed me a Bible and we began to read together. I started to feel weird. I shook all over. Something really strong was going on, but I couldn't for the life of me work out what it was. I'd started to sweat and was feeling edgy. It was not hot, but I could feel this unusual sweat dripping off me. It was like there was a battle going on within me. I'd been through some weird spiritual experiences, but nothing compared to how the words being read from the Bible seemed to grab hold of me and make me physically jolt. Good and evil seemed to be wrestling inside me, fighting for control. It scared me, but I knew it was real. I wanted what Bomber had, but I was afraid that the war going on inside me would tear me apart. Bomber bundled me into the ute and drove over to the pastor's house in town. With no formal intros, Bomber told his pastor what had been happening in the past few days. The pastor spoke with me about what I was experiencing. He spoke about Jesus in such a personal way. I was shown verses from the Bible that pierced my soul. He showed me John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. I knew I was dead on the inside. I longed to connect with real life. There was a feeling inside me of being lost. I could not express it. I did not understand it. But when this pastor told me that Jesus came to seek and to save what was lost, Luke 19:10, I knew a pull from deep within me was drawing me towards this Jesus. I knew I was what the pastor called a sinner. He told me that sin was everything I do that God doesn't like. He told me that God had a plan to forgive me and remove all of that black stain. I did not know God, but was intrigued by the notion that just maybe I could be forgiven and given a fresh start. As this pastor spoke of Jesus and how he died on the cross as an innocent man to pay for my guilt, my desire to receive what Jesus offered grew. My sin forgiven, my heart made clean, given a fresh start. As we talked, my heart stirred in response to what was on offer. He told me to get down on my knees. He led me in a prayer, saying sorry for my sins and asking Jesus to come into my life. I suddenly saw a bright light and felt an incredible peace. The pastor smiled warmly and encouraged me to read the Bible and to talk to God. I nodded and thanked him as Bomber ushered me out the door. Back at Bomber's place, I picked up the Bible he gave me and read a psalm. More than just words on a page, it was like words were piercing my soul. In all my astral travel and Buddhism and the demons in my room, I had never felt a connection like this one. God was speaking the words to me personally. I was in touch with the being who had made me, who had made the whole universe. I was blown away, completely blown away. The peace I now felt was tangible. Staying at Bomber's house, I found myself at a Bible study at another guy's home the next day. When we got there, everyone was singing, praising Jesus and lifting their hands in the air. I figured this is what Christians must do, so I joined in, calling out my thanks to Jesus for giving me this peace. Some of the others were speaking in a strange language I couldn't understand. It was like they were freely praying and worshipping Jesus in another language. I thought it strange that a bunch of Aussies would not be praying in English. Even Bomber had this different language going. All of a sudden, I realised I was speaking in a strange language too. It was amazing. How could this be? Almost as suddenly, I felt violently ill and ran from the room to the toilet where I threw up. I felt like my guts was being turned inside me. It was as if something evil was being forced out of my belly, but I had no idea what was really happening. The others just kept on praying. I rejoined the group with my stomach empty, my face pale. The Bible study ended and we went home. Bomber didn't seem at all surprised at my experience. Maybe everyone spewed their guts up when they became a Christian. Chapter 13. I had walked through a door that I didn't even realise I'd been searching for. That door was Jesus, and walking through that door I discovered something I'd never known before. This something met me in a lost place and embraced me just as I was. It was a love that did not care what I had or what I'd done. It was a love that knew me and accepted me. Over the next few days I felt completely enveloped in this new type of love, God's love. It was as if I was having a little taste of heaven. I felt an incredible peace and was convinced beyond any doubt that God loved me and had forgiven me for everything I'd ever done to offend him. I'd never experienced such peace and comfort. I remembered my experience of soothing comfort from the demon spirit years before in Perth. It was nothing compared to this. I was hungry to read the Bible and spent hours poring over it with Bomber. Everything was so new. A few days later, Bomber and I caught a train back to Melbourne and then up to Ballarat. We arrived back at my house, exploding with the news of my experience of Jesus. I went straight to my bedroom and began to smash all the Buddhas there. There was a large wooden Buddha that sat in pride of place on top of my wardrobe that I couldn't break, no matter how hard I tried. I carried it into the front lawn, poured petrol over it and lit it up. I stared at the flames as the idol burned, saying, "There is only one way to God, one door, and that is through Jesus Christ." Bomber and I were on a mission. I poured out my story to my mates, telling them all about Jesus. We hammered away at them for hours. They were ducking for cover, trying to avoid the two religious fanatics who had invaded their home. Bomber quoted verse after verse from the Bible. The words were powerful like a sword. They spoke of our sin and God's offer of forgiveness. We read verses that told the story of Jesus dying in our place so that we can have the free gift of eternal life. Verses that told how much Jesus loves each and every one of us and how he invites us to become a part of his family. We weren't quitting till these guys had what we had. We knew we'd found something really good. We always shared the good stuff with our mates. How much more would we share this love we'd found? Suddenly, something broke in Patrick. He became to weep, tears welling up in his eyes. This was incredible. Patrick was a tough guy. Everyone was scared of him. I'd never seen him show any softness, but here he was, crying. Dutch was also moved, and the day after we arrived, they both surrendered their broken, messed up lives to Jesus. This was exciting for all of us. We finally had the fresh start we longed for. We'd been trying all sorts of different ways to gain enlightenment and know love. Jesus gave us freedom like none of us had experienced in our lives. As it turned out, Dutch's parents were strong Christians and were overjoyed with the news. I guess they had been praying for him. I can only assume we were an answer to that prayer. Not everyone in the house responded to this good news we shared about Jesus. The others in the house saw that we'd been radically touched by something, but they didn't want to know about it. I was just happy to have found Jesus and that he'd accepted me and forgiven me. It was so good to have some of my mates share this new life with me. It was time to plan how we'd do life differently now. I decided to move up to Hay with Patrick and Dutch so we could begin a new life with Bomber. There were just a few details that I needed to take care of. I figured God would take care of them with me. Firstly, I arranged with my parole officer to have my parole transferred to New South Wales. I knew I lived with the consequences of my past, but I figured I could still make a fresh start. Moving seemed like the best way to connect to this new life we felt God wanted for us, the life we wanted. The Victoria Police were happy to move me on, but New South Wales didn't want to take on problems from Victoria. They had enough drug-dealing thieves to deal with already. The police didn't know how to deal with crims who'd supposedly changed. It was with a deep, cutting disappointment that I heard the word no. I was rejected by New South Wales. Patrick and Dutch were able to go, but not me. They all went up to Hay, but I was stuck in Ballarat, living with the rest of the household who didn't want to know anything about Jesus. It was like discovering the cure to my terminal disease, then being told the cure was out of my reach. I liked my mates who were still in the house, but they didn't understand the new me. Realising that I didn't know much about church or how Christians were meant to live, I figured I needed to get into a church because this seemed to be what followers of Jesus did. I decided I would just go for it and try out a church the next Sunday. I picked a church in town, straightened myself up and showed up with a nervous anticipation. The church I went to was very different from the one in Hay. They gave me a polite greeting, but I felt isolated and cold. Something just didn't seem right. The love of God was not as real in that place as I'd known in the days following my big God experience in Hay. I felt somehow faulty. I obviously didn't fit into this group. I knew I had to just keep trying. I was invited to a youth rally down in Melbourne the following Saturday. A big group was travelling down on a bus, so I decided to give it a go. I wanted to attend, but I decided I'd find someone I knew to come with me. The next Saturday, I showed up at the agreed time, bringing along one of my mates, a one-legged drug dealer who I knew was searching for the truth. We rode down on a bus filled with youth and other young adults who chatted amongst themselves. No one talked to us. At the youth rally there was a live band playing and a big crowd clapped and danced along. It was overwhelming, seeing so many people singing and talking about God, and excitement rose within me to be connecting to something so alive. The preacher got up and gave a passionate message about the need to be saved from the terrible consequences of our sins. My mate listened carefully to the preacher, looking more and more worried as the talk went on. At the end, the preacher invited everyone who wanted to be saved to come to the front. Dozens of people surged forward. There was a tangible energy in the stadium. Before I knew it, my mate went forward with the others responding to the call to be saved. At the end of the night, the leaders of the church rounded us up and filed back onto the bus. This had been a night like none other I'd experienced before. It had been amazing. I had many questions and was keen to tell someone about what I'd experienced. All the way home, no one spoke to us. Isolation on a bus buzzing with hyped activity. We were now Christians, but weren't feeling like Christians around these people. Our long hair, long beards, scuffed leather jackets and torn jeans were clearly different from this crowd. We probably didn't smell so good either. Everyone else on the bus was nice, with nice clothes and nice families and nice homes. They didn't even smoke. It was good to be with Christians, but they seemed to me to be from another planet. It was confusing. I was keen to turn over a new leaf, but my only friends continued to use drugs and alcohol. I didn't fit in with these respectable people I met in church. I felt lonely and out of place when I went. People stared at me like I was a freak. My motivation to go started to dwindle, and I got there less and less. Without a job or any outside involvement, I spent most of my time at home, in a house full of people who'd lived the way I'd lived before my amazing experience at Hay. At the same time, my nana was diagnosed with cancer. I loved my nana and found it cruel that she should have to suffer. I shared my new faith with her and explained how Jesus had helped me change, which pleased her greatly. But the road of change was becoming tough. I felt myself slipping, which made me feel like I was letting Nana down too. Deep down, I was angry and disappointed. It was not long before I found myself standing like a cold statue at my Nana's grave. The news of her death smashed my soul. Nana had loved me unconditionally. The pain of losing her was like knives ripping through my guts. The only remedy I found for the pain was to numb every fibre with a constant cocktail of alcohol and drugs. On the day of Nana's funeral, I had to be woken from my drug-induced slumber. My housemate handed me a syringe with enough speed to get me through that day. I should have been able to mourn my dear Nan. Instead, I felt nothing. Barely able to carry out a conversation, I was dead on the inside. I had tumbled down from the place of peace and joy back into despair. I already felt like my natural father had abandoned me, and now, by taking my Nan, I thought God was doing the same. Even though I'd made a fresh start with God, it just didn't seem to work out in the way I'd imagined it would. I began to drift back into my old lifestyle. Then Simon invited me to help him with his burglaries. Something inside me said this was wrong, but I saw no alternative. It was not too long before Simon and I were back in business, robbing wealthy people's homes. We cleaned out the houses of businessmen, a well-known retailer, even a TV actor. One burglary included a professional video camera in a flash aluminium case. The camera was unusual, easy to trace and hard to move, so the fence left it in our care. We had buried it inside a plastic bag out in the bush. The fence made a few inquiries with his associates as to what the camera might be worth and who might want it. Somehow the cops got wind of it. The cops picked up the fence and put a heap of pressure on him to give us up. Knowing they could make his life very unpleasant, the fence talked. Soon the cops turned up at the house and took us into custody, charging us with a string of significant burglaries, but they didn't get the camera. The owner badly wanted it returned. Simon did a deal with the cops to give the camera back if they gave us bail. An all too familiar pattern seemed to be awakening. A date was set for our plea hearing, and we were let go. I was amazed that we got bail. The last time a Ballarat magistrate had granted me bail, I'd skipped and ended up in Perth. With 3 years still to serve on my old sentence, plus these new charges, I knew they would put me away for a long time, so I decided to do a runner. All my contacts were in Victoria, so instead of heading interstate, I just drifted around from town to town, staying with criminal friends. I spent some time in Melbourne, Geelong, and sometimes went back to Ballarat. I was back on speed and doing frightful amounts of alcohol and marijuana. My habit drove me to do burglary after burglary. A few months later, I got back in touch with Bomber. He wasn't doing well in his new faith either. I found out he was now living at the Victorian-New South Wales border town of Albury. I went and hung out at his place for a while. Neither of us were living the life we knew God would want, but there was still a close connection between us like brothers. I guess we related to each other, finding it a tough effort to try and be what God expected. We didn't talk much about it. We just slid into whatever the moment brought us. One freezing cold night, Bomber rode along with me while he took some speed to a customer. Before we knew it, we saw those dreaded lights flashing behind us. I groaned at the familiar sound of the police siren. The drugs were hidden in a film canister. As we slowed to stop, Bomber rolled down the window and dropped the film canister. The cop walked up to the car, asked some questions and asked us to get out. As his partner walked towards the car, he stood on the canister and picked it up off the dark road. "Hey, this is warm," he observed, and realised that we had dropped it out of the car. He popped the lid and removed the bag of powder. A rush of adrenaline shot through my veins like a rush of a powerful drug. In anticipation of what was coming, I bolted into the thickest part of the Aussie bush landscape. My throat tightened as I heard a shot squeezed from a revolver. I vaulted over a couple of fences and sprinted across some open paddocks, headed for the cover of some houses that were being built nearby. Eventually the shots stopped and the voices faded away. It was bitterly cold and I was miles from anywhere. I couldn't risk going back to the road, so crept into a half-built house. I found the most sheltered corner I could and curled up under a sheet of plastic. The all too familiar feelings of isolation and failure swamped me again. The next day I made my way to a mate's place. I could not get onto Bomber. The cops had caught him. Life had unravelled around me again. I was on the run, broke and homeless. The old feelings of being lost had returned. I could not deny the power of what had happened to me in Hay, but had no idea of how to experience that power back in my life again. Although running was a natural response for me, it was not really a life. I was imprisoned by purposeless days that crashed into empty nights. Week after week was spent checking my back and hiding from whatever fears were stalking me on any given day. Months of nothingness passed and I finally gauged it was safe to hook up with some old friends. Simon was keen to work with me and we ended up hanging out at a friend's flat in Collingwood. I was ready to focus my energy back on the lifestyle I knew best. So here we were, our little team back doing what we did best. Yet, dissatisfaction was gnawing into our very souls. We had our strategies worked out to stay out of the cops' ways. For example, it was important to keep changing cars in case we were seen leaving a burglary. We would often buy cars from a fence we knew who ran a car yard as a cover. We had been watching a large house with a business attached to the side of it, in the suburb of Hoppers Crossing. Once we were fairly sure that the house would be empty, we drove out there, broke in and started loading the contents of the house into the Datsun we'd acquired a week or two before. I liked the Datsun. It had a Jesus sticker on it, which made me laugh when we used it for burglaries. But still something within me knew that Jesus was still there, somewhere. We had the car jam-packed with goods and jumped back into it to make our escape. Simon turned the key. The starter whirred, but the engine would not start. "Come on!" he growled, stamping on the accelerator. Just then a woman appeared out of a business nearby and walked over to the car. "Can I help?" she offered. "We're right, thanks," I replied and forced a smile. "Oh, Jesus, make this car start," I prayed. The engine fired into life and we were gone. It seemed ironic that I could even talk to Jesus when I knew what I was doing was wrong. My sense of right and wrong had become more defined, and with that deep feelings of disappointment and shame clung like a monkey on my back. I don't know if Jesus really helped me by starting the car or not, but I do know I wanted his help. There was no peace, but I was relieved when the Datsun made it home that night. Since we were doing well financially, we traded the Datsun for a nice Fairlane. We drove it to a robbery on a boat shed, where we were planning to steal a whole load of tools. We parked the Fairlane in the shadows at the side, forced the door of the boathouse and began filling the car with tools. I heard the sound of a car approaching, then pulling up outside. "Quick, get out!" I hissed, motioning toward the door. We slipped out, jumped in the car and sped away. Once again, we had that all too familiar experience of having cops on our tail. The Fairlane was built for comfort, but not for speed, and there was no way we were going to outrun the cops. We pulled over, sprang out of the car and scattered in all directions. The cops gave a half-hearted chase and returned to the car full of loot. As we watched from a distance, they had the car towed away for the forensic team to dust for prints. Simon really liked the car and lamented its loss. That night he cut his way into the police compound and retrieved the car with all the stolen goods still inside. It felt like a victory, but not for long. We were awakened the next night by banging on the door. Simon sleepily opened the door and was overrun by cops. They pinned us both to the floor, cuffed us and dragged us out one by one. With the cop's knee between my shoulders as he twisted my hands behind me, I felt a sense of relief. I'd been on the run for 10 months and I was sick of looking over my shoulder. Furious that they had been robbed, the cops had traced the car back to the car yard and leaned hard on the owner, who ratted us. Somehow the cops traced us to the flat. I told the cops I was Peter Burgundy from Tasmania, because the cops couldn't share info with interstate forces. That scheme lasted until they fingerprinted me and matched my prints with my computer record. They smirked as they advised me of their discovery and drove home their point with kicks and punches. My record also showed that I had breached parole for an existing conviction, and had skipped bail on more charges. Even if they couldn't make anything stick for this arrest, they could still put me off the streets for 3 years. They were celebrating. I went directly to jail, no hearing, no magistrate. I was gone, straight back inside. Simon had fooled the cops with a tall tale and some fake ID, and I managed to get off free. Within a day or two, I was back in Pentridge, D Division, awaiting assessment. It was here that I had an experience I would never like to repeat. As I settled into life in prison in Melbourne, I had the opportunity to get some drugs. Now, getting drugs into prison requires some creative transporting. But if I could get the drugs, not only did I get the enjoyment of an escape from the mundane entrapment, but I also gained ground with the people I was connected to here in the cells. The opportunity came for me to act as a drug mule. Taking on the role of mule, I was doing an acquaintance of mine a favour. He was a Lebanese man I'd met in D Division. The drugs were his, but I could gain my own cut if I assisted him as the mule. Being a drug mule was a risky business. Heroin was packaged in such a way that it could be swallowed and then retrieved once it passed through the body. The wrapping was supposed to be done so that it would not burst or be dissolved by the gastric juices. There was enough high-grade heroin in my body to kill me with an instant overdose. This was not my intention. I'd trusted the person I'd met in the last visitor interaction. My Lebanese friend's brother was to secure the package, as if his life depended on it. Anxiety ripped through me. I waited for the time to pass when I could retrieve the package and complete the task of mule and enjoy the reward of getting high. Something I'd once required as daily sustenance had become a special reward. But there was something that terrified me more than the risk of overdose. That someone would rip my guts open for the small quantity of drugs. Somehow my secret stash had been revealed. I had become terrified of attack. My life was worth nothing in the hallways of prison. When a man is in prison for life, he can allow the darkness around himself to increase. I was playing with death, but desperately did not want to die. At the same time, I was experiencing the underlying thrill of the risks I was taking. Playing with death was a merging of thrilling and terrifying emotions. I did it once and survived. Eventually I enjoyed my share of the cut. This enabled me to escape from my rigid reality several times over the next week, until I was moved to the familiar surrounds of A Division. Cold and cramped, where run-of-the-mill crooks served the bulk of their sentences. One night I awoke to a crunching sound. It was after lights out, so I banged on the door wall to make the screws turn on a light, just in time for me to see a rat disappear down the toilet. The crunching sound had been the rat gnawing chicken bones left over from my dinner. The rats lived in the sewer pipes and would swim through the water in the S-bend, climb out of the bowl and forage in the cells. I felt like I was back in a place of black hopelessness, fear and despair. Chapter 14. With day after day of long and lonely strict routine, I believe what they say. The change is as good as a holiday. Within a few months that change happened when I was moved to Barwon Prison, a newly built complex near Geelong. This was completely different from Pentridge, clean, spacious and no rats. Not ones with tails anyhow. I spent my days playing table tennis and working in the metal fabrication shop. Though it was better than Pentridge, it was still prison, and I was keen to get out. The problem was that I needed to prove I was trying to go straight. Deep down inside me I still yearned for change. I felt like a freak. I didn't fit. I heard about a 3-month intensive rehabilitation program. This seemed like the answer, so I spoke out to the men I connected with in prison. The rehab was run back at Pentridge, in the maximum security Jika section. So back I went to Pentridge again. I joined about 16 other guys for daily group work, dealing with the issues unresolved in our past. These sessions were facilitated by a sharp psychologist who could see through the lies that prisoners typically spin. In the groups we got down to the real issues that were giving us grief. I was surprised to hear how many guys, like me, were estranged from their fathers. So many men were both absent fathers and had absent fathers. I learned that the cycle of fatherlessness is like a soil full of toxic weeds and seed. Whenever good fruit is desired in a life that contains such soil, the weeds of rejections, shame, rebellion and abandonment suffocate the intended good. We were all driven by a deep, hidden pain. Father figures are important for boys to develop a strong sense of themselves, that they are okay, that they have what it takes. As boys move through their teenage years, They need father figures to show them how to relate to women in a healthy and respectful way. It is healthy relationships with older men that help to affirm what it is to be a responsible man. All this made sense to me, helping me understand why I was always trying to prove myself and why I was awkward with girls. Talking about needs and feelings was a new experience for most of us. We were being open and honest about our hurts and disappointments for the first time in our lives. When we weren't in a group session, we played tennis. While I was making progress getting off drugs and learning about the needs that drew me to drugs in the first place, plenty of other guys were busy scheming crimes on a scale I couldn't even contemplate. There was talk of multi-million-dollar white-collar crimes. I did not want this type of life. I wanted to be free. As I lay back on my bed in the cell that had become home, I thought back over the previous few months. I found myself remembering the amazing experience I had with God back in Hay. I was so glad we had not killed that drug dealer. I could no longer deny the existence of God. What had happened to me had been very real. I would defend God when those around me put him on the stand, but I would tell them I'm not a Christian's little toe. I believed it, I'd known it, but I could not live it. I felt separated from Jesus. I was caught off guard one day when I came across a Salvation Army officer who was visiting Jika Jika. Larry Edwards was sitting on the couch in a communal lounge inside the prison. He started chatting to a couple of the guys in the room and I joined in. He asked us if he could show us something. I watched and listened. He did a little presentation where he ripped up a sheet of paper. It was a simple presentation that had a profound impact on me. He unfolded the ripped page. He gently arranged it to make a cross, the symbol that I did not know if I should run to or from. He chatted and arranged the ripped page another way, spelling the word hell. Something stirred inside me. I was impressed with his skill and figured this guy really did know God. Even though I'd tried and failed to be a Christian, I felt compelled to talk further with him. I explained that I believed, but just couldn't manage to live a good life. That didn't seem to bother Larry. In fact, he seemed really encouraged by the story I told him and the desire I had to try and work things out. He brought his wife, Sharon, the next time he came to visit. Each week I hung out with Larry and Sharon as they came as chaplains to the prison. We would get 3 chairs and they would sit and sing their songs in the corridor of Jika. Every week they encouraged me to follow Jesus. I would literally sweat my way through each meeting as I felt like my heart was turning back to God. Once the rehab program was over, Larry helped me get transferred to Durrangole Prison Farm, which was a minimum security facility near Murchison in north central Victoria. Prisoners are sent to Durrangole Prison in preparation for parole. I arrived on a prison bus, and as I got off, 2 inmates greeted me. They had arranged for me to stay in their unit, to work in their area and share their drugs. I was stoned before I could get to my room. The prison farm was like a resort compared to normal prison life. There were no fences, no lockdowns. We were there on trust. While I never tried to leave without permission, my friends and I took advantage of the lax security to keep up a steady marijuana habit. I was stoned most days. The prison operated as a commercial farm and included a piggery and a series of long, low sheds where chickens were kept in tiny cages. The sheds were hot, noisy, dusty, and stank to high heaven. The first job at Durrangole was assisting the maintenance guy. Once he was paroled, I was put in charge of maintenance. In time, I was put in charge of all the chicken-related operations. Being in charge meant I got my own unit on the property. We were given a lot of freedom, which was matched to responsibility in preparation for our release date. 20 months after my arrest in the flat in Collingwood, I was paroled from the farm. Captain Larry had organised for me to go straight into a drug rehab in Box Hill in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. But I decided I didn't want to be rehabilitated just yet. So I arranged with my parole officer to stay in Collingwood. Soon after my release, Larry dropped into the rehab centre to visit, only to find I wasn't staying there. He got in touch with the parole board and found out where I was. He came to visit me and threatened to get my parole revoked if I didn't agree to move to the rehab centre. Larry was liked and respected in the corrections department. It was likely that he had enough influence to make good his threat, so I moved into the rehab. Soon, Larry was badgering me to come to church with him. I went with him to Ringwood Salvation Army. It was a traditional salvo church with a brass band, tambourines and women in funny hats. I felt uneasy being in a church full of blue uniforms. I had left the prison uniforms and now church had them. I sat through the service to keep Larry happy, just in case he was tempted to pull some strings with the parole board and get me sent back to Barwon. I did not get into the service too much, but I was present. The following week, the church service started the same way, everyone singing while the band puffed into their horns and the women at the front banged and waved their tambourines. I joined in half-heartedly, showing enough interest to make Larry think I was at least a little sincere. After all the regular announcements, prayers and readings, a guy got up to preach. I settled back into my seat, hoping it would be quick so I could duck out for a smoke. The preacher opened with a description of sin. I knew all about that. I was probably the worst sinner in the room. So what? But he went on to describe sin's effects, the pain and the suffering it causes people, how people's hard work, their hopes and their hearts can be shattered by another person's selfish acts. I began to shift in my seat. My life had left the trail of destruction. I had stolen, lied, abused and beaten my way through life so far. The preacher went on to talk about God's view of it all. He loved the people who were hurt by sin, like they were his own kids. I imagined how I'd feel if someone had committed all the sins I had against my kids. Now I was feeling really bad. I fully expected the preacher to go on and say how angry God was with sinners. I was almost bracing myself as I would in court, waiting for the judge to tell the whole room I was a miserable example of a man and deserved all the punishment coming to me. Yet, the preacher went on to describe how much God loved us, in spite of how much we'd done to provoke him. He described how we were each lost. We were lost in the depths of sin, and God was willing to go to any lengths to see that justice was done, yet take mercy on us at the same time. We could find our answer in him. The preacher described all the things we'd done to harm one another as a debt. I knew all about debt. Most drug dealers do. When a user owes you money for drugs, you lean on them to make them pay. If they don't pay up, you make sure things get nasty for them. Yet God was willing to offer his son to pay my debt. He was willing to go through all that agony because he loved me enough to make a way for me to be forgiven. I could not imagine why God would pay such an unbelievable price to forgive me. I could feel my stomach knotting up with emotion. The more I thought about all the pain and loss I'd caused, the more I felt guilty and ashamed. Yet, at the same time, God was reaching out to me, showing compassion and inviting me to accept his forgiveness. The emotion rose in my chest, like pressure building inside a boiler. The preacher seemed to be finished. The music started to play and the people around me were standing up to sing. The preacher broke in before the song began. In a quiet tone, he shared that he could sense God speaking personally to some of the people there. I knew I was one of them. I was shaking, holding the seat in front to steady myself. If God is speaking to you, slip out of your seat while we sing. Come down and make your peace with God, the preacher offered. The singing began. Inside me the dam burst. I ran to the front, tears streaming down my face. I knelt at the mercy seat, sobbing, "I'm so sorry," over and over. For the first time I could see how much I'd hurt so many people. At the same time I could feel waves of love and forgiveness washing over me like warm water. While I'd experienced the love of Jesus at Bomber's Place, I'd never really been broken-hearted over my sin. I'd never wept in repentance. I found out who Jesus was and the lights went on for me. Jesus really was God. There was no doubting that he was real and powerful. But now I was coming to terms with my own evil and brokenness and the impact of forgiveness. I must have knelt sobbing at the front of the church for a while. As I prayed, I renewed my commitment to leave my selfish way of living and to surrender my life to God. When I finally hauled myself to my feet, my body felt like a wrung-out rag and my heart felt light. I'd never felt so much at peace. Larry drove me home, overjoyed that I'd finally accepted God's love and forgiveness. He prayed for me before I got out of the car, then I went straight to bed. Without the assistance of any drugs, I fell into a deep and restful sleep. When I awoke the next morning, the light was already streaming through the window. I rummaged through my few belongings and found the Bible Larry had given me. I remembered the feelings of hope and peace the previous night, and I wanted more. I was hungry for God. I spent the next few days constantly reading my Bible and praying. Despite being written thousands of years before, the Bible became a rich source of hope and encouragement. It was as if God was instructing me in a new way of thinking and a new way of life. Captain Larry dropped in to visit. and was pleased to see me so keen to read and pray. He invited me to come back to church the following week and tell my story. Captain Larry picked me up in time for the morning service at Ringwood Salvos. I wore a mop of long black hair, had a scruffy beard, and wraparound reflective sunglasses. I did not look like those other Christians. I looked like I belonged with an outlaw biker gang. It felt good to be around those people who seemed to have things together, neat and tidy lives. I was amazed that they wanted me to speak. When it was time, I stood up and shared about my life, the drinking, the drugs, the crime and imprisonment. I shared about the involvement I had with the occult and the voices in my head, and about the despair and hopelessness that led me to attempt suicide. The audience listened in silence as I spoke about my encounter with Jesus the previous week, and the amazing experience of being forgiven. I didn't know what to say next. I stammered for a second and mumbled, "I guess that's it." The audience sat quietly for a second, then burst into applause. While my experience of church in Ballarat had been disastrous, these people loved the fact that I was a bad guy turned good by the love of Jesus. After the service, they mobbed me with pats on the back and encouragement. During the week, I kept up my prayer and Bible reading. I was desperate to learn all that I could about Jesus and his ways. I would get up early each day, eagerly poring over the Bible, praying and reading some more. I found such a treasure of life coming from the words I read in this amazing book. I took my Bible with me everywhere. The next week, Larry took me to a different church, where I told my story again. Soon I was travelling around all the Salvation Army churches in the area, telling my story. Every time I spoke, the church responded warmly, especially when they saw me carrying my big black Bible and heard me quoting what I had learned that week. Everybody loves to hear about a life getting truly turned around. I now knew what it was to be forgiven. I was free from prison, but the greater freedom came from the forgiveness I received from God. I discovered quickly that there are two sides of forgiveness. Being forgiven is essential and releases freedom into a person's life. However, the flip side of this forgiveness I received was the fact that to be truly free, I now had to learn to forgive others. The one type of person that everyone seems to agree should be locked up for good are people who interfere with kids. In prison, pedophiles are kept separate from the general population for their own protection. Most inmates would have no hesitation in killing a pedophile if he had the chance, and I was no different. There were a couple of convicted child sex offenders at Durrangale, and I had nursed thoughts of going back to the low-security farm and slitting their throats. At the rehab, there were a group of pedophiles who made no secret of their preferences. Whenever they spoke, I would feel disgust and anger welling up inside me. Not long after my experience at Ringwood Salvos, I walked in on one of their conversations. As anger burned in my guts, I could hear God speaking to me. God had every reason to hate me, yet he loved me and forgave me. I could no longer hate these guys, even though I found their lives repulsive. Over the following weeks, God took me on a journey of coming to terms with the hatred and resentment I was carrying inside me. There was a long list of people against whom I carried grudges. One by one, God took me through letting go of my resentment and forgiving them. My biggest issue was my resentment towards my dad. I had felt that my dad let me down, abandoned me, and then left me to rot in prison. Whenever I thought about him, the hurt feelings would return. It was a wrestle to let go and forgive, even though I'd experienced such generous forgiveness. One day, not long before it was time for me to leave the rehab, I felt challenged by God to call up my dad and ask his forgiveness for all the things I'd done to hurt him. This was a really hard thing to do because I believed he should have been asking me for forgiveness. I prayed a prayer of protest. That's not fair. I was only a kid and he was the one with the drinking problem. He was the one who had left us. He should go first. Even after I'd confessed all my dad's sins to God, I felt no peace. Through my Bible reading, prayer and conversations with other Christians, it became clear that no matter what my thoughts of fairness may be, this was what I had to do. God gently but firmly insisted I had to take responsibility for my wrongs against him. After a week or so of arguing with God, feeling apprehensive, I picked up the phone and dialed Dad's number. After the normal formalities of, "How's it going?" I came to the point. "Dad, I just want to say sorry for the stuff I've done to hurt you."
You what?
"I'm sorry for the stuff I've done to hurt you. I've let you down, and I've done stupid things, and I know that you must be disappointed. I'm sorry." Dad was silent for a second.
It's okay, mate.
"I want to ask you forgiveness." Sure. Dad hesitated. This must have seemed really strange to him. Sure, I forgive you. We talked for a while after that, and I thanked him for his letter about his discovery of a higher power, and I was able to tell him a little of my experience of Jesus, the higher power. The conversation was a breakthrough for me because I'd hated him for leaving. I resented his promising to visit me in jail every week, with the intervals between visits stretching out to months, and then the visits stopping altogether. Now I could see things from his side. It must have been hard for him, visiting his son, the convicted criminal. Prisons are intimidating places, and here I was, his son, locked up because I'd made stupid decisions. It must have been even more confronting to visit me in the psych ward. I could only imagine that he felt very uncomfortable. During that day, I learned that forgiving and asking forgiveness is a crucial part of healing. As I accepted what Jesus Christ did for me, that he paid the death penalty that was due to me, I discovered that I could be completely forgiven. I was made clean. I had been completely forgiven of a very great debt. But I also discovered that Jesus requires that each of us extend forgiveness to each person we feel owes us something. Unforgiveness was only keeping me chained to the lies and hurts of the past. The only way to true freedom was to sever the chain that held me to those who had hurt and disappointed me by forgiving them. I realized forgiveness was different from trust. Forgiveness did not mean I would be back in a relationship with that person. But I had to forgive. Everyone. God had begun some intensive healing in my life. I don't believe this healing would have been possible until I'd let go of the grudges I held towards others, especially my dad. Chapter 15. One night I had an unusual dream. I dreamed I was back in Ballarat, in a house full of drug users, and I was dealing again. A homeless guy turned up at the door, and I invited him in. He was totally derelict. We could see he was destitute and in pain. We offered him a shower and some clean clothes, and shared our food with him. He asked for drugs, and I told him I could give him drugs, but it was only a band-aid for the pain he felt. I told him it couldn't make him better. It couldn't heal him. He needed something else, but we didn't have what he needed. We felt the same pain and used the same drugs to try and make it go away. I immediately awoke, recognised my room at the rehab, and remembered that I was off drugs, cleaned up, and in a new place. I realised I knew the answer to the pain the derelict guy and all the rest of us carried. The answer to the world's agony was the healing grace of Jesus. I was living proof of his love and power to heal. It felt so good to have hope, not just for myself, but for all the thousands of other people like me. In the dream, I was powerless to do anything more than treat symptoms. In real life, I had found a real and powerful answer for people's pain. As the weeks went by, my faith grew stronger. I became more outspoken about what God was doing and what he had done in me. Some of the pedophiles at the rehab began to ridicule me. I would play Christian music, pray, and read my Bible all the time. The rehab unit held meetings where we could share our struggles and encourage one another. I would share about God's mercy and his power to help me overcome my addiction and live differently. Just like Bomber did when he visited our drug-soaked house in Ballarat, I quoted scriptures to answer their objections. One guy in particular gave me a hard time, saying I was over the top. I guess I was, but I felt I had to go hard in this new direction. God had done some amazing things, and I just wanted to get to know him and share my story with everyone else. It was hard not to fire up in return for their ridicule, but I shared my hurts and disappointments with God, and tried to let the arrogant insults go over my head. Dealing with the harassment from the others in rehab helped me to understand how much change God had brought in my life. The situation struck me as a little ironic. Here were the very people I had been ready to kill persecuting me for my faith, and I could let it just bounce off me. It was not always an easy thing to do. At times something would still rise up in me wanting revenge. But I was experiencing what I now know as God's grace to help me treat others in a new way. His grace was his power given to help me live in victory. I relied heavily on this new grace I had found. Before long, a Christian I met at rehab encouraged me to get involved with a church in the area. Larry sometimes couldn't pick me up and take me out to the salvos at Ringwood, and I knew I could not do this new life on my own. Even with God's help, I still needed other people around who would encourage me. I started to ask God for his help to find a church. My breakthrough came unexpectedly. I was minding my own business, filling in time, walking around the shops near the rehab. I was walking through the outdoor shopping mall at Box Hill when I heard singing that I recognised as Christian. So I followed the sound to where a group of people were playing and preaching. I just walked up and joined in. They seemed happy to have another recruit. I discovered the group belonged to a local church, Box Hill Assembly of God, AOG, now Australian Christian Churches. Over the following weeks, I enthusiastically joined in every activity and meeting I could, including a Bible study for young men. I was overwhelmed with the culture of love that was in the church. I went Sunday after Sunday to this new church where I found an acceptance that was real and more profound than I had ever experienced. There was one lady, Ruth, who kept asking me home to have lunch after church with her family. I came up with excuses each week. I'm not sure why I rejected her offer each week. I guess I was still a little fearful of letting people down if they got to know me. One week she asked me again to join them for lunch. I told her I had to go home and do the dishes, but she offered to come and do the dishes with me and still take me back to her home for lunch. She won. I joined them for lunch while being overwhelmed by the impact such mercy and love was having on my life. At the same time, I was forming friendships that I still value today. Week by week, I learned more about following Jesus. I learned to listen to the Holy Spirit. I discovered the way he spoke was very different from the voices I'd experienced while in prison. The demons demanded my full focus, yelling and clamouring for attention in my mind. By contrast, I found the Holy Spirit was gentle, often communicating like a whisper, or bringing to my notice a particular verse in the Bible. Sometimes he communicated by showing others what he wanted to tell me. A couple of months after joining the church in Box Hill, the Holy Spirit revealed to me that I needed to deal with my past occult involvement. I had opened doors to the demonic realm, not only through direct involvement with the demonic spirit guide in Perth, but from ongoing yielding to occult practices such as astral travel and palmistry. My life had been open to the influence of the demonic world through my involvement with drugs as well. The drugs I'd considered harmless, such as marijuana, were enough to alter my state of consciousness, and, in so doing, they had allowed an openness to demonic influences into my life. I discovered God was a gentleman, waiting to be invited into a life. This was so unlike the devil, who does not need an invitation. He waits like a thief for any door to be opened, so he can take up residence as a squatter, set on destruction of the life in which he has been given influence. I realised another door in my mind had been unlocked for demonic access, as I sought after Buddha, and searched for truth from a God that was not the one true God. I discovered that the sexual encounters I'd had, as well as other perverse actions and thoughts that were part of my mess, were all actually opportunities for my soul to be caught up in demonic chains and bondages that Jesus died to set me free from. I had received a lot of freedom at the time of my surrender to Jesus as Saviour and Lord, but I also recognised I still had areas of brokenness and bondage that needed something more than I had received to that point. I prayed and fasted for 3 days, and God showed me a whole list of issues for which I needed deliverance. I'd been given a video series by Derek Prince called From Curse to Blessing. Derek's teaching made sense to me, and a number of stories he told matched my experience of demons. As I watched the tapes, I scribbled pages of notes and prayed the prayers that Derek outlined on the tapes. God began to do some more clearing out of the demonic influences that I'd invited into my life through activities such as seances and astral travel. I arranged for the pastor of the church and one of his leaders to come and pray with me. They spent an hour or so praying over me, but I sensed that nothing much was happening. For some reason, their prayers at the time didn't seem to bring the breakthrough I needed. I'd met a guy called Larry Norman at Box Hill AOG. Larry had been seriously into alcohol before he met Jesus. Larry spoke slowly and simply, yet it seemed that miracles just fell off him as he walked. Every time I spoke to him, he had just seen someone healed or had cast out a demon. Larry had an amazingly clear sense of God's voice. He encouraged me to go down to Portland, where a guy named Shane and another guy called Dwayne lived. Shane and Dwayne were kind of ghostbusters. They had prayed with a number of people in the church with powerful results. Over a weekend they prayed for me for hours and all sorts of strange stuff happened. At one stage I was shaking so hard that I accidentally broke the arm off the chair I was sitting on. They kept praying and I felt something let go inside of me and the shaking stopped. It was like there was a tangled mess on the inside of me that did not want to be straightened out. I was in the middle of a full-on war. It was a spiritual battle, and the battleground was somehow in me. A little while later, I was vomiting violently. The guys assured me that sometimes people throw up as demons let go of them. I knew that I was being freed from invisible shackles as a deliverance took place. They kept praying. After the weekend of prayer, I was completely exhausted. But I felt as if a rubbish bin in my soul had been tipped out. Over the next few days, people began to notice I was different. I was gentler and less likely to become aggressive. But there was more to come. Shortly after I was praying and seeking God's help, I noticed that I was still quick to lash out when I felt threatened. I had to resist the urge to use my fists. Over the road from the rehab was a little church, and I wandered over there to get away from the noise and to pray. God whispered to me that within me there was still a demonic stronghold of violence. The Holy Spirit encouraged me to verbally renounce violence and to pray that I would become a peaceful man. As I began to declare and speak out those things I felt God was leading me to say, I felt like part of my guts was coming loose and being torn out. I couldn't stand up. The best way I can describe it is like spinning razor blades coming down deep inside my guts and being forced through my legs and down out my feet and through my arms and hands. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from deep inside me. As suddenly as the pain came, it was over and I felt a deep sense of God's comfort and soothing. Then it felt like the Holy Spirit flowed onto me and bathed the wounds, making me feel calm and peaceful. As I rested from my ordeal and enjoyed feeling God's comfort, he whispered a warning to me. You've come so far, have been freed from so much. If you go back to the darkness, the devil will kill you. I believed him. Demons had very nearly killed me before. I read in the Bible where it warned that if I went back into the darkness of a lifestyle of sin, I would quickly end up 7 times worse, or dead. This was a strong motivator to push forward. I could not retreat. I became more and more involved with the local church, taking up responsibilities for various activities. A friend from church moved to Scotland, so at the end of my time in rehab, she let me live in her flat. My time was filled either with church-related work or spending time alone with God, reading the Bible and soaking in the presence of God as I rested on my bed with worship music washing over me. I found myself regularly praying and singing worship songs. I sensed that this time was a season of God working to straighten me out, clean me up, and give me a deep sense of how much he cared for me. I loved the Bible. I knew the Word of God was the food I needed to grow a healthy soul. I took it everywhere I went. I prayed, often speaking in another language given by the Holy Spirit, and stirred my hunger for God. I hated where I'd come from and the life I had lived. I was being transformed as the Word of God helped me renew the way I thought and felt about life. It was like the words God spoke washed my mind. I constantly talked to God and learned to hear his voice. God spoke through the Bible as well as through the still small voice of his Holy Spirit. I longed just to be with him every day. I decided it might be a good idea to get some Bible college under my belt. So a friend and I went to the open day at Tabor Bible College. In those days, the college occupied a group of rooms in the old Church of Christ in North Fitzroy. Part of the program for the day was for the group to split up into pairs and share our testimonies. Everyone quickly formed pairs. I was one of the last to pair up. Despite the changes on the inside, on the outside I still looked like a druggie, skinny with long untidy hair, a bushy beard, mirror shades and crumpled clothes. Eventually an attractive, outgoing young woman who was already a student at Tabor introduced herself as Helen. We paired up and began to fulfill the objectives set before us. I told her my story of being saved from drugs, crime and the occult. I told her about the man who axed the dog and my calling a hitman, only to be given a Bible. I told her my testimony of a changed life. She sat amazed as I shared my story. When it was her turn, she told me of being raised in a Christian home and kneeling beside a bed as a 6-year-old to give her life to Jesus. While hers was a pretty normal testimony for a pastor's kid growing up in the church, her story rocked me to my foundations. I went home and wept bitterly, overcome with grief and anger that I had not had what Helen had. Why was my life such a waste? Why did I have to throw away so many years of my life when I could have been serving Jesus all the time? I found Helen was the one with the powerful testimony. She had been spared so much pain. I had now heard a testimony I found truly inspiring. A little while later, Helen turned up at Box Hill AOG with a friend of hers. She came to church a couple of times and then disappeared. I heard she had gone overseas. Although Tabor seemed a good college, I ended up studying at Harvest Bible College. I was living in a halfway home for street kids. The house was overseen by a ministry called SHAC, Support House Advocacy and Care, which had a number of similar houses operating around the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Ross was overseeing the SHAC at the time. He connected with me and encouraged me in the new roles I found myself in. Having people around me who believed in me, despite my background, reassured me in the hope I felt that God was helping me find my feet. Although I began in the SHAC house as just another tenant, I soon became the lead tenant, responsible for overseeing the kids staying in the house. I was connecting with a lot of great people who not only added stability to my life, but have continued to be great friends as the years roll on. A social worker helped me find a job with a distribution company that occupied a warehouse for an importer of underwear. They had no idea I had such a rough past. To them, I was just unemployed. I started work helping to unload containers and to make up orders for retailers. Keen to establish a good work history, I worked hard and tried to show initiative. The boss noticed my efforts and positive attitude and gradually increased my responsibilities. I realised that the best preparation for employment is meaningful work. So I decided to set up a program to help unemployed kids develop the skills and habits required to secure and keep a job. In partnership with SHAC and Box Hill AOG, we began YES, Youth Employment Strategies. We got some funding for basic gardening equipment and soon had a crew of kids doing simple gardening maintenance under supervision. Back in my own workplace, I noticed a growing pile of stock in the back corner that never seemed to move. I quizzed the boss. That stock returned because the retailer doesn't want it. There's nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't meet the retailer's requirements. Well, why not sell it? Can't. It's all tagged with the retailer's brand. You would need to remove all the tags. What are you going to do with it? Dunno. Nothing, I guess. If I promise not to sell it with the tags on, can I have it for a very cheap price? I guess so. Soon I had a small team of Yes kids cutting off all the retailers' tags from thousands of pairs of knickers. I set up stalls at weekend markets all over the place, staffed with the Yes kids and other volunteers, selling the D-tagged stock for $1 a pair. We did a brisk trade. The money we made paid the kids a basic wage and the rest went into funding Yes. With my job and my range of responsibilities with Yes and church, I felt the need for a car. I was reading The Fourth Dimension by Paul Yonggi Cho at the time. Cho was a Korean pastor who had grown a church from nothing to over 500,000 by diligent prayer. He told the story of asking God for a bike, but receiving nothing. He then sensed God ask him, "What kind of bike?" Cho asked specifically for an American bike with gears, and in no time a visiting missionary with just such a machine turned up saying, "I think God wants you to have this." So I prayed for a car, sensing God inviting me to be specific. I was standing in the car park at work, inspired the boss's almost new Toyota Corolla. That one, I prayed, full of confidence. I told the boss I had prayed that God would give me his car. He looked at me quizzically. Around that time, the bonus grant for my employment became available. I had proven a diligent worker, more than earning my keep. When the boss received the grant, he called me into his office. He tossed me the keys to his car. "The government came good with the bonus for keeping you on. You've done a good job here, Dave. The car's yours." Later that week, he obtained the documents to sign the car over to me. I didn't pay a cent. A little while later, I was offered another car at a bargain price. It was bigger than the Corolla, which was handy for carrying all those cartons of underwear. I bought the car, got a couple of minor repairs done, and arranged for a friend to repaint it. Once it was on the road, I sold the Corolla, netting $10,000. The next day I walked into the boss's office and dropped $7,000 on the desk. I sensed that God was testing my ability to trust him to provide for me. The boss was speechless. He grabbed the cash, dropped it into his top pocket and escorted me out before his accountant could hear about it. I carried my Bible in a big black shoulder bag and it went with me everywhere. I pulled it out and read it whenever I had a spare moment. I mostly read from the New Testament. I had been told to start reading about Jesus' life from the book of Mark. The more I read, the more I understood this new life I was living. In those first couple of years, I wore out 2 or 3 Bibles, sticking them together with tape until they were too battered and torn to be repaired further. I could spend whole days in prayer, asking God to search my heart, to show me things that needed to change about the way I thought or the way I saw life. I was trying to hear him speak to me about things I needed to put right. seeking God's counsel on decisions I was making, and praying for the young people I was serving through Yes and SHAC. I was enjoying life and loving God. I'd met a girl and been delighted when she was willing to start to build a serious relationship with me. However, it wasn't long before we were making a mess of our attempt at a relationship. I loved female company, and it was nice to have a Christian girlfriend, but it hurt to think that this relationship didn't seem to be working. I was walking with God, but by no means was I perfect. I realised that I was still learning how to have healthy relationships. I'd given my heart to this girl, hoping I could somehow do better at relationships than I had in the past, but eventually that painful relationship ended. The SHAC house I lived in was walking distance from a house full of single Christian girls I knew from church. I was friends with them all and enjoyed hanging out at the house, participating in fun, healthy relationships. Helen, the girl I'd met at Tabor, had returned from a trip and was one of the friends who lived in the house. She was working as a part-time youth pastor at the Box Hill Church. I had a growing group of friends, both guys and girls, and it felt good to build these kinds of friendships. One Sunday I was standing outside the school hall where the church met, watching a tree filled with birds. Two of the birds, beginning from opposite sides of the tree, moved closer and closer until they were perched side by side. Then they flew off together. I got a sense that God was telling me the two birds were Helen and me, but I didn't do anything with it. After the fiasco of the last relationship, I just didn't trust myself to discern God's will in romantic matters. Chapter 16. My friendship with Helen grew slowly. We often hung out together as mates. I was friends with quite a few of the amazing women from church, but as time moved on it was Helen who I became best mates with. I really enjoyed her company, but I was scared that I would get it wrong again. Things started to change when Helen moved from the house with 4 other girls into a unit by herself. I found myself visiting the girls' house less often and dropping in on Helen's place more. Something really attracted me to Helen, not in a romantic way immediately. She had a deep relationship with God and a well of inner strength. I respected her. She would get me to help her with something, or we would chat about a variety of issues life brought along. It was not unusual for us to go somewhere together, and it became more obvious that something was starting to connect between us. It was during a spontaneous day trip to Phillip Island in September 1995 that we finally connected as a couple. The Nobbies at sunset, with the monster waves crashing on a rugged cliff face as the sun started its colourful descent, was the remarkable backdrop for our first kiss. I had stepped into a romantic relationship once again. This time it felt different. I hoped it would work out okay. At the start of the new year, after a few months of dating, we decided to take a marriage preparation course together at Mount Evelyn Church of Christ, thinking that it would help us confirm whether or not we were right for each other. I learned through the course that love is a commitment, not just a feeling. Afraid that my feelings would ruin everything again, I wouldn't allow myself heady feelings for Helen the way that I had for my last girlfriend. I was still trying to figure myself out, and I didn't want to break Helen's heart, or ruin the possibility of a future relationship with her. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about her, and had to admit to myself that I found her very attractive. I was confused as to how I should act. Did I really want to commit myself to this woman forever? Was I ready to make such a commitment? To take on that sort of responsibility? Could I fulfill that kind of commitment? Besides my romantic confusion, life was going better than it ever had. I had moved into my own place, and I'd landed a job with Harrison Youth Services. The underwear stalls at the market were making money and giving kids opportunities, and I was making good progress in my studies at Bible college. God seemed to be blessing everything I touched without a lot of effort from me. The hardest part of my life was working out my relationship with Helen. I'd recognised that this was for keeps. If I was to commit myself to her, I had to choose to love her no matter what happened. Making such a lasting commitment scared me. I knew I could not afford to mess this up. I desperately wanted to get it right, and I felt way out of my depth. Through the course at Mount Evelyn and our hours just hanging out together, I grew to respect and admire Helen more and more. I could tell she was enjoying hanging out with me too. The choice to commit became one I wanted to make, but I was still afraid that I would not be able to come through and live up to my commitment. I desperately did not want to create a train wreck marriage, and living together was not an option. We understood God ordains a sexual relationship to be within a covenant marriage relationship only. A covenant relationship is only found in marriage. What God says is good, and he sets boundaries in place for good reason. I was used to doing as I pleased. I was now faced with replacing my old desires with my deeper desire to please God. Yet, I'd lived for many years running from responsibility. To move forward in a Christian relationship required me to step into a new level of responsibility. It would mean commitment, not just desires and emotions. Life had changed and I was changing. So much was going right around me. It was scary yet satisfying. I knew I was leaving a life of death and destruction. I was being offered a truly fresh start that I'd never really thought possible. I had to commit. I had to be willing to carry responsibility. It was time to stick to some right choices. On the 1996 Labor Day holiday, Helen and I drove down to Phillip Island, just to have a day out together. We stopped at the Nobbies and strolled on a timber boardwalk that wound its way along the cliff top, overlooking the rock formations. We had returned to the place that had seen our serious relationship commence. Something stirred inside of me. This was the right place. This was the right time. The boardwalk was crowded with tourists. I needed a quiet moment. Finally, there was a lull in the flow of pedestrians walking up and down, and we were alone together. I took Helen's hand in mine. She looked into my eyes and smiled. I found her beautiful. The moment was perfect. The sun sparkling on the ocean behind us, and the sound of waves far below breaking against the rocks. "Helen, will you marry me?" She smiled back. Yes. As we embraced, I was elated and panic-stricken all at once. This beautiful, wonderful woman was willing to marry me, and I had to be the kind of man she needed and deserved for the rest of my life. On the way home, I started to think over the enormity of what I'd just done. "Let's not tell anyone," I suggested to Helen as we drove back to Melbourne. Helen felt okay with not making a big announcement for a little while. Although part of my inner motive for not making our engagement public was fear, it also gave us time to get our heads around this major decision. Not only was it a big decision for me, Helen had to face marrying a man with quite a history. I came with lots of baggage. Although I dealt with a lot of demonic entanglements and some hurts, I still had an unknown quantity of potential issues. Helen only wanted to marry the one God had for her, but I was not the package she expected God to bring her way. So the weeks that followed helped us confirm our commitment as God's best for us. We went out hunting for a wedding ring, touring around all the jewellery stores in the area. The choice got down to 2 rings, one cheaper, the other more expensive. Helen liked them both, and said I could make the decision between the two. I chose the more expensive one, as I wanted her to know that she was worth whatever I needed to pay. I found out later that my choice had been important to Helen. A preacher's kid from a family where money was often tight, she had rarely had gifts lavished upon her. While Helen and I were engaged in our hearts and minds, we still had not made an official announcement, and it occurred to me that I had not spoken to her parents. I wanted to do everything right. So we drove to Helen's mum and dad's home. I was unsure how my future father-in-law would feel about his precious eldest daughter marrying an ex-crim. She had never rebelled against God, and I had the scars and tattoos of my life of sin and pain evident over my body. I was relieved when her parents seemed pleased with the news. Thankfully, they understood the power of Jesus to truly transform a life. I was still busy with the underwear business for Yes, working for Harrison Youth Services and completing my studies at Harvest Bible College. On top of all this, we were trying to plan a wedding. Occasionally, I would take a day off to drop in on friends like Shane Whitburn. Shane had moved to Bendigo and was managing a go-kart track. As I drove along, God spoke to me in an almost audible voice. "I'm going to give you that go-kart track." While it sounds exciting, the go-kart business was not a flash sporting complex with lots of corporate dollars. It was basically a load of old tyres formed in a circuit, sitting on an expanse of concrete pavers and protected by a tin roof. The place had once been a trash and treasure market, and it looked like the trash had won out over the treasure. I'd been there a few times with the youth group kids. The karts were homemade and powered by 4-stroke engines. I had no desire to run a go-kart track, and I had no interest in go-karts or anything mechanical. I thought the idea of owning it was ridiculous. I wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea of being the owner, yet I was sure I'd heard from God. When I arrived, I talked it over with Shane. He seemed to think that the track could make loads of money. The business has only been running for 9 months and was apparently making a small fortune. Shane seemed to think that the owner might be open to an offer to sell. We chatted as Shane showed me around. The place had potential if someone was willing to put in some effort. By the time I got in the car to head home, I was keen to approach the owner. When I got back to Melbourne, I talked over the go-kart business with Helen. She'd seen the tyre wall track, the clanky carts and the dusty sheds. She was less than keen. She felt a very clear and strong call to ministry and couldn't imagine leaving it to run an entertainment business. Besides, we'd just pulled all our money and poured it into the wedding, plus a very nice honeymoon package in Port Douglas. Where were we going to get enough money to put up a credible offer for a business? Agreeing to risk financial ruin just because a husband-to-be thought God had spoken was a tough lesson in trust and godly submission for Helen. She'd always been her own woman, making her own decisions based on equal measures of prayer and practical wisdom. Despite the apparent insanity of the idea, I was pretty sure that God had told me to buy the go-kart business and was not going to be put off. Helen and I spent time praying it through. If we were going to be husband and wife, we needed to be in this decision together. In the end, Helen's heart for adventure won out. She'd travelled into various countries doing short-term missions and hiked through snow over the mountains of Tasmania. She came to see the business as a new kind of adventure. Perhaps, just perhaps, God could be leading us to buy the business. In the lead up to the wedding, we had only $500 of our own money to buy anything. We wangled a personal loan with my car as collateral and borrowed money from as many friends as we were game to ask, eventually scrapping together $20,000. With that as a deposit, Shane managed to borrow some more funds. We bargained with the owner of the track and settled on what we thought was a fair price. He agreed to vendor terms to covering the rest of the money we couldn't raise through secured loans. On the 22nd of August 1996, we took over operation of the track. The wedding was on the last day of winter, a week later. Standing at the church altar waiting for my bride was an unforgettable moment. My mum and her husband John were at the wedding, plus my dad and his wife Carol had come from Perth. How far my relationship with my dad had come in the past few years. My sister Carolyn and her family could not make it across from Perth, where she had been building a life for many years. It was amazing seeing so many old and new friends and family gathered together. I had lost contact with some of my old mates, such as Bomber, but I had many new friends who filled the church. Muttering ceased as the sight of my bride entering the church turned everyone's head. This was a moment of blissful amazement at what God had done in my life. Helen wore white. We had kept our relationship pure before God, and now my beautiful bride in white was being brought to me on her father's arm. The ceremony was an expression of our love for each other and our love for God. We sang "Shout to the Lord" and knew that we wanted our life together to be a shout to the Lord in whatever exciting adventures were ahead for us. We celebrated a wonderful wedding day with many friends and family. We awoke to a new dawn on the first day of spring. We were married. Only God could have pulled off this transformation. Only a few years earlier, I'd been so lost, with nothing to give God except brokenness, failure, and sin. Father God had exchanged the dirt that I brought to him with eternal life and love. He had given me hope, and I was discovering my new, true identity. I was created as a child of God, and I was learning to do life as his son. As his child, I knew where I belonged, with him. I had always been valued by God. I'd just never known the value he places on humanity. Jesus showed me that he truly is the way, the truth, and the life. As I came to Father God through believing in Jesus and accepted that he paid the penalty for all of my guilt and shame, I was truly found. I could now stop running from pain and hurts. Instead, I ran to the one who brings true, lasting healing and life. I'd been given the gift of forgiveness, was discovering freedom from the chains of unforgiveness as I chose to forgive everyone any hurt that had ever been done to me. It is such an amazing thing to be free from the entanglement of shame and guilt. He transformed the way I thought, my attitudes and actions. He delivered me from the grip of demonic strongholds and the many lies that I believed. Satan is known as the father of lies. Jesus is the truth. I have experienced continuous freedom as God's word has ripped apart each lie and replaced it with the truth. I have been given the wonderful gift of Jesus and the fullness of salvation that Jesus brings. After receiving so much, Now he had given me a beautiful, God-loving wife. It was time to start enjoying a new life. I lay on a king-size bed at the close of our 2-week honeymoon. We ended up at the Gold Coast in a room many stories high. I could lie in bed and marvel over the sweeping ocean view, my bride by my side. We pondered the new life and business together in Bendigo. There was so much adventure ahead, so much more needing to trust in God still to come. But for now I soaked in the life around me. It seemed almost surreal. I had thought I would not make it to my 30th birthday. But here I lay, with a great future spread before me. Already I was experienced more than I could imagine for my life. The dream of possibilities lay like treasure in front of us. I had been so lost in so many ways. We sat back and gave glory to God that I had been brought from the pit of demonic insanity, brokenness and death to be rescued into abundant life. Through my painful journey, I had made a discovery that would transform my life and those around me. I learned without a doubt that love is the most powerful force on this earth. I now realize that living without a deep connection to a real and unconditional love leaves a hollowness within our hearts and souls. We can live our whole lives with this veiled longing driving us. We seek countless ways to attempt, often with defeated desperation, to experience the value, belonging and acceptance that such love brings. All the while the fulfillment of these deepest desires remain elusive. I've discovered that each of us has been created to receive a significant sense of value and identity from our fathers. Ultimately, this is a reflection of Father God's indescribable love for you and me. My dad is a good man. He had a number of tough things happen to him throughout his life. I know I did not make his life easy. In the end, it doesn't matter whether your father was good or expressed only evil, whether you connected with him or were completely disconnected. You see, we all can only ever experience a broken sense of identity and value from a man who himself is broken in some way. Even people with good fathers need to learn to connect to the true source of love, Father God himself. However, many of us experience a relationship with our Father which leads to feelings of abandonment, rejection, disappointment, shame, and guilt, rather than a deep, satisfying love. Such feelings leave a person feeling lost. In my case, this lostness led down a path that went lower and lower until I was certified criminally insane. The answer to this brokenness was not the numbing of alcohol. Drugs hurtled me through highs and lows, but could never satisfy my longing to be valuable and live with a real purpose. Sexual relationships, though allowing spikes of momentary relief, only caused entanglement in more pain as they were not expressed within the covenant of true intimacy. Violence, anger, hatred, revenge, and other negative drives only compounded hurt rather than extinguishing it. As I learned to surrender my pain and emptiness over to Father God through Jesus Christ, I learned to receive a love that I could never deserve through my own effort. As I yielded to Jesus Christ, accepting that he paid the penalty I owed, I tapped into a deep flow of love that never runs dry. I now know that you and I have amazing value that is measured by the price God paid for each of us to be freed from the consequence of our individual sin, so that each one can be in a personal love relationship with him. The price was the blood of Jesus. He died in my place, in your place. I now know that I belong to his family. He has an amazing destiny for each one of us. It's a destiny that you too can access if you choose to hand over the control panel of your life to him. I am accepted by God, no matter my past. I am forgiven. My identity is no longer in my brokenness or what went wrong. I find my identity from my family line, my Father in heaven, who never leaves me and who has a love that can never be pulled from me. I am so grateful for the ever-increasing knowledge of the Father's love that is sweeping into my heart day by day. You can reach out to him right where you are and know that he hears your voice and he longs for you to connect with him. It has now been many years. Helen and I have maintained a life full of grace and faith. We have experienced many trials and circumstances that seem far from our idea of perfection. However, there remains an anchor for our soul. We know the rock on which we stand. Our rock remains firm through the storms we see as God's adventure. The go-kart track became a life adventure park. an expanded fun park with mini golf, laser tag, go-karts and other activities. God allowed us to go through the tests and trials of business for over 8 years, as He trained us during that season. We did not always enjoy that journey. However, there was countless enjoyable moments. We look back in gratitude on the fruit that our time in business produced in us. We also experienced another whole testimony of God's amazing grace as we gave birth to 4 beautiful children over a 6-year period. Our first 2 babies are in heaven after such very short lives. The story of Joshua and Emily is a story of God's grace through tough times. It's a story that ends with the birth of our second 2 children, Rebecca and Jeremiah, who are awesome gifts from God. We thank God for them every day. Helen tells this story in her own book, which focuses on this part of our journey. After 8 years of marriage and business, God led us to do something I never imagined that I would or could do. We planted a church in Eagle Hawk, Bendigo. Nothing in God is wasted. He is always good, although life does not always feel good. Now we are on the most exciting adventure yet. Our marriage is exciting, our family is amazing, and the God adventure has just begun. I encourage you to give up the stuff that is hurting you and others, and ultimately is leading you to death. Your past, whatever that looks like, does not determine your future. It is the choices you make today that determine your future. I made a lot of very bad choices and reaped the consequence in my life. Your present choices define who you are in the days and years ahead. There is hope. You do not have to be the victim of the labels that you've been given. Change is not only possible, it is the heartbeat of an amazing God who loves you and desires you to be empowered to life to the full, a life of true freedom. Give over your mess to Jesus. Connect to Father God, whose love chases you down and whose ladder of hope reaches down even into the deepest, darkest pit. We are in a spiritual battle. It's a fight for life or death. Choose life. Acknowledgements. A great deal of help went into making this book come to pass. Firstly, I want to thank my friend Ken Morgan for many days of hard work pulling the information out of me and helping me put it in order on paper. Thank you. To my wife Helen for being brave enough to journey with me through my colourful past, and for writing the words in such a way as to add the emotion, heart and colour. Thank you. To Larry and Sharon Edwards for representing Jesus and opening your hearts, your home and your life. Thank you. To Richard and Donna Kahinga for being true shepherds and caring for the least. Thank you. To Shane Whitburn, the Resource King, for not being afraid to cast out devils, for your church, Portland CRC, for sowing generously into so many, including me and this project. Thank you. Finally, I thank Jesus for making the way for all to know freedom, love, and hope. Certified, the autobiography of David Harris. Written by David and Helen Harris. Read by James Pollack. For more information on the book, go to certifiedthebook.com.